Girls but ain't a gallus. So shit but ain't a dealer. I hold a gun but ain't a killer. Can I keep it any realer? Get girls but ain't a gallus. So shit but ain't a dealer. I hold a gun but ain't a killer. Can I keep it any realer? Nah. Old man, old school, young jam, all black, MZ, still screaming out that chain gang, whole gang.
मेरा नाम फोजिया से है।
मेरा नाम TEZ FFMIC।
Hi guys, I am Ekaka.
This is Nancy.
हम थोड़ा टीमों को रैंक करने आए हैं।
According to their performance.
तो ब्रॉन्ज वाली टीमें यहाँ पे देखनी पड़ेगी, कहीं ना कहीं छुपी निकलेंगी।
मेरे को दिख गई।
दिख गई?
यस ब्रो यस।
आज हम बैठे हैं जो टॉप 18 है उन्हें रैंक करना है एक करके। मेरा नाम जोएब है।
I am Ayush. I am very excited. 3 साल से वेट किया है।
My name is Kaushik Malik.
My name is Predator।
I want to do revenge.
बाकी तो बच्चे हैं तीनों। किड को तो समझता ही नहीं प्लेयर।
ये टीमें कुछ हवा में उड़ रही हैं। इनको लग रहा है कि ग्रैंड मास्टर पे जाके बैठेंगे। इनको बैठाते हैं कि पोजीशन करते हैं कहाँ बैठाने हैं। चल माफिया शुरू करते हैं। कहाँ पे ढूंढनी तो पड़ेगी। मिल गई क्या तेरे को? इसमें तो वही प्लेयर ना जिसको तासियो चाहिए शायद।
यस लाइटनिंग आई गेस उससे
मेहनत कर रहे हैं यार। डाल दे चल तू। तूने कहा प्लेटिनम, तेरी सुन लेते हैं पहले तो। प्लेटिनम इनको जो मेरी टीममेट है, इनके टीममेट है, एक्स टीममेट है, तो कुछ अंदर की बातें ऐसी बता रखी है जिसके कारण हम इनको प्लेटिनम में रखना चाहेंगे।
हमें पता है कुछ इनके बारे में सब कुछ।
पता तो सबके बारे में है, बस राज कब खुलने वाले हैं वो देखने वाली बात है। इसकी अगर मैं बात करता हूँ गॉडलाइक की, कभी तो रहेंगे बोर्ड के टेबल पे, कभी रहेंगे टेबल टॉप पे। ब्रॉन्ज पे रख दूं,
हीरोइक पे रखते हैं,
बीच में करते हैं।
उनका सिनर्जी बहुत अच्छा सेट है। उनके सारे रशर का स्नाइपर के कवर में खेलते हैं तो उनका पूरा कोऑर्डिनेशन अच्छा है।
टीम अच्छी है, इसके प्लेयर्स अच्छे हैं और टीममेट जो है वो मेरे दोस्त भी रहने वाले हैं। लेकिन जो इसका ओनर है ना, और का अभी उसने बीच में कुछ ऐसा माहौल खराब कर दिया तो मैं यहाँ पे लगाता हूँ।
ऑक्टोबॉक्स कौन सी टीम है?
ये भाई है ना सारे।
बस हमारे इनसे फाइट होती रहती है तो हम इनसे मोस्टली जीतते ही हैं।
इस टीम की अगर हम बात करें, इसके बारे में कुछ सुनने में आया मेरे को, अगर वो चीज सच्चाई है तो शायद मैं इनको ब्रॉन्ज पे रखना
तो फिर ये इस लिस्ट में भी रहना डिजर्व नहीं करता। अगर वो चीज सच
अगर वो चीज सच है तो शायद ये लिस्ट से बाहर हो जाएंगे 18 से। इनका पता ही नहीं है तो इनको थोड़ा लिस्ट से थोड़ा दूर रखते हैं, इनके बारे में आइडिया ही नहीं है। तो शायद अंडरडॉग से आ रही है टीम, शायद इसलिए हम इनको नहीं जानते। तो डेफिनेटली वो टीम अच्छा खेलेगी तो हमें भी खुश होगी उस चीज को। डायमंड रखना चाहिए हमें,
क्योंकि हमारे इनसे क्लैशेस होते हैं 2-3 जगह, तो हम वो मोस्टली जीतते ही हैं। तो फिर भी हमने इनको डायमंड दे दिया।
एंड बोंटी भाई हमारे रह गए तो वो डायमंड है तो डायमंड पे रख देंगे। चाहे बचते हैं, डांस करते हैं, लेकिन कोई बात नहीं, नाचने का शौक है मुझे लग रहा है उनको, तो डेफिनेटली उनको नचाएंगे। मेरे को सुनने में आया था कि इनका जो प्लेयर रहने वाला है कर्मा, उसको शायद कुछ ऐसा इंसिडेंट हो गया था, उसके बावजूद भी वो गेम खेल रहा था ना, तो डेफिनेटली वो टीम ग्रैंड मास्टर में डिजर्व कर रही है।
उनकी डेडिकेशन ही बस उनको क्वालिफाई कराई है।
मतलब ये टीम अंडरडॉग से आ रही है और मेहनत कर रही है काफी ज्यादा। होप पूरा अच्छा खेलेंगे लोग। इसके बारे में बोलना ही नहीं है कुछ, ये बोलने लायक ही नहीं है।
बाकी जो है वो तो आपको दिख ही जाएगा मैचेस में। अब
R&T ये अच्छी टीम है, मेहनत करती है बराबर। लोगों ने सुना होगा कि स्नाइपर गोड होते हैं, बट हमारे पास में डेविल है। डेविल ये तुम्हारे हाथ में रहेगी।
दे डिजर्व ग्रैंड मास्टर।
कहते हैं ना, टीम टोटल गेमिंग, हर किसी को घी हजम नहीं होता।
अपनी तरफ हम बोल के नहीं करेंगे, गेम दिखा के ही करेंगे जो भी है।
तो हम नीचे से ऊपर जाना चाहिए, वहाँ से क्या कहना चाहिए?
हम खुद को ब्रोंज पे रखेंगे, हम खुद अपना बोल के नहीं, हम अपने गेम से यहाँ से यहाँ जाएंगे।
टीम टाइकून्स का मैं एक्चुअली मेंटोर रहने वाला हूँ, तो इस टीम को बिल्ड भी मैंने किया था। और जिस प्रकार से टीम खेल रही है, जैसा आपने बताया, यंग ब्लड रहने वाले हैं, जिस प्रकार से मेहनत कर रहे हैं, अनबिलीवेबल है। बस इनका गेम जिस दिन चलता है तो सामने कोई टिकता नहीं। इनको हम रखना चाहिए हीरो पे, क्योंकि ये अपना हीरो वाला काम करते हैं, अपने काम का मतलब रखते हैं, गेम प्ले में फोकस,
और किसी को चुल नहीं काटते हैं। सो मैं रिस्पेक्ट टू भाई गॉड्स गेम।
नॉन स्टॉप गेमिंग को देखना चाहिए कैमरा पे। जो इनके ओनर हैं वो मेरे खास दोस्त हैं। इनकी टीम भी अच्छा खेल रही है, मेहनत कर रही है, बट थोड़े बहुत टीम बच्चे हैं, बच्चे तो बहुत रास्ता भटक जाते हैं। और वो डेफिनेटली एनजी भाई इनको बहुत अच्छे से गाइड करेंगे बच्चों को, और इनको लेके जाएंगे। तो एनजी भाई के लिए ऊपर हम ग्रैंड मास्टर कर देंगे। तो इनको तो मेरे ख्याल से ग्रैंड मास्टर से ऊपर ग्रैंड मास्टर नहीं होता क्या?
यहाँ पे चढ़ाना चाहिए इनको तो भाई, बीच में कर देते, क्योंकि उनके पास एक इंटरनेशनल कोच है जो उनकी पूरी गेम कैरी करता है। चल गए तो चल गए, बहुत गंदा मारेंगे, और नहीं चलो फिर बॉटम पे ही रहेंगे। इसलिए इनको हम एवरेज में ही रखते हैं, नीचे और बीच में। ये लोग भी डिजर्व करते हैं ग्रैंड मास्टर और हीरो के बीच में।
आपको पता है कि जब एक्सपीरियंस किसी टीम के पास में रहता है तो वो टीम प्लस पॉइंट पे रहती है, बट ये स्टार्टिंग से स्टार्ट करके आ रहे हैं, उसके बावजूद भी इतना अच्छा खेला, और एक्सपीरियंस टीम भी बाहर हुई है इसके अंदर काफी ज्यादा। अगर मैं बात करूँ टफर कॉम्पिटिशन की हमारी, तो 2 रहने वाले हैं। एक रहने वाली टीम टोटल गेमिंग, एक रहने वाली टीम टाइकून्स।
और अगर हमें खुद को हटाना है तो सेकंड पे हम रखेंगे गॉडलाइक को, क्योंकि गॉडलाइक अभी इस टाइम पे बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है इस मेटा में। सो डेफिनेटली ये दोनों टीमें बहुत अच्छा कॉम्पिटिशन देंगे।
Non-stop gaming.
Where to keep this, bro?
Heroic.
Heroic.
எனக்கு down cut என்ன சொல்ல?
நல்லா இருக்கு, சூப்பரா ஆடுவாங்க. So they will play good and they having more firepower equal to us. So we are keeping non-stop gaming here.
அவங்களோட ஃபயர் பவர் நல்லா இருக்கும், அப்புறம் ஜோன் ரொட்டேஷன் நல்லா இருக்கும். கார்னேட்டட் ஆர்மி எப்பவுமே தேர்ட் பார்ட்டில தான் இருக்கும். அங்க 4 vs 4 எப்பவுமே லாஸ்ட் தான். ஸோ அதனால சில்வர்.
They can't do 4v4 with us, so they will come with third party only. So we are keeping him in silver. In last Free Fire video, we saw that BB NMR banded. He say he's easy to take class with us. In last tournament, we landed in Refinery. We beated them. Then next map also they will clash with us, but they didn't come. But they are saying he's easy to clash with us. So we keeping him this year 18. Oh, edge.
Okay, platinum.
This is my ex team, Autobots Esports. Now we are playing for Godlike. PN one more team having. They play for Autobots Esports. Now they are not performing like us. They will be in platinum.
அவங்களோட ஃபயர் பவர் இப்போ வர கம்மியாகிடுச்சு. ஃபஸ்ட்டு நல்ல ஃபயர் பவர் இருந்தது. அவங்க கொஞ்சம் இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணால் நல்லா வருவாங்க. அவங்களோட ஃபயர் பவர் நல்லா இருக்கும், பட் ஃபைனல்ஸில் பர்ஃபார்ம் வந்து கம்மியாக தான் இருக்கும். இந்த FFMICல பார்க்கலாம் ஃபைனல்ஸ் என்ன பண்ணுறாங்கன்னு.
This is also third party team. Whenever we will fight, they will come back and they will stab us and do anything in last zone fight. They are equal to us almost. They are doing recent tournaments good.
அவங்களோட புது டீம் நல்லா இருக்கு, நல்ல ஃபயர் பவர். லாஸ்ட் டைம் அவங்க சாம்பியன் ஆனாங்க ஒரு டோர்னமெண்ட்டில். அதுவும் FFMICல நல்லா குவாலிஃபை ஆகிட்டு வராங்க. கம்பேக் ஐ திங்க்.
They are in downfall before 1 month. Now they are playing in boot camp. They are playing in good way. So I am keeping them in heroic.
ஃபார் டைமண்ட் லாஸ்ட்டாக இருக்கிற டோர்னமெண்ட் டிடோமாவில் வந்து நல்லா ஆடினாங்க. பூயா நல்லா அடிப்பாங்க, அதிகமாக பூயா அங்கே தான் மேக்ஸிமம்.
They will only consider it for Booyah, so I am keeping them in diamond.
ஃபைனல்ஸ் எப்போவுமே ஃபைனல்ஸ் வந்து ரெவனட் எக்ஸ்பார்க் டீம் வந்து நல்லாவே ப்ளே பண்ணோம். அவங்களோட பூயா கில்ஸ் எல்லாமே நல்லாயிருக்கும்.
These two are so good teams, so I make them in Grandmaster. Godlike should be top of these two teams. This 18 teams itself, so I am keeping Godlike here. Godlike Sports is in Grandmaster. Last 7 months we are the number 1 team. Definitely we will win this, so I keeping here.
Because we are best.
They are playing good really.
RG Reckoning Sports week 1 week 2 ரெண்டுத்துலையும் நல்லா பர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் பண்ணாங்க.
We are keeping them in heroic. They are average team, so I am keeping here.
என்ன சொல்ற? என்ன சொல்ல?
நல்லா ஆடுவாங்க, ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜி இல்லை, அந்த மாதிரி தான் சொல்லி முடிச்சு விடுவோம்.
ஓகே, அவங்கக்கிட்ட ஐஜிஎல் சரியில்லை, பட்டு ஃபயர் பவர் ஓகே, ஃபயர் பவர் நல்லாயிருக்கும், பட் ஐஜிஎல் சரியில்லை. ஐஜிஎல் மட்டும் கொஞ்சம் இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணால் நல்ல டீமாக வருவாங்க.
They are not concentrating in strategies. They are only doing rotation like that. They are coming only third party like that. We want to take proper 4v4. They want to improve a lot, so I keeping them in down.
அவங்க 4v4 ஃபைட்டில் கொஞ்சம் வீக்கு தான். ஜோன்லேயே நிறைய சுற்றுவாங்க. ஜோனை விட்டு கொஞ்சம் உள்ளே வந்து ப்ளே பண்ணலாம், அப்போயாச்சும் இம்ப்ரூவ் ஆகும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். வீக் 2ல் வந்து மேட்ச் 3க்கு 7 பாயிண்ட் நம்ம தான் இருந்தாங்க. அடுத்த 3 மேட்ச் கம்பேக் கொடுத்து நல்லா வந்தாங்க.
Week 2 they are almost got eliminated. First 3 matches they got 7 points like that. Next 3 match he got almost 50 above points and they got selected. So I keeping there in platinum. Now only they started team. We know how they will play in this tournament only. We didn't saw properly. So I am keeping them in here.
அவங்க 4v4ல வீக்காக தான் இருப்பாங்க. அவங்களும் ஸ்ட்ராங் கிடையாது. இதுக்கு மேலே அவங்க இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணால் நல்லாயிருக்கும். அவங்களோட ஃபயர் பவர் இப்போ கம்மியாகிடுச்சு. ஃபஸ்ட்டு நல்லா அதிகமாக இருந்தது, இப்போ ரொம்பவே கம்மியாகிடுச்சு. அவங்க இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணால் நல்லாயிருக்கும்.
Past 2 months they are performing low compared to before 3 months ago. They played really well. So we are keeping them in platinum. First reason I am keeping them in platinum, they are my friends. They are upcoming team from Tamil Nadu. This is my XR. They only recruited them. I think this time they will perform really well. I am keeping them in platinum.
இன்னும் ஃபயர் பவரில் ரொம்பவே கம்மியாக இருக்குது. அவங்க இன்னும் இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணணும். ஐஜிஎலும் சரியில்லை. சரி, அவங்க ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜி இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணி ஃபயர் பவர் இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணால் லெட்ஸ் கோ டு பிளாட்டினம்.
We are playing 6 years almost together. They only play with 3 like that. So I am keeping them in here.
டோட்டல் கேமிங் ரெவனன்ட் எக்ஸ்.
These two we are thinking
பிகெஸ்ட் இல்லைன்ற
handle in final. So we are saying these two teams is a tough competition to us.
क्या लगता है कहाँ रखना चाहिए?
इधर से ही ले।
बहुत टाइम से कंसिस्टेंट खेल रहे, अच्छा खेल रहे।
अच्छी टीम है, मतलब मेरे ख्याल से अभी फॉर्म में भी चल रही है, तो हीरोइक में सही है मेरे ख्याल से।
सोल ब्रॉन्ज क्योंकि हमारा उनके साथ बिल्कुल नहीं जमता,
तो उनका टूर्नामेंट ज़्यादा अच्छा नहीं जाएगा, यही लगता है मुझे।
इनको कहाँ रखना चाहिए?
सिल्वर
नहीं, गोल्ड पे रखते हैं, सिल्वर या गोल्ड।
गोल्ड गोल्ड।
एक दोस्त खेलता है मेरा जाना पहचाना, इसलिए
मुझे लगता है नया टीम बना है और थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा आई थिंक उनका सिनर्जी और कोऑर्डिनेशन बनने में इनका।
प्लेटिनम में रख सकते हैं। प्लेटिनम क्योंकि इनके पास एक्सपीरियंस है, बहुत अच्छे पुराने प्लेयर है, 6 साल से खेल रहे हैं। आई थिंक बेटर कर सकते बहुत।
इनके पास एक बहुत अच्छा IGL है राधे भाई, एक्सपीरियंस भी बहुत है, अच्छा कर लेंगे टीम के साथ।
ऐसे
मेरे ख्याल से डायमंड सही रहेगा।
हाँ गेम प्ले के हिसाब से डायमंड में रख सकते हैं, एक्सपीरियंस नहीं इनके पास।
डायमंड ही रख।
अच्छा दोस्त, बहुत अच्छा बॉन्डिंग है हमारे साथ।
ट्यूकर भाई भी है,
भाई है,
भाई जैसे है, इसीलिए डायमंड।
नॉन स्टॉप हीरोइक में डिजर्व करते हैं। बहुत टाइम से अंडरडॉग टीम थे, फिर क्वालिफाई किए, अच्छा हर टूर्नामेंट में पोडियम फिनिश करते हैं। सारे प्लेयर्स अच्छे हैं, उनका स्नाइपर बहुत अच्छा है मन्नू, बहुत बढ़िया कवर देते हैं।
टीम बहुत ही अच्छे, सिनर्जी वगैरह सब सही है।
ठीक है, उनका प्लेयर बहुत एक्सपीरियंस वाला अच्छा खिलाड़ी है बोल सकते हो। तब गिनोत्रा 6 साल से खेल रहे हैं, अच्छा कर रहे हैं सब।
चारों प्लेयर बहुत ही अच्छे हैं, अच्छा कर लेंगे आई थिंक टूर्नामेंट।
बहुत अच्छी टीम है, बहुत पुराने टाइम से खेल रहा है, चैंपियन टीम है। डिलीट और माफिया फॉर्म में आ चुके हैं।
अभी 2 नए बंदे एस्टेक और शैंकी ज्वाइन किए हैं, तो बहुत ही अच्छी टीम बन गई है। आई थिंक अच्छा करेंगे वो तो, इसीलिए हीरोइक में। ये तो देखना भी
तो हमें देखना ही नहीं, ये जाएगा सीधा ऊपर, जाएगा टॉप पे। बेस्ट टीम है, अपना ही है।
जीतने के लिए आए हैं तो जीत के ही जाएंगे।
सिल्वर क्योंकि ये अंडरडॉग टीम है, बहुत बेटर कर, और भी कर सकते हैं बेटर।
इतना नहीं देखे इनको खेलते हुए, बट फर्स्ट टाइम होगा इनका आई थिंक, इसीलिए सिल्वर ही रखूंगा।
अभी के टाइम पे अच्छा ही कर रहे हैं ये लोग, पहले अंडरडॉग थे तो ठीक है, थोड़ा ऊपर बनता है। गोल्ड ठीक है, आजकल थोड़ा फॉर्म में चल रहा है, देख रहे हैं सही खेल रहे हैं, इसलिए प्लैटिनम ठीक है।
कर लेंगे लोग थोड़ा बहुत अच्छा टूर्नामेंट में।
अंदर की बात है बट बता नहीं सकते। ये ब्रोंज के और नीचे डिजर्व करते हैं। प्लेयर से कोई इशू नहीं है, बाकी ठीक है, नाम से इशू है मेरे को। और जिसका गोल्ड क्योंकि वो लोग बहुत टाइम से कोशिश कर रहे थे, अच्छा मतलब ट्राई कर रहे थे कि T1 लेवल पे आने के लिए। अभी कर लिया क्वालिफाई, तो सही है गोल्ड में।
पहला मौका मिला है तो अच्छा करेंगे।
पहली बार ही देखा वैसे तो ये टूर्नामेंट में, उससे पहले देखे नहीं थे। अंडरडॉग टीम है तो अच्छा ही कर रहा है आई थिंक, तो अभी के लिए सिल्वर सही है। डायमंड RNTX क्योंकि दोस्त थे और अच्छा भी खेलते हैं, अभी बहुत टाइम से खेल रहे थे, एज नहीं था, अभी एज हुआ फर्स्ट टूर्नामेंट में, पहले भी बेटर कर चुके हैं और बेटर करेंगे ये लोग।
चारों बंदे फ्रेंड्स ही है और अच्छे ही खेलते हैं, कोऑर्डिनेशन भी उनका टॉप नॉच है।
गोल्ड पे रख देते हैं। बस जैगुआर भाई के लिए गोल्ड, बाकी प्लेयर का तो इंडिविजुअली मैं जानता नहीं हूँ। अभी अंडरडॉग टीम थे तो सही है, अभी फर्स्ट टूर्नामेंट में क्वालिफाई भी कर लिया, टॉप 18 भी आ गया, सही है गोल्ड। टीम इनसेन का क्या करे?
सिल्वर अच्छे नहीं खेलेंगे मेरे ख्याल से।
प्लेटिनम में भी रख सकते हैं।
नहीं सिल्वर सही है।
तू बोल रहा रख देते हैं फिर। अभिजीत भाई माफ कर देना। मेरे हिसाब से
जो हीरोइक
में जो तीनों टीमें होने वाला है टॉपेस्ट टीम। सोल को और नीचे रखते, ब्रोंज से भी नीचे, जगह नहीं है इसलिए रख नहीं पा रहे।
एक चेंज करना चाहूँगा।
ये क्यों किया?
बस ऐसे ही, कुछ रीजन नहीं है।
बता किधर?
गोल्ड पे रख।
डायमंड ठीक है, अच्छी टीम है, बट हमारी फाइट होती है और फिर वही ऊपर नीचे होता है।
मैं तो ब्रोंज रखना था पर इसने ऊपर रख दिया। रिस्पेक्ट करता हूँ इसके डिसीजन की। 1+ गॉड रे हीरोइक रख दे। थोड़ी दोस्ती आ रही है और अच्छा भी खेलती है पर हमसे पिट जाती है।
अरे दोस्त है कौशिक भाई, इतने सालों से पहचान रहा है।
रिलेशन नहीं खराब होना चाहिए ना। गोल्ड एक बंदा खेलने से थोड़ी पूरी टीम चलती है। थर्ड पार्टी में तो कोई भी मारता है।
वो दोस्ती यारी दिखा रहे इधर।
सिल्वर अब दोस्त है, समझ जाएगा क्यों डाला सिल्वर।
अगर दोस्त ना होते तो
भी सिल्वर
नहीं, थोड़ा सोचता नीचे रखने का। और लक बेसिस पे हुए ना क्वालिफायर।
नाइट में
मुझे जानते नहीं इनको, कौन है ये?
गोल्ड
पागल ही गया ब्रो। अब सही है, उनमें सिर्फ एक राधे ठाकुर भाई है जो बड़े हैं, बाकी तो बच्चे हैं तीनों। कीड को तो समझता ही नहीं प्लेयर।
ग्रैंड मास्टर टूर्नामेंट से 2 हफ्ते पहले टीम बनी थी और वो अभी इधर तक आ चुकी है, बहुत बढ़िया कर रही है।
हमारी टीम है ऊपर ही रहेगी, पोटेंशियल है हमें, पर अभी क्या करें, न्यू टीम है तो थोड़ा होता है, चोक होता है। तो आज ऐसे ऐसे बंदे पोक करते, अभी देखेंगे उनको लीग में। कुछ है ही नहीं इनके में, नॉन स्टॉप का नाम लेके आगे जा रही है बस।
अरे
वो एक अच्छे कास्टर है पर थोड़ा अनलिमिटेड वालों को थोड़ा कम चांस दे तो ई स्पोर्ट्स आगे बढ़े। और
टाइकून्स को डायमंड पे रखूंगा मैं। फायर पावर बहुत दिखा रही है अभी के टाइम पे, अच्छे प्लेयर जोन में अमीन गोपू बहुत बढ़िया मारता है।
मरे उनसे तो थोड़ा रिस्पेक्ट दे देना चाहिए। अभी सबको पोक करेंगे तो फिर सब खिलाफ हो जाएंगे मेरे। कोई तो साथ में आए, लो भाई तुम प्लेटिनम। नाम अच्छा है पर कर्म अच्छे नहीं है। न्यू टीम बनी है।
ग्रुप बी वाली टीम को कौन सीरियस लेगा जो ग्रुप बी से आई है क्वालिफाई हो गए?
उनका स्नाइपर विंसेंट जो है वो अच्छा मारता है और उनके पीछे जॉन्टाना भाई का हाथ है, तो ऊपर नहीं रखा तो थोड़ा पोक कर देंगे लाइव स्ट्रीम में तो अच्छा नहीं लगेगा ना।
लीड अच्छा कर रहे हैं, अच्छा खेल रही है जॉन्टी गेमिंग। वीक 2 में भी टॉप 2 फिनिश किया था, हम भी थे उनके ग्रुप में। प्लेटिनियम रख दे तो कभी ऊपर नीचे चलता है उनका, कंसिस्टेंट इनकंसिस्टेंट वैसे ही होता है।
मेरे को तो कुछ पता ही नहीं है दोनों टीम में, ये कंफ्यूज हो जाता है। और ऑटोबॉट्स एरोबॉट्स थोड़ा सही खेलती है, हमसे क्लैश लेती है, उनको थोड़ा नीचे रखना है, आने दो उनका नाम। देख लो, हम पहली बार मैं भी देख रहा हूँ। गोल्ड तो डिजर्व करता है बंदा। वही दाफी जैसे कि एचयूडी लेके खेल रहे हो लोग, अब क्या बोल सकते हैं। हमारा एक टीममेट फैन है उनका।
सिल्वर ही रखूंगा। इनके 2 प्लेयर खेल चुके हैं मेरे साथ, बट वही है ग्रुप बी से क्वालिफाई वाली टीम, सीरियस नहीं ले सकते उन्हें।
बच्चे की टीम है, ब्रोंज रखेंगे। खेलती है अच्छा, पर एटीट्यूड बिहेवियर रखना चाहिए ना। जो हम लोग ने भी क्वालिफाई किया है, ऐसे कुछ भी बोल दिया कि तो अच्छा नहीं लगता है।
केडी मार देगा तो मार देगा, नहीं तो हो जाती है टीम, खत्म हो जाती है उधर ही। कंटेंडर्स है वो तो टॉप 1 पे जीतने के लिए एकदम, दोनों बार टॉप किया है। ग्रुप ऑफ डेथ जो थी उसमें भी टॉप किया, एक तरफा डोमिनेशन था उनका।
और तमिल के प्लेयर थे, बहुत मारते गोल्ड में। क्लैश लेने आती है, कभी वो मार देती, कभी हम मार देते, कभी थर्ड पार्टी करने आती है।
फायर पावर है, अच्छा खेल रही है, हमसे तो अच्छा खेली थी ग्रुप बी में। राउंड 2 में जो थी ड्रॉप फाइट्स हो रही है कि कौन छोड़ेगा ड्रॉप, सब देखते हैं, लीग में पता चल जाएगा। तो
मेरा झगड़ा होने वाला है आज। ब्रोंज ग्रुप बी में मार के थोड़ा एटीट्यूड दिखा रहे हैं, बोलते #3 आ गए, पर अभी क्या करे, वो सोता नहीं बेचारा। उनका रशर जो है सपोर्टर सोता ही नहीं है, आग काली हो गई है।
डिजर्विंग है और क्या,
ब्रोंज डिजर्व सब करते हैं। नहीं ओवररेटेड है बहुत,
इनकंसिस्टेंसी चल रही है उनमें अभी बहुत ज्यादा,
बहुत ओवररेटेड है। लोग लाइक के लिए, सब के लिए रील बनाते हैं कि अपना नंबर 1 रशर ले आ गए। ये भी जाएगी जल्दी, अंडररेटेड होगी ये भी।
इनको हटा दे, इनको ब्रॉन्ज पे डाल दे।
रोने लगेंगे
नहीं यार,
सच में रो देंगे। इसको नीचे कर देते, चलो भाई बेचारा टीजी का नाम है, ऊपर कर देते। सबसे टफ एक NMR हो गया क्योंकि वो थर्ड पार्टी करती है, और एक गॉडलाइक।
यार कैसे सवाल पूछ लिया यार।
भाई कैमरा ऑफ कर दीजिए, बता देता हूँ।
So who according to you is the most overrated rusher?
रसर में तो
ओवररेटेड रशर,
ओवररेटेड मुझे TSG का लेजेंड लगता है।
TG डिलीट।
वो मतलब अच्छा खेलता है बट
हाँ दाफिक जो डिस्क्वालीफाई हो गया वो।
TG डिलीट।
ओवररेटेड रशर, आई थिंक
ओवररेटेड रशर आई वुड लाइक टू से क्रिश।
सोचना पड़ेगा तो काफी।
ஷாங்கி சொல்லிருப்பேன் இப்போ நான் delete சொல்லிடுறேன்।
TSG legend।
வேற क्वेश्चन बोलूंगा, வேற क्वेश्चन।
अभी के टाइम पे मेरे को डिलीट लगता है।
कट
किसी और से पूछ लिया, मैं चलता हूँ।
अगर अपनी ही टीम में किसी को बेंच करना हो तो किसको करेंगे?
अगर टीम में बेंच करना होता तो सोहन।
आई थिंक मार्को।
वॉल्विन मेरी जगह खाई उसने।
हाँ मैं ही हो जाऊंगा।
मैं तो रॉनी ताई का करूँगा, बहुत डांटते हैं मेरे को।
अभी थोड़ा सा मैच्योर होना बचा है उसका। मैं अपने टीम से अपने IGL को बेंच कर देता।
वॉल्विन।
Godal Marco. Why means he is going school. He have more age. Army under 21. Pari only 16.
शायद से मैं लिखी को करता।
सबसे पहले मैं बेंच करना चाहता हूँ डिवाइन भाई को, क्योंकि वो हमारे IGL है।
மார்க்கோ அஃபிஷியல் டோர்னமெண்ட்டே ஒன்று தான் வந்தது. ஓகே இல்லை கட்
रिक्रूट तो मैं नाइटमेयर के मेरे दोस्त है पंडित, उन्हें करना चाहूँगा। मेरे काफ़ी अच्छा दोस्त है।
और रिक्रूट करूंगा लिखी।
ताहिर फ्यूगो ब्रो।
जैगवार को करूंगा टीम हिल से।
CFF का वाइल्ड फॉक्स, क्योंकि बहुत टाइम से उसके साथ खेलता आ रहा हूँ।
RG होटा।
मैं रिक्रूट करना चाहूँगा पवन को।
KD गार्ड, किलर FF।
दाफी अपने अर्श भाई को मारूंगा हेडशॉट को। अपनी ही टीम में अर्श भाई हेड मारूंगा मैं अर्श को।
मन्नू हेडशॉट मारना चाहता हूँ दाफी को।
माफिया
TG हैशटैग
डिलीट को चूज करूँगा।
बस यो
हेडशॉट लेवल अप कर दूंगा।
किलर FF।
रिवाइव तो मैं करना चाहूँगा लिखी भाई, क्योंकि वो बार बार नॉक होते रहते हैं।
सोहन। रिवाइव मैं साहिल को करूंगा।
वोटा।
डिलीट भाई को रिवाइव करो।
साहिल RNTX। आइकॉनिक। और रिवाइव में अपने IGL भाई को ही करना चाहूँगा।
कौन से फ्री फायर मैक्स टीम के सबसे टॉक्सिक फैंस हैं?
टॉक्सिक फैन नहीं बोलेंगे, पर इमेच्योर ऑडियंस टोटल गेमिंग की बहुत ज़्यादा है। मतलब बहुत हेट करते हैं वो, अननेसेसरी हेट कमेंट में बस।
TSG बहुत गालियाँ पड़ी है इसीलिए लगता है। और
TSG
TG के।
हाँ TG।
टीम एलीट। टोटल गेमिंग।
फार श्योर टोटल गेमिंग।
मैं कहूँगा इलीट वाले, क्योंकि TSG वाले तो इतना कुछ करते भी नहीं है, बट इलीट वालों का ऐसा है कि अगर हमारे क्रिएटर ने बोल दिया मतलब वही सही है।
टीम इलीट,
टोटल गेमिंग,
गॉडलाइक,
टीम इलीट एंड टोटल गेमिंग।
तो मुझे टॉक्सिक TG के
है TSG टीम अच्छी है बट उसकी फैन बेस थोड़ी सी है टॉक्सिक। हमारे भी हैं बट TG के थोड़े ज़्यादा।
ओवररेटेड प्लेयर होने वाला है
आई थिंक दफिक।
K9 का हनी, क्योंकि काफ़ी ज़्यादा ही बोलते हैं लेकिन परफॉर्मेंस तो नहीं आती।
योगी, उनकी टीम परफॉर्म कर रही है बट उनकी टीम में और भी बंदे अच्छा खेलते हैं।
डिलीट, ही इज एन एक्सपीरियंस प्लेयर बट ही लैक्स द यू कुड से फायर पावर आई गेस।
भाई TSG लेजेंड।
TSG लेजेंड।
ओवररेटेड दाफिक ही है।
पहाड़ी गेमिंग,
लेजेंड, TSG लेजेंड।
दाफिक, K9 स्पोर्ट,
डिलीट,
TG शांकी।
ये तो बड़ा
टीम नेम दे लिए।
ब्लैक बर्ड करके एक टीम है अभी,
SA12
ये होने वाली है नाइटमेयर स्पोर्ट्स, क्योंकि बोलने में ज़्यादा रहते, परफॉर्मेंस में फोकस करे तो बेटर रहेगा।
एसोल,
सोल,
ब्लैक बर्ड, क्योंकि बोल रहे थे बहुत।
सोल,
SATL,
K9,
सोल,
K9 esports जो अभी फिलहाल डिस्क्वालीफाई है।
K9 esports। कोऑर्डिनेशन उनके कम यार होगा।
SA12,
सोल,
जो जोंटी गेमिंग की अभी वाली जो लास्ट लाइट थी वो।
बड़े भैया हमको फ्री फायर खेलना है।
While Total Gaming and Jaunty Gaming are waiting to see who their opponents are going to be, we are going to be kicking things off the last week of qualification. It's going to start off with the Clash mode. Welcome back to TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2025. My name is Lucifer. Joining me on desk is going to be Auzora. And Auzora, I want to ask you, how are you feeling? It's only 2 slots left and 6 teams fighting.
I'm feeling amazing, to be very honest. All of these teams are also prepared for going ahead and getting the additional prize pool chunk. So I'm pretty excited to go ahead and see how CS mode progresses moving forward, as so many teams are lining themselves up just to go ahead and showcase that they are built to perfection. So grand finals, reaching towards that stage is going to be super important, specifically if I talk about semifinals. So I'm okay. I believe the teams are having the nervous 99s.
I 100% agree on that. I think when we started things off here, even in the class squad mode, we kind of assumed Godlike should be taking their ticket, right? Even in the BR mode, that's the same thought we had, and it has so far not happened. And another surprise, a big one for everybody, was NG Pros. Week 2, the Dominators, so far not qualified in both class squad as well as BR mode. Sitting in the qualification, right, is not Total Gaming as well as Jaunty. They're going to be waiting, but let's quickly talk about the event timeline. So far, it all started, Auzora, in July in the in-game qualifiers, and we are down to the last week of qualification just before the grand finals.
Exactly, and this is the entire moment that most of the teams are waiting for. Week 1, it was a banger. We could see a couple of teams punching their ticket, moving towards the semi-finals. Week 2 is a time where we can yet again witness those two teams to go ahead and see who will become one of those competitors towards the top 2. So moving forward, we all are very excited to understand and assess the overall assignment, and alongside the team as well is pretty much prepared for the tournament format as well. It's a Swiss stage, we all know that, and all of those teams who have lost the game, they're going to get the opportunity yet again to showcase that they are built different.
Yeah, nobody's eliminated. I hope they're ready for something. Not yet. And today, 6 teams battling it out. We are going to be starting off with the elimination stage of this bracket. That is going to be the 0-1, meaning there is a team who have won 1 game and also lost the next. Sorry, my bad. They've not won any game. From the 0-0, they've jumped to the bracket of 0-1. The bracket that I'm talking about having at least 1 win is the last bracket. We're waiting for the opponents. Out of the 6, we'll get our 4 who will again battle. And from there on, we'll get our top 2 contestants of our week 2 of class squad, meaning this week 4 of the action that we are seeing. And this is the final format right in front of your screens for the CS mode. We are going to have the best 4 teams. And what are they going to be battling for is the major chunk of the class squad prize money.
That's right, we all were expecting some kind of a reward here, and this is the kind of reward that you all are receiving. But yes, the tournament format is looking pretty neat. Now talking about the prize pool, oh boy, champion, look at that. They're going to receive around 10 lakh rupees. So that itself showcases that teams need to buckle up. And yes, we have seen a couple of them who have already reached towards the semi-finals. The others are yet to come. But here's the thing, right? They get more opportunity to go ahead and address what their fears are in a CS mode. And the fear is as simple as taking those 1v1, 1v2 duels, where either a team is gonna rendezvous and get that ace, or they would just wait till the very end and play the buddy system. So yes, if you do that, you will at least get some kind of a prize in this entire chunk.
Yeah, I think if you're able to get to the top spots, out of the 4, you're going to be confirming the major chunk in your name. Is that going to be one of the 6 teams that we're going to be participating and playing today? We are going to take a look at it. But before that, there's a condition that they're playing on, Auzora. That is none other than 1 unique active skill. In the BR mode, however, we have a clear-cut picture of how it's working, right? There is no ban system. There is no system where if the opponent has a character picked, you cannot use that. But here in the class squad, that is there, which clearly pushes teams to figure out a newer strategy when they're fighting out, and that creates a problem in the best of 3 because they wouldn't have had the best character they would have wanted in their playing lineup, and now they have to go for the next best, which might not be the winning strategy.
Exactly, and most of the time teams are still figuring out what needs to be done in this certain given situation. And this is the overall gist of how things are going to go ahead. You can see Total Gaming and Jaunty Gaming, both of them reaching towards the semi-finals. They've advanced with 2-0 straight up. And now talking about the 1-0s and 0s and 1s, sorry, 0s and 1s is where we're going to focus upon. OnePlus God's Reign versus Non-Stop Gaming. This is going to be our first game, and later on it's going to be Vashishta Esports versus Aiku Reckoning. So this is going to be a fun bout where either one of them, if they lose, of course, they're going to be eliminated. If they win, then they enter towards a 1-1 strategy.
Now, Vasista Esports, I was kind of figuring this would be the way they would kind of cross around the bracket because, hey, against the fight of Jaunty Gaming, we kind of generally see teams. Yeah, that's Jaunty Gaming. I think a lot more description about them means that you already know, and Jaunty Gaming did show us what they're capable of. 2-0ing Godlike. When they 2-0'd somebody else, that is also NG Pros on the same day. I was not ready for that. But Vasista Esports did have a strong start. I don't know what happened towards the later few rounds in the best of 3, and they've been pushed to the 0-1 stage. Now they still have an opportunity. Aiku Reckoning, they've not been at their best form, as we saw them in the in-game qualifiers, right? I think that was one of the finest performances coming in from their end. But after that, it's not working out.
Let's see whether the entire strategy is going to work out today or not, as most of the teams are just going ahead and bagging the best part of it. As you all can see, today's schedule looks jam-packed. Here's another part, right? The couple of teams who have lost in the earlier bout against Total Gaming and Jaunty Gaming, they themselves are in the slot of 1-1. As they won before and lost once, so they're already there in that slot. But later on, moving forward, match 3 and match 4 will be that random code generator where teams are going to be matched against their best potential, and then the fight is going to be intense. So 1-1 is the part where we are all waiting to watch.
I think this is the best that we are going to be seeing in match 3 and match 4. None of the teams who would qualify from match 1 and 2 know who they're going to be fighting against. Is it Godlike? Is it Card 98 Army? It's not predestined. So they have to figure a way through. Once they win here, they have to again figure out a winning strategy once the bracket is there for match 3 and 4. But before you head over there, before that tension rises up, it's match number 1. OnePlus God's Reign versus NG Pros. Now, I think NG Pros, after what happened on the league stage, this is something I think is brewing in everybody's mind of what happened to NG Pros. So far, we've only seen Manu. After that, slowly we've been seeing a climb coming in from Anubhav. But Crop C, I think last week slowly started off, but again, still somewhere down the line, wound down and it did not work out. But let's hope it works out today, because the map order, which is randomized, starts off with Nextera.
Nextera, then Kalahari alongside Bermuda. If things goes for a BO3, of course, the third map will be waiting as a decider. But overall, I believe that Nextera and Kalahari will be the couple of maps which will be a game designer. Alongside, let's just understand how well they can address the entire situation. But talking about OnePlus God's Reign, their performance has been consistent. Their 1v1s duels, the buddy system is overall working out for the best for them, and I'm expecting them to at least have a win or two. So next year will be a really good start for them, and then later on moving towards Kalahari, that's one of the places where I would say NG Pros can go ahead and win that map, as they are so dominating when it comes to that deserted map.
Yeah, I think if one need to look forward to a winning opportunity, as you rightfully said, it should be Nextera. If you head over to Bermuda, it's anybody's game. Let's jump into the character select of Nextera. Let's see the first bans coming through. It's going to be Tatsuya from OnePlus God's Reign, and on the other end, it's going to be Clue, making sure information is going to be missing, at least from the...
But I know for a fact that most of the times the information is always going to be there, as it's a 4v4 close quarter battle where things end up to go towards the circle, which keeps shifting the paradigms. Alright, Zayn being picked from the likes of OnePlus God's Reign, that's a really good pick, but a couple of picks coming in from NG Pros, that will be the game decider. Oscar alongside A124, alright, this is going to give them the kind of benefit that NG Pros needed at the beginning of the game. So let's just see how well OnePlus God's Reign is going to play their cards, as this one is a trump card.
Yeah, I think after seeing A124, I might be inclining just like you towards NG Pros, but on the other end, Ignis, this is a smart choice. I think when we talk about close combat in Clash Squad, we end up seeing teams who need utilities which break down opponents' glue wall or maybe even do damage. If it's not a nade, if it's not a melter, I think Ignis is the best bet that you can place. And along with that, you have Chrono. right? The time that helps you figure out what's the next best move. But to make sure, irrespective there's throwables or not, they bring out a Steffi with a Riptide Rhythm themselves, saying that, hey, you have an Ignis, we have a direct shot on that glue.
You know, Ignis is still fine. It's going to give a couple of chuck damage to the glue wall alongside the player who's right behind it. But looking at the way Skyler and Oscar can go ahead and break through all the defensive mechanisms itself is screaming volumes. And NG Pros, they've had the best pick in this entire lot. Santino being the wild card. All right, the repositioning tactics are going to help a lot overall for the likes of OnePlus God's Reign, but they have to play it to perfection. We all have seen how Santino, the entire switcheroo system, the entire repositioning has costed most of the players. And right now, looking at the hands of Predator, I believe this sniper needs to do the heavy lifting.
I think not just Predator, it has to be the whole team. We kind of spoke yesterday last week. The timeline seems like yesterday
hazy,
we
right?
ended with week 3. That's how close it was. I'm still unable to understand that we've already towards the qualification. I feel we are still in in-game qualifiers, but nonetheless, that's how intense this competition is. Meaning, we do not want it to be ending. But the main discussion I was bringing about is when Winsmoke was there, and then he gets replaced by Manish. I think that performance that we wanted to see of what Manish was delivering around our in-game qualifiers. If you remember, I think after that switcheroo of day 1 to day 2, OnePlus God's Reign made a big change in performance. They were a completely different team and they table topped. But after that, that performance has not been there. Now, yes, they've been consistent, as you said. They've been getting points. They've been surviving. All of that has been working. But I think here in CS, survival doesn't play a big card. You have to make sure you rake up those points. Get this BO3 done as soon as possible, because one more difficulty here, like Godlike as well as Car 98 Army, right, Azora, they do not have to play 2 matches. They only have one best of 3, whereas OnePlus God's Reign or NG Pros or the other 2 teams who are going to be playing in match 2, they have 2 matches on a stretch to be played to qualify into the finals.
Well, that itself showcases that the teams are, in fact, like horses. They have some really good stamina that they need to go ahead and burn today. And if you want the majority chunk in the CS mode, might as well burn the entire resources until you are dry. And then later on, you can at least understand the kind of mistakes that you have made. So overall, I think that teams are very much prepared, taking a couple of games, 3 games at a stretch. It doesn't matter for them because they're here to go ahead and win. And looking at the way NG Pros is already having the kind of selection that we already spoke about, they're already inclined to go ahead and win in the first map itself next year. It is going to be important for them to at least embark the journey of a comeback, as they are lacking the confidence, unlike OnePlus God's Reign. OnePlus God's Reign, they have the confidence when you talk about BR, they have the confidence when it comes to CS. Both the places, they're stacked up. So I need to understand what NG Pros is up to now.
Yeah, I think when you were describing this, one instance or one description came to my mind for NG Pros is none other than they're looking a little shaken, right?
Exactly.
It's not the same team that we saw at the end of week 2. There seems like maybe they might be trying something new or a little iffy performance coming in from a couple of players. Maybe what they want to do is not actually coming out on play. Maybe on paper it sounds like picture perfection, right? Icing, the best of it, and a cherry on top. But when it comes into actual play, it might not be making the mark. But hey, that was all week 3. It's time for week 4, the last and final qualification. Right. Clash Squad, here it starts. Let's see if Nextera, like OnePlus God's Reign, won against Car 98 Army, can they find an opening victory, or is it going to be NG Pros all the way?
NG Pros or OnePlus God's Reign? That's the question that most of the players, most of the viewers are having currently in their head. And OnePlus God's Reign right now, looking at the way they're just charging forward, I feel that they are currently in a very nice notion. They have the confidence. They have the kind of strategy that works out for the best. And right now, looking at Predator, he's already set to know where the direction or the sound is coming from. So I don't think so. NG Pros, the kind of rush they wanted is very sneaky peeky like.
Yeah, I mean, OnePlus God's Reign were looking straight ahead until the initial shots were taken. They were wondering that players will still make an entry from their end. But finally, when a couple of shots were rattled, now they know the position of NG Pros. Holding it out. Mannu, he's finding an individual flank point because all players of OnePlus God's Reign are stuck at the center of this Deca square. NG Pros split themselves in even distances. It could be a big opportunity. Slowly climbing up, a little bit of a pixel spotted. There's the opening. Cropsy delivers. Can he find another? Damage is being done, but a counter knock on Manish. But Cropsy, yes, he'll grab that elimination. Do not allow that revival. But Manu had to cover a little late, and Predator right now grabbing those eliminations. Trouble here for NG Pros. Last man surviving will be cleaned off. 1+ God's Reign. What a play together.
Well, the starting was really good. NG Pros, they got a couple of knocks. They wanted to go ahead and confirm, but unfortunately, 1+ God's Reign, they stuck together, and that's where things changed. And specifically to talk about the Chrono Shield, the Time Turner coming into the picture, it still changed the entire course of action. NG Pros, at the part where they were about to win, they took a big loss. And now looking at the economy, it's not looking that good. Moreover, they have gotten few weapons, few ARs, which will help them out overall. But on the other end, look at the way 1+ God's Reign is playing. They're playing it so tactically, and this tactical advantage is going to give them the first knock.
Opening found. Manish even confirms. Again, NG Pros not looking great. Zipway used to its best. Another player spotted, and look at how quick 1+ God's Reign are into action. NG Pros are not getting much. And there it is, another one. Cropsy is down. Anubhav as well. A quick exchange for a knock, but that's all they got, nothing else. One last survivor, Manu, finally gets spotted. The battle now going on. His health is not looking that great. Catches Kaushik on the reload. Manu, can he pull off a big one? But no, says Manish from the back lines. And that is a 2-0.
That weapon goes for the next following stage. This is insane. 1+ God's Reign, they're playing to such advantage when it comes to the economical part of it. And now talking about the man count disadvantage that they were about to get in the previous round, that also was nullified. So very well thought, very well round, I would say a strategy coming in from the likes of 1+ God's Reign. But NG Pros, I believe that they're all set for this particular comeback. And it is at the spot of Grab Labs where things are going to get anti-gravity, so the jumps are going to look even more like a leap of faith. And let's see which team is going to take that first one.
One step for a man, giant leap for a mankind. Here's what Grab Labs is going to sound like. But I think for now, NG Pros, that is the testament they have to make. An exchange again happening, but 1+ God's Reign, they seem on top of it. Confirmations coming on Anubhav. Another knock found. That should be crucial. Predator down, and now Kaushik as well. It's all up to Anshu. Big damage on him. 3 players from NG Pros all surviving. Kaushik's confirmation comes through. Anshu's position is revealed. They're holding him down, and this should be the opening that NG Pros were looking for. The previous one was close, but a 1v3 is tough. But this time, a 1v3 in their favor.
Oh, well. Anshu, in the nick of the time, what can he do? I can see Cropsy. He's looking very excited. He needs to go ahead and get that one frag. It's out there somewhere. But how can he find it? There's no information whatsoever. Anshu playing it to perfection. He's timing it out. At least get a knock or two. Struggle jumping around, trying to peek around the corner. And there comes the information. Anshu revealed. And he's still sticking around. He knows he's going to be safe here. Finally running around. Glue wall deployed. Glue wall shattered. And the hopes of getting the third. NG Pros, this was the comeback that they needed, and they received it.
If they missed it here, I think it could have been a big problem. I think 3-0 from there, staging another comeback. Economy not looking that great. Investing at all times. But for now, at least because of this one round before an equalizer, Ozora, on either end, the economy is going to be somewhere even Stevens on the battle. Investments, yes, we can see P90s across the board, a lot more ARs. I see a Mag 7, a dangerous weapon in close range. Manish wielding it. Let's see if he'll be able to find an opening. VSK as well. Chrono being activated a little too early as soon as the players of NG Pros were spotted. Nades being tossed, but Steffi used really well, and Cropsy uses that to survive and slowly push forward. That's smart. And now a counter nade's coming through. And Manu, look at it. Timing and position, but unfortunately Predator makes a move. But catching him off guard with a P90. Predator just running around in circles while NG Pros, they keep tagging and bagging the players of 1+ God's Reign.
That's right, last man standing Predator. He's outside. He could not get the support of the entire team. And here's another part, right? Cropsy, well, I could see a level 3 MP5. The chipset, of course, being advanced, and the level up itself showcases that it's going to be a lot of bullets being rained upon as the fire rate keeps increasing as you level weapons up. NG Pros, couple of rounds, and it's back to back, which means 1+ God's Reign, their backs are broken.
How things started, 1+ God's Reign now giving that control away to NG Pros. No, not what you should be allowing. Farmtopia to decide who takes the lead. It's a 2-2 scoreline. Airdrop spawning. NG Pros closer to grab that. I think they will go for it, but Manish makes a run that gets spotted. Nice glue wall, but there's a small edge that Cropsy would want to take in his favor. Cropsy and Manish both fighting for the cyber airdrop. And just the glue wall between them. Kaushik unable to spot. Ooh. Finally a couple of pot shots and Predator spots him from the other angle. Ignis being used, that's good information. And Anubhav goes down, Cropsy goes down. That's big opening before Manu could land one for him.
It's a 2-on-2 straight. Kaushik already been taken care of. Anshu on the other end, HP way too low. He's been spotted. But those shots are not going to take him down just yet. Manish, the one to aggress forward, knows where Manu's location is. And look at the way he's just charging forward. Manu, what can he do? Shots have been fired at him from back lines. And that's how his back was exposed. Round received, 1+ God's Reign. Time where it hurt the most with the likes of NG Pros. They have struck the iron hot.
I think 1+ God's Reign from that, I would say, team approach, team game, stick together, win together, to now slowly moving in directions where NG Pros might be surrounded, right? It's like suffocating them and not giving them much space to work around, and that's working out. 1+ God's Reign. They find a way back in, and NG Pros, a little bit of a mess up on that cyber airdrop battle, and they did not even win it. 1+ God's Reign gets that, bests them upon it. And now they have weapons upgraded. With a chip, Manish gets forced on a battle, and Cropsy is the one, he also grabs an elimination. Cropsy is stuck while his teammate gets knocked. They're trying to toss utilities to find another opening. Predator, big damage on him. Finally Cropsy gets shut down, but Anshu is not in the safe zone, and finally NG Pros, with him going down, it's going to be a full-on wipe. Back to back, it is action non-stop, with none of the teams budging to give that lead away.
This is lovely. The kind of competition that we're seeing right now, 1+ God's Reign. Previous round, they made a lot of mistakes. First off, the buddy system did not work. The chrono, the time turner coming in to the picture. At the last moment, they were still deciding what needs to be done. I mean, you completely get it. Like, you understand the overall situation that you're not going to be shot from the outside. Neither can you shoot from the inside to the people who are outside. So that's the kind of situation that was created. And overall, it was NG Pros who took the advantage of it. And wait a second, Kaushik, so quick to go ahead and take that HP down. That was a lovely shot coming in. Anshu taken care of. Manish is still lingering around the corner, thinking that he can at least get a knock or two, which could be a really good stance. But here's the thing, NG Pros, they have played this round for perfection. They have the manpower advantage, and now Manish is running for his real life. Goes back, thinks that at least he can get a knock or two, but unfortunately it is going to be NG Pros. With a 4-man squad moving forward, the kind of economy that they have right now is massive.
A 2-round lead, finally, a distance that they would want to create another opportunity. Previously, they equalized the score and tried to take a lead. 1+ God's Reign said, no, that's not going to happen. But then NG Pros come back in, equalize the score, and now take a lead as well to make it a 4-3. Opportunity for NG Pros to get to 5, finally creating that 2-round of a difference that 1+ God's Reign had at the start.
Insane.
And so far, as you said, the buddy system missing for OnePlus Gods. And if that continues, NG Pros, they're like that, right? They individually keep firing. A little bit of a mess up in that opening shot in previous round at Rustown has given this advantage.
Another flood.
Let's not talk about it, Anubos. Yeah, unfortunate, but they have a lead.
Here's another part, right, Lucy? I'm loving the way they're taking initial pause shots at the likes of OnePlus God's Reign, and the HP is dwindling. It's just dwindling at the beginning itself. So that one part is giving a really good opportunity for NG Pros to go ahead and hit OnePlus God's Reign where it hurts the most. Kaushik, yet again, HP low, goes ahead, starts mending himself, and in the middle of mending, there is Manu hitting those shots with the P90 and takes him down. Santino, really good repositioning, but Manish, he's caught in the crosshair. Couple of knocks coming through. Kaushik somehow, he's surviving, but Manish, he could not.
Somehow it's back to 3v4. I thought maybe a player from NG Pros could also be eliminated, but that was only a knock. They quickly revive him. And a floor above OnePlus Gotcha. And finally they've dropped down. It's only one player on top of the scaffolding. Exchange between the player, but still number advantage favoring NG Pros. They will want to see a way to close this. Kaushik is still knocked. The confirmation not through. Struggles confirmation comes through. Time turner being used. Cropsy running around in circles with the help of Anubhav. And finally, they're both. And it was Anubhav doing the major chunk in terms of damage and gets this for the team. And now they're just a round away from getting next era as Booyah and closing it in this first starter series.
Boy, they're getting all wonky. OnePlus God's Reign. They need to buckle up. And if they don't, then things are going to be slipping right in front of their eyes. NG Pros, they're itching to go ahead and take this fight. And this is going to be that one round which will decide the fate of OnePlus God's Reign. Whether things head towards the third map or it's going to be sealed down towards the second itself. Kalahari waiting right around the corner. Cropsy on the other end, look at him chasing those ducks, knowing that the flank angle is important for him to take. And look at him, a lot of information right around the corner. Kaushik right in front. And Anubhav so aggressively standing true to where he stands.
Cropsy tried his best for the opening shot, but it did not work out, Zora. But I think they're right now pressured OnePlus God's Reign enough to be wary, because they're also right now at game point for next era. I'm sticking. NG Pros, they know they have an advantage. OnePlus God's Reign, they're at a big disadvantage of 2 rounds.
Oh no, there's one at the back
But
line.
they're still covered. Manu, the and Anshu, big damage, forcing to back off. Now they're trying to fight and the opening's found, but the quick exchange on struggle. But Anubhav going all in with that P90. And those are 2 big frags lost by OnePlus God's Reign.
You heard this. P90 go burr. And look at Cropsy. So happy. The overall performance. And yeah, those steps are seen, Manu. There you go. The confidence rolling back in for the likes of NG Pros as they back the Booyah in the map of next era. It was very important for them to go ahead and do this. And they have accomplished this in a very nice manner, to be very honest.
Yeah. True that. I think also I feel somewhere in next era, while OnePlus God's Reign started off really strong, Azora, a little respect, right? We kind of talk about this a lot. When you read your opponents, you know how they play, you tend up giving up a lot of respect to them. Now I think that's something that OnePlus God's Reign, if they tuned it down, this map was in their grasp. Towards the last few rounds when they started losing it, we could clearly see they were waiting for NG Pros to make the move. And OnePlus God's Reign were like, can we spot them? Can we not? And NG Pros were playing really smart in that. They're like, oh, they're the ones thinking that they are playing the strategy. No, we are going to let their minds rattle. Now, it always happens, right? Now, imagine you've ordered something and you're like, hey, it's going to be arriving in 5 minutes. Now, you are anticipating. It is going to happen. 5 minutes done, 6 minutes done. Now, you're worrying. You're anxious. And I think that's what OnePlus God's Reign eventually started facing towards the last few seconds at that ending phase of the round, the play zone closing in. And eventually, everything broke apart. They did not have numbers or that buddy system playing together. The team tactic that they had at the start missed at the end.
You know, they were like mice in the cage. They were being constantly rattled from the likes of NG Pros, and they constantly kept moving around. They did not stop. That's the best part about them. They did not stop. They kept one player at the back lines waiting for the right kind of backup, and then later on, just at the nick of the time, when OnePlus God's Reign thought that the back is completely safe, it's a really nice corner, they can stay around here, they can get those frags, that's where those knocks came in. That's the place where OnePlus God's Reign, couple of knocks, and they could not even retaliate on a good manner. So, yeah, I believe, like you rightly mentioned, Lucifer, the anxiety took them down. And now moving forward in the map of Kalahari, I believe that they need to buckle up. They need to at least go ahead and back this one, hence moving things towards the third map. Else, NG Pros, they're going to be running all around.
Yeah, NG Pros, they're already hurt, right? Like, very big hurts, disappointment. I'm pretty sure even the viewers, in terms of the performance that we ended up seeing in week 3, they were also like, what happened to NG Pros? Now, I think it's time for NG Pros to redeem themselves. Whatever happened in week 3, hey guys, just brush it off. Not something that we did. It is time for us to redeem. I think that ticket to the finals in the class squad has to be ours. We cannot give it away to anybody else. And they're already proving it. Initial rounds given, they wanted to understand in OnePlus God's Reign how they managed to play, what their tactic is. Once they had the idea about it, they knew that the kind of eagerness from OnePlus God's Reign reaches its endpoint very soon, and they took advantage of it. And who took advantage of it? A player that we were expecting to, Cropsy. Did not start off full guns in blazing at round 1, but from round 2 he was guns blazing.
Oh, round 3, I would say. Round 3 was absolutely a big change in paradigm. And NG Pros, they for sure backed those rounds, got that confidence, and then later on they kept rolling forward. And this is a big factor, Lucy. I'm going to be highlighting this one point where if teams are going to go ahead and get their confidence back in the CS mode, then BR mode will be a easy breezy game for them, as the confidence can go ahead and steamroll towards the next day as well.
Let's hope if they're able to continue this, as you said, easy breezy, as the best weather strikes will also result in the best qualification for you. But let's quickly talk even about the scoreboard. Here you'll kind of get the complete insight of where things missed, and you spoke about it. Predator, I think from his end, we already thought by default he'll be finding a lot of eliminations. We see assists coming in, but Manish, he's the one we also had an eye on when Windsmoke was missing, right? So Manish stepped up, but what happened to Predator? Not too sure. Something missing today, and I think the pressure of qualification and elimination simultaneously maybe acted this way. But on NG Pros, this is what we expect, right? Every player kind of as the fragger. And look at that, 7-7 eliminations, Cropsy in struggle, and then Manu and Anubhav at 6 each.
Oh, not only that, look at Cropsy. 12 total assists. This man has involved himself in total 19 battles. Wow, that's massive. And this itself is speaking volume. Struggle alongside, he's also on the same tracks. Manu, Anubhav, both of them giving the right kind of backup that they needed at the nick of the time. So NG Pros, they have every single thing checked. They have a buddy system. They have some really nice strategies. They have the economical advantage as well, as most of the rounds that they've won have saved them a lot in the next following one. God's Reign on the other end, they got 2 consecutive rounds, and then later on they lost 2. So that shakes a lot of confidence alongside the economical advantage that they had before. So let's see how well they can go ahead and perform in the next following map, as CS mode is very brutal if you don't go ahead and calculate these 2 things.
Nextera's done, hit that reset button, and that's all we could kind of say for OnePlus God's Reign, because if they don't hit that reset, this is going to linger around their mind and they will think about, hey, how did we lose to NG Pros? We were the ones to start things off. This happened to even Vasista Esports in Clash Squad. While we thought Vasista Esports should start a little late and Jaunty Gaming should have the easy run to start things off, because they're known to be consistent. They know individually of how every player plays, but it was not that. It was Jaunty Gaming to lose the initial rounds, and we felt like, oh wait, there's the big switcheroo. Vasista Esports seems to be confident, but Jaunty Gaming shut that door, and that's what NG Pros are doing. If OnePlus God's Reign do not understand this, that their they're reading all the strategy that you have in the initial 2 rounds, whether they win or lose. They're not banking or thinking, hey, we've lost 2 rounds. Oh no, everything is gone. The world's about to burst. No. NG Pros, they're like, 2 rounds. Done. We have to win 6. From here on, OnePlus God's Reign are going to count our rounds. And that's why we see this 6-3. Imagine, after having 2 consecutive wins at the start of it and only managing to get 1 after NG Pro staged their comeback.
A couple of rounds and then later on just 1. I mean, all thanks to the flank angle that OnePlus God's Reign made alongside contesting the cyber airdrop as well. So OnePlus God's Reign, they did a really good job. But NG Pros, they have stopped them on their tracks. And this is big. Kalahari moving next will be a game changer, a deciding factor for the likes of NG Pros, whether they can go ahead and bag it and tag it or take things all the way towards Bermuda, all thanks to God's Reign performance. So these are the couple of things that we can go ahead and witness in the next following map. It's going to be a super important one, as this BO3, I just cannot get enough of it.
None of us can. And I think a lot of viewers are also excited to see qualification. Lost 2 tickets, Aurora. This is the best time to kind of put your best foot forward, grab that ticket, and that gives you access to that major chunk of the 20 lakhs, right? The champion, yes, gets 10 lakhs. That's going to be the biggest. But you still have a lot more in grabs when you come into second, around 4 lakhs. Then at the third and fourth, you see 1.6 coming in your hand. That is additional price that everybody would want.
Absolutely, they would love it. And that's how this entire CS mode has been designed for them. Swiss stage first of all, and second of all, you get the opportunity to go ahead and showcase whether you are going to stand out of the crowd or you're going to call it quits. BR mode is still out there for the teams who are trying to go ahead and find their way, but this is one of the places where you can go ahead and bag more money. And CS stage so far has been super good for the teams who have already pre-designed the entire section. They've moved towards the semifinals. Well, Total Gaming and Jaunty Gaming, their performance, we could see it in day 1 itself. It was absolutely amazing. Moving forward, I'm pretty impressed from the likes of NG Pros that they've showcased such a good gameplay in the map of next era. But moving forward, let's just go ahead and understand what kind of picks both OnePlus God's Reign are going to bring in alongside NG Pros. What will happen? Let's go ahead and witness.
NG Pros played the smart game and they're going to continue it in their ban is Clue. They do not want information access for OnePlus God's Reign because they themselves are not playing on any information. All they want is going to make sure they shut down the opponents and go for fragging, and that's working out for NG Pros. Steffi getting banned, I think OnePlus God's Reign making a smart move here. That Steffi kind of costed a lot for OnePlus God's Reign when they were trying to find an opening frag. As soon as nades were getting tossed, Steffi was open, and as soon as Steffi's ability was on, none of those throwables were doing any kind of damage, and that completely kind of pushed away OnePlus God's Reign from finding any other opening. NG Pros instantly again go back to that runner. They grab the Oscar, but this time not having a ban on Tatsuya, which previously was done by OnePlus God's Reign. They pick it up for themselves along with Zayn, which they already had.
Oh no, this is bad. Again, OnePlus God's Reign, they did not know what's coming next. NG Pros, they might go in yet again for a really nice pick of Skylar alongside getting Ignis if they want to go ahead and have some really good fun. But it's going to be Chrono and A124 to go ahead and nullify whatever is going to come from the front end, and Chrono to bring up all those defensive walls in order to get a really nice switcheroo. Now, let's just go ahead and focus what OnePlus God's Reign can bring on the table. Oh wow!
Koda and
Skylar.
Yeah, this was necessary. I think against NG Pros, if you would want to play smart, you need information. If Clue is banned, there are still a lot more character abilities which give you information. And then Skylar, I think OnePlus God's Reign had information at all times on NG Pros. However, they couldn't make it work because the players were not together. Towards the end, it's going to be Iris and NG Pros here like, oh, you come out with information. We're going to make sure that if you're hiding behind glue walls, that's not going to work for you. We're going to find a way through.
This is different. You know, all of a sudden, Manu just going ahead and shifting gears. This is 6th gear is all I can say from the likes of NG Pros. But I really love all the picks coming in from OnePlus God's Reign as well. They have definitely thought their way through that they need to go ahead and win in the map of Kalahari. If they don't, then every single thing will be tossed.
2-0 is not a loss. OnePlus God's Reign won. And hey, your elimination is not out of FFMIC 2025. It's in the mode of CS. In BR, you still are going to be fighting tomorrow. However, I think God's Reign, this is their opportunity to not lose out. NG Pros, I think they are not at their best. Even though they won the previous game, I wouldn't say that's their best, right? We've seen even greater and better coordination and team play coming in from there. And I think NG Pros are on the track of getting back to their best performance. And OnePlus God's Reign, if they're able to break that chain, right, at the construct of that building of NG Pros, it is going to be a demolition derby where OnePlus God's Reign will have an opportunity to make their own building and sit and call themselves as they've qualified and put out NG Pros out of the CS mode in the hole.
Well, that's a huge ask, to be very honest. OnePlus God's Reign,
big
for
one.
sure, they would love to go ahead and win this map and take things towards the third one, the decider, which is going to be Bermuda. But NG Pros, they would love to go ahead and cement this entire victory, hence moving forward for that 1-1 duel. And then in that, let's just see who is going to be their arch nemesis. OnePlus God's Reign so far, just imagine, right, if they lose this one or they win this one, they will have the kind of confidence that they need to go ahead and win even in BR mode. I mean, come on. Those two teams are still yet to be decided, and tomorrow will be the day for them to be going ahead and calling themselves victorious among all of those teams who are still struggling to reach towards the top 6. So that's another statement that teams can go ahead and showcase, as both of them have the standing chance, like you rightly mentioned, in both the stages, CS or BR. Both of them is just up for the grab. So yeah, moving forward, I would just love to see how well OnePlus God's Reign can go ahead and stop NG Pros on their tracks, as they're the ones who always dominate in the map of Kalahari. They know every nook and cranny of this map, and I know for a fact we're on the screen of character select, and they themselves are greasing their wheels to go ahead and get that steamrolling effect with a 6-0.
Yeah, I think when you just mentioned 6-0, that was the perfect segue for me to talk about NG Pros when they battled previously, Godlike Esports, a 6-0 defeat on Kalahari itself. Now, they are wounded for sure, right? That loss of a 6-0, they would want to prove better. But OnePlus God's Reign, this is an advantage for you. Now, they know they're wounded. They know they'll be trying to correct whatever went wrong when they fought against Godlike. While they're in this reconstructing situation on Kalahari, your best option is to destroy that from happening. That's what my whole ideology of kind of bringing through that entire floor plan was, to make a full stop right here in Kalahari. Now, yes, Bermuda will be a different story. It's a vanilla map that we always keep talking about. NG Pros might still have an upper hand, but if you're able to stop them again on Kalahari, a lot of teams need to also understand that there is a bit of mind games when it comes to it, right? You can break their mental game in between a matchup, and if that happens, it brings a little bit of a crack, a chink in the armor between the teammates. Like, you didn't do that, you didn't do that. Hey, let's stop the blame game, and it could give an opportunity. That's all I'm saying. Play all your cards. Why leave it out there?
I mean, at the end of the day, you have to even bury the hatchet, right? I mean, 6-0 itself is sounding so good, but look at the way OnePlus God's Reign have been performing. They always have kept that best foot forward to get those rounds that they need the most. And now, moving forward in the map of Kalahari, let's just go ahead and witness these two teams clashing it out for the last time, possibly.
NG Pros, they're the ones with an advantage, a map win. Kalahari, not a ground that was good for them previously. Confinement to start things off. Already spotted Kaushik. Sorry, it was struggle on NG Pros. Kaushik also is spotted. Not enough to find a knock, whereas struggle, he's been knocked down. That's Manish with the opening. Predator has to go big here. He was the one with the fewer frags in the previous map. If they don't find an opportunity to activate individual players, OnePlus God's Reign, it might be a defeat, and they do not want to give that away.
Kaushik, he's so low in HP, but still, he's ready to go ahead and take those spot shots. Struggle, Yet again, he got the revive, but still looking at the way he's going ahead and trying to be aggressive, he's going to be taken down once again. This is not the start that NG Pros needed in this perfect map. And Anshu, look at him running around. Tatsuya dashes, and he's getting those knocks as well. Cropsy in the middle, battling it out. And Manu, he's not able to provide the kind of support that currently Cropsy needed.
The M500 not doing the deed. He is surrounded. His teammates falling like flies. Last man standing, Manu. Peppered from all directions. And that is round number 1. 1 plus God's Reign. They did the same thing. They've been winning these pistol starter rounds. And the next round as well. But that's just 2 rounds. This time they have to make sure the flurry of rounds from round 2 onwards also have to be written in their name. If they don't, it's going to be NG Pros trying to close it.
What will NG Pros do right now? Oh, wow. Some good investments coming in. And all of those dollars, it's going to give them some really nice weapons. But they have definitely cheaped out on multiple things. The vests, the helmets. And look at those shots from the Kingfisher. It's constant. It's a really good initiative. And Predator, for the first time, he's just getting those knocks. Struggle yet again, falling down. He's the first one to falter. But a really good push coming in from Cropsy. He takes one. And that's the 1-0 deal that was already dealt with NG Pros. That one player struggle who was not has already received the revival.
Continuing the spree. 1 plus God's Reign. We spoke about them. They should be the ones trying to convert, but they're the ones losing players. 2 of them spotted. Finally, Manish gets a confirmation on Cropsy, but a confirmation on Kaushik, and it's down to the last 2 players. 1 plus God's Reign, Anshu and Manish. Predator out, not even finding 1 elimination. And we said Predator is going to be very crucial if 1 plus God's Reign want to win on Kalahari. Trying their best. Anshu with the P90 spots the players. Manish holding the left flank. He knows the players are trying to push around the edges of the tent. The play zone closing in. Manish has to join Anshu. They have to try and play together, exchange the blows, revive each other. But it seems like Manish is still making sure that the crossover does not happen. And through the smoke, almost barely survives at 50% and then gets back to the container. But now is where it gets tougher. Both of them are locked and stuck in one spot.
Indeed. With that said, some really nice knocks and struggle. A double takedown coming in from his end. What a lovely way to put a big full stop. Usually what 1 plus God's Reign do is they get constantly 2 rounds consecutive. And that itself is a game changer. But NG Pros, they understood the assignment. They knew for a fact that right now is the time for them to go ahead and strike. And 1 plus God's Reign, the repositioning was one of the places where they faltered. The circle is always going to be one of the places where you have to give the first preference towards and then later on towards fight.
Smart move with all of them going for Kingfishers. Even though they did lose the pistol round, that just says that they were ready for the fight that was brewing up. And 1 plus God's Reign walked right into it, gave away the frags. They see the crossover again, but they are unable to deal with it. And NG Pros say, you don't, we'll do for it. And Manish, he gets the cyber airdrop, but at a cost of a teammate. 1 plus God's Reign, it doesn't seem like Kalahari maybe has their name written. NG Pros, they would want it to be theirs. And Manish, what a way to spot Manu, the player so far who's been dominating for NG Pros. Now Manish, this should be the opportunity with the numbers equalized, a 3v3, and slowly they're trying to crunch the players of 1 plus God's Reign. Sorry, NG Pros at the center. Might be the right move. Anshu hearing bullets being shot right below him.
They've been sent. NG Pros, that was a really good decision. And now moving forward with the similar weapon, they're trying to go ahead and get those rounds. Cropsy right in front. Couple of pot shots, and Anshu, he's also giving a really nice response to that. And back in center, those shots are coming through, and Manish, look at him, the eager lad to go ahead and find that one perfect spot, the opportunity to seize the entire moment, but it's not gonna happen. As NG Pros, they had eyes all across all four directions, understanding what kind of next move OnePlus God's Reign is going to bring in. Even though one of the airdrops has been secured from the likes of OnePlus God's Reign, it's not working out for the best for them. They had some really good weapons, but unfortunately they could not use it. I mean, yet again, just talk about the way they're leveling up those weapons, the MP5, and still not able to bring the maximum value out of it. It hurts.
Yeah, I think it's come down to individual players. Look at Predator. He's not even found a single elimination. He's the one struggling here in Kalahari. I think that might also be affecting the teammates. I think for NG Pros, it's just about information. Manu, we spoke about him a lot, right? He was the one who was still making sure the ship sails for NG Pros while his teammates were not picking the flag. But now, his teammates have taken up that responsibility and Manu is like, we'll still find it. Nothing to be worried about. And struggle, look at him. 4 eliminations. Anubhav at 2. Cropsy at 2. Manu this time, he's like, hey, I spot players. I get information for you. Now you know what they are, where they are, how they're playing. It's time for you guys to play and activate.
Oh, the smoke grenade. Just to reposition Manu. Playing it very smart. Risk of exposure was out there. All thanks to Koda. But looking at the way Manu has played this one bit is just amazing. Anubhav, far off angle, and with the P90 nonetheless, the knock has been secured, and the nade just as a follow-up. Crossy rushing forward with a level 3 upgraded MP5, and it's gonna rain a lot of bullets as NG Pros, they are here to go ahead and dominate in the map of Kalahari.
Do you still want Manu to find eliminations, Ozora?
No, the information bit is good.
Yeah, this is what I think OnePlus Gods need to understand. Like, maybe finally play that bait game if possible, because it does happen, right? Teams kind of face a tough day. A player might not be feeling his best. It happens. You cannot always be in form, right? Certain times it could be because of health restrictions, had a allergy, or maybe not the tippy top pinkest of your health, and it could be a reason for the performance deplete, right? But find another approach, and it seems like NG Pros have finally found that. They were also making a lot of mistakes at the start of week 3, and today it seems like it's a new leaf for them. And OnePlus God's Reign, they are the ones in front of this new leaf in this new reign. That is NG Pros. Kaushik jumping around the time turner, but for how long? Anubhav with the max 7 wanted to find an opening, but it's Struggle who's down, so it has to be Manu this time. Predator going for his first play, lands a knock. Can he get that secure? Struggle going down as well. It's all up to Manu. OnePlus God's Reign might be able to right now string their second round, spotting the player. Manu, unfortunate. And that is the first. Playing together makes it for OnePlus God's Reign to stage a comeback before a big lead was taken away from NG Pros.
Well, Santa Catrina gonna go ahead and give a lot of information out here. The wrecked ship. I hope it's not gonna wreck a lot of fate right here. NG Pros, 3 rounds. They're looking so far very concrete, and they have the money to go ahead and spend it out in this particular round as well. On the other end, OnePlus God's Reign, they won the previous one. They have some really nice upgrades that are waiting for them, and finally taking them, they're gonna rush forward. The center of attention, the wrecked ship. Where can this entire team go ahead and stay is the question. Risk of exposure doesn't matter. Struggle, he's like, I'm going to keep rushing forward. And he's been exposed. And first one to bite the dust.
Bad position to be playing. That's a free elimination point. No chance of recovery as well. Anshu? Almost a big blunder. But now positions compromised. 2 AWMs here. Anshu with one. His teammate with the other. That's interesting. OnePlus Gods, and it seems like the confidence is slowly building in their name, and that should help them convert. Manish, he's been the top fragger. Has 5 total eliminations. Predator just found his first in the previous game. The previous round. And that's the score at 2-3. Now there's another opportunity, because the numbers are in advantage of OnePlus God's Reign, and they would want to convert it to be an equalizer 3-3. And now it seems like OnePlus God's Reign, they've understood that they are the ones who were making the mistakes. They were the ones who were losing their cool. They were the ones where the cooker's whistle was making a lot of noise. And now they're like, NG Pros, they're the ones on the disadvantage. Let them figure.
That's right. The circle is also going to take away those teams' comfort zones and now forcing their hands. This is the fight we were all waiting for, and that's right. The shots are going to be buzzing and it's hitting them like a huge train. NG Pros, that one mistake which came in from the likes of Struggle has costed the entire team. Finally, an equalizer coming through, and OnePlus God's Reign, a lovely way to go ahead and embark this journey of a comeback. They definitely want to go ahead and see the third map, looking at the way they have performed in this specific round. Oh boy, Clock Tower, all right. This is going to be fun.
It's turning out to be a very intense competitive game. Previously as well, this scoreline we saw from both the ends, right? But after this, it was a run-away game coming in from NG Pros. They streamlined how they had to play fights, and it worked out. But this time, I think that 3-1 split, it worked out in one. In the next immediate round, it didn't. And therefore, this time, a little bit of an alternate one. 1-2-1. Piercing right at the center are two players from NG Pros, while OnePlus God's Reign, they're playing a 3-1 split. Predator, I think he's the one furthest away, and there is the opening on Manu. The sniper is brought down to his knees. OnePlus God's Reign again striking hard.
Oh boy, Cropsy, the gentleman farmer, shots fired, and finally he hits them. OnePlus God's Reign. But finally, the way they're just going ahead and doing a lot of damage, it's like constantly understanding where the teams are going to be. And look at that, in a fraction of a second, 3 players falter. NG Pros, that's a big blunder in the previous round, and now their hands have always been tied. That money, I do understand that they have it, they can go ahead and bring those weapons. Level 2 helmets, they have compromised in a place or two. This is bad.
I think it was all about, hey, nothing to be worried about for NG Pros, but right now a lot. And there again an opening. What are these shots? Kaushik from the VSK. 1-1 was about to find the third, but Anubhav finally with the M590 puts an end to this spree of knocks. But the difficulty, the danger, it's not out yet. Cropsy will be confirmed. So it's up to Anubhav and Manu. Can they fight against the lot of 3 players from OnePlus God's Reign who are on ground, while other 2 from NG Pros, they're trying to find an opportunity, maybe an offset. But Anubhav, he's making a run, trying to see if his teammate could help him. An exchange blow coming through. That was crucial. If Manish did not exchange, it could have been problem. And Predator with a final blow. And that is going to be 5 for OnePlus God's Reign. Same score line, but this time the names of the teams flipped.
And I would love to say this. OnePlus God's Reign, they have just understood what NG Pros usually do in the map of Kalahari. They have just understood. They're like an open book being constantly read upon, and each move is described with different meanings. NG Pros, they need to change their tactics as they're the one who are faltering again and again. Look at the way the height advantage has been brought upon, and the others are still on the giant carcass. I'm talking about NG Pros. All 4 members struggle, finally going for the flank angle. Alright, those are some hefty shots. But I don't think so the glue wall is going to instantly melt around the corner. Manu, the flank angle needs to be sublime. He needs to hold the ground down. As Anshu, he's charging forward. It doesn't matter what's going on. Woodpecker in hand. Still checking around the corner. But there's not a single peek, not a single knock from both the ends. Both of them playing it very close-knit. Kaushik on the other end. This, I believe, can be a game changer. But the knock, It has come through Anubhav. He's rushing forward, knowing that this is the time where he needs to go ahead and at least get that knock confirmation. M590 shots buzzing, and Anubhav gets the second one before he goes down.
What?
This is big. This is big. NG Pros. What a lovely round for them to showcase that they're still inside the game.
That was a round to close. They shouldn't have made that blunder. I don't know what happened over there. But giving Anubhav enough space to make a move, they did use that. Steffi made sure that nobody should use any kind of throwables and try to deny that from happening. But it was a player pushing through. You cannot stop with an ability. If there's an A124, maybe yes. But that's just going to put a stop to his character abilities, not his ability to spray. And right now, NG Pros 1 round away from equalizing the score. And if that happens, it's going to be back the court favorable for NG Pros.
Oh boy, a lot of damage being dished out at the beginning itself. Anubhav instantly goes ahead, patches himself, but the shots are going to be buzzing around the corner. Couple of knocks, struggle goes down. There's a big destruction ahead. Predator being the last man standing. Stakes are high, and NG Pros.
Mistakes.
Oh my god! NG Pros! That one mistake in the previous round from the likes of OnePlus God's Reign has costed a lot! And due to which, NG Pros received that one license to kill! And it's all going to go down in this perfect spot, Mammoth being the area.
This is the exact position they made a mistake. And Anubhav wreaked havoc. And if they are not able to answer here, NG Pros are going to sweep this series in a 2-0. OnePlus God's Reign, all the efforts that they poured here in Kalahari to stage a comeback. Down the drain. And NG Pros know they're just one step away from grabbing another opportunity. Moving towards the 1-1 of the bracket, fighting with either with Godlike or Car 98 Army. And OnePlus God's Reign, they could be out and done right here in Kalahari. When this map had still 2 more rounds, a total of 3 rounds yet to be played, it looked highly likely for OnePlus God's Reign to win and push us to Bermuda. But now OnePlus God's Reign, making a small blunder, has become the name and the cause for them maybe losing the series itself. And you can see how NG Pros, they're like, we have nothing to lose here on Kalahari.
They're playing it so slow. Shots have been constantly taken on to struggle. But he's not struggling. He's still having a really nice snowball effect right around the corner. Now forcing their hands to move. This is going to be big. They need to be very cautious about the situation. Skylar ability being utilized, and look at NG Pros. They slowly made their way forward towards those tents. Struggle on the other end. He has already found the weakling. He needs to go ahead and assess that situation right around the corner. Struggle taking those shots, and he is thinking that at least a knock can help the overall situation. And Manu, he's the first one to bag it up and tag it. But constant knocks are coming through from the likes of OnePlus God's Reign as well. 3v2 situation. Let's make it 3v3. Manu, HP way too low. And he's bringing it back to perfection. Anubhav, this is it. This is the kind of game changer that we were waiting for. The height advantage for now is not looking that good for the likes of OnePlus God's Reign. And slowly but surely, the HP, it is depleting. Finally finding the dent. NG Pros, I believe this is going to be that one opportunity where OnePlus God's Reign, they will have a really good effect. But it's going to be the circle that will take away the lives of all of them as NG Pros, they back this one, they get their booyah, and they're the ones to advance forward towards the 1-1 stage.
NG Bros, they stage a comeback on Kalahari and take it away from OnePlus God's Reign. While OnePlus God's Reign thought they could fight for survival, they are eliminated, and NG Pros, they move into the next matchup. What a way for NG Pros to win. played together, stuck together, decided we are not going to give this map away. OnePlus God's Reign made the biggest of the mistake at the same spot again. Mammoth, a place which is going to strike fear into them from today onwards. Imagine you have an opportunity, a higher ground. I know you did get knocked while you found one for your teammates. Yes, that is bound to happen of an exchange. You have to see what are the better odds of finding elimination on top of that exchange. And I think OnePlus God's Reign had those jitters. They were like unsure. I think maybe let's just go for that survival game. Let's see who that circle will favor. And I think it just favored NG Pros. They were the ones who I said had nothing to lose. They would not get eliminated if they lost Kalahari. There's still Bermuda for them. And OnePlus God's Reign should have understood that they are the ones to lose everything if they lose this series, and they just lost. And NG Pros, hats off to all the players. I think what a way they managed to play that out. They were the ones under pressure, right? Imagine they are at a deficit of 2 rounds, 3-5, OnePlus God's Reign, just 1 round to win. And one mistake, they don't claw their way back in.
Boy.
They burst it open and they're running through like they are the gladiators of the arena, and then just grab all the victory for their own end.
I could just remember that one kick, this is Sparta. And that was the opportunity where I believe OnePlus God's Reign should have fallen down from the carcass. But they chose to stick around, they chose not to fall, they chose not to do anything which costed them this entire BO3. And all thanks to Manu, nonetheless, has been doing a lot of heavy hitting and heavy lifting as well. At the same time, damage of over 4.6k with total of 4 eliminations. This is just the bare minimum, I believe. You can see some heavy hitters and some really nice elimination numbers moving forward is when we see the overall scorecard. But I would say NG Pros, when it comes to the map of Kalahari, nobody can outsmart them at all. They knew that the circle is going to prefer them. They knew that the ground advantage is the best place overall. They took care of that one player from the likes of OnePlus God's Reign, and from there on it became very easy to establish the control. And yes, NG Pros, well, you are going to move forward for the one-on-one duel.
Imagine we were saying Manu was sitting with 0 eliminations, and now he's the MVP when we ended Kalahari. That's how it is, guys. That's where we speak about Manu. He was not pulling off unbelievable, oh my god, clutches today at least. I'm saying today at least. Just look at his clips last week. Man was something else, but let's get back to it. 13 assists out of those 4 eliminations that he was able to grab, and highest with Struggle at 8.
That's right. Struggle has been that one player who constantly takes so many battles, and at least he tags a couple of players, tags them and leaves them so that the players, his teammates, can go ahead, form a buddy system and take the weakling out. And Struggle has a big hand in all of this. Cropsy as well, he also has favored a lot of fights, and alongside those HP depletions have caused a lot of chaos in the corners of OnePlus God's Reign. So overall, I would say NG Pros, they played it till the very end. 5-5 was the scoreline. And Mammoth, the place where things could have rectified from the likes of OnePlus God's Reign, could not happen. And that's what happens, right? If you feel this is going to be that one situation where you can fix the error, you might go ahead and win this one and take things towards the third map. That was the feeling that overall OnePlus God's Reign had, and that feeling was nullified by NG Pros in a jiffy.
Yeah, I think it might also be OnePlus God's Reign calling the victory too early. This is a term that you would generally see in everywhere, right? Whether it be sports, your casual games, that you're so close to that finish line that you think you've already won. But you do not cross that finish line. And that's the mistake that OnePlus God's Reign just did. They were so close. They were like almost breaking that ribbon at the finish line. And they were already celebrating, taking the photographs. And NG Pros are like, you've not crossed it. You need to cross to win. And they just did that. OnePlus God's Reign, hey, I think it was not Predator's day as well today. We kind of spoke
Yeah, it
about it a
wasn't.
lot, that Predator had to find a way through. And unfortunately, even though they came towards 5, that was also Predator finding value. And as soon as I think Predator stopped finding value in terms of knocks or eliminations, we could see that OnePlus Godsend did not get a single round after that. And that remains to be a 2-0 in the best of 3 series, where the scoreline could have been a 2-1, as we would have seen Bermuda. So no Bermuda in match number 1 of our Clash Squad final day of qualification.
Well, that's one of the places where they're going to be taking an exit, and 2-0 is such a good scoreline. NG Pros, they're back with the confidence that they needed overall to go ahead and at least get the majority chunk. Specifically, if I talk about in the CS mode, alongside, tomorrow will be a really nice day for them to go ahead and showcase how well they have been playing when it comes to the league stages, week 1, week 2, and the open qualifiers. The way they have performed there, I believe the performance will be back into the picture. And OnePlus God's Reign, they will for sure kick the bottle and say that, you know what, we made some mistakes. We're for sure at the debt of it. But at the same time, they have learned from those mistakes as well. But yeah, there was this one opportunity where I thought that Mammoth can be that one place where they can redeem. But overall, they could not do that. So let's see how well they can perform tomorrow in the BR mode, as we're going to be bidding farewell to them in the CS mode. How much ever position they have locked, they're going to receive the kind of prize pool amount that they have received. But overall, I would say OnePlus God's Reign, that was a really good try, man. I would absolutely appreciate the way they started things off, getting the pistols, forcing the hands of NG Pros to go ahead and struggle in the times, in the rounds where they thought it's going to be an easy peasy lemon squeezy one.
It happens, right? I think, as we say, it's not every day that you get an opportunity to just win and run away. But
Exactly.
today is just one of those days. OnePlus God's Reign have to be okay with it. It's a bitter pill you to swallow. Fine, you still have BR in your favor. Let's see if you'll be able to grab that BR in your advantage.
Yeah.
But we're going to be calling it to a break. Match number 2 still up, where we are going to be seeing Vasista Esports trying another chance after this break.
That's right. Well, after watching a one-sided affair already, I feel that the next one will be more intense. And I'm expecting that at least it goes towards the third map. Lucifer, what do you think will happen?
I think it could. It could go the distance because Vasista Esports versus Ico Reckoning, both these teams have had a dip and also, I would say, a shift in terms of their performance. Now, I'm very much surprised from especially Ico Reckoning. If you talk about Vasista Esports, we know. I think right at the end, they know how to seal the deal for the trophy, how to get to the final, how to qualify. They have that hidden recipe, right? Towards the end, you do not have to be worried. They never look like they're under pressure. But Ico Reckoning, for some reason, there's been a big shift from when they've started on league stage. A big surprise. I don't know if that's a change in terms of their playing methodology that they're trying to adopt or something new that they're trying to bring in. A lot of questions because I think we've seen Vota missing. I still remember, I still keep saying the same thing every week right now, every day almost, that if Ico Reckoning is playing, where is that Vota player? It's just Water right now. I think it feels like maybe Sohan and Ronit at times. Ninja is also a little bit missing here and there. So I think this game is going to be a lot more in terms of weightage for Ico Reckoning, Azora.
True, Ico Reckoning, the kind of standards that they've already set right now, they're not able to meet that is what they're struggling with. So, I mean, come on. Ico Reckoning, at one point of time, they had some insane mono duels, and I could literally see it in their eyes, all the players, whenever we see the player cam, that they are here for the vengeance. They're here to get those elimination points. And I could see that in BR stage, right where we could see in second or the first week. Later on, slowly the flame was fading away. They need to reignite that fire. And Vasishta on the other end, like you rightly mentioned, they have the right amount of recipe, they have the cookbook, they have the strategy as well to go ahead and somehow bag the prize. So I believe they're here to go ahead and yet again dominate. But let's just go ahead and talk about the map order in order to understand what will happen in the overall situation in this BO3. Bermuda first, next era second, third will be Kalahari.
I like it that we are going to start off with Bermuda. Now that evens things off, right? And then instantly we switch to next era, which is again a lot more adaptation necessary. But if it doesn't work out a next era, meaning a 2, I'm saying if it doesn't work out, then we have Kalahari to end it, which again depends on how good a team is in Kalahari. Knowing the compounds, knowing the terrain, knowing where their spawn is and how they can reroute themselves to fight against the opposition. And when we talk about it, let's start off with Bermuda itself. Vasista Esports versus Ico Reckoning. The difference between them is not much. They're almost very close by in winning rounds there. So it's an even map for both of them. They jump into the character select and it's going to be a ban. Vasista Esports starts off with Oscar and Ico Reckoning keeping that sprinters out of this character select. It's going to be Tatsuya ban.
Oh, Zayn coming into the picture. I mean, I really understand it's really beneficial for teams to go ahead and get the additional bit right off the beginning itself to get those additional damage being dished out on the opponents. But talking about the second 2 picks coming in from Ico Reckoning, that is going to be the game decider. Ignis can be a really good pick coming forward from their end. And let's just go ahead and hope that it is one of those situations that Ico Reckoning would love to go ahead and create. Steffi and A124. All right. First off, to go ahead and disable all the opponent's tactics, their active abilities, alongside Steffi to stay safe from all the nades that can be pondered upon from the likes of Vasishta Esports.
Cassie, the buddy system that you keep always talking about, they bring it with Cassie. So a crucial healer, which is for now missing on Ico Reckoning. They could bring about maybe another character which works out, but Santino on top of it, the shapeshifter, should give them the ability of a quick dodge and switcheroo, which so far I think we saw from NG Pros being used to the best. Today they did not pick it. It was on the Clash Squad week 3 when we started off at that first performance that we ended up seeing. But Ignis, and then we end up with Raiden. That's one of the newer picks that we are seeing today.
Wait, what? Okay. This is not a newer pick. This is going to be an insane tactic coming in from Ico Reckoning. Imagine you have Raiden, you have a spider just waiting around the corner and one person peeks. He's going to be stuck there for few seconds. And also, the spider sucks away 30 points from the HP. This is insane. Vota. All right. It's going to be a lot of fun, Lucifer. Trust me when I say this. It's going to be a lot of fun. I don't know how Vasishtha Esports is going to go ahead and counter. They don't even have A124 in the corner. So this is going to be tough. So Joseph can be a very right pick when it comes to the passive. And that's the only thing that can save them from Raiden.
Let's see if the spider trap works out as you've right now justified it, and I think it is a wise pick, and this is what you've been talking about, right? Clash Squad doesn't restrict you to being forced to pick those familiar ones in terms of the BR, right? Your characters can be different. You can pick something new that the other team's players would not be ready for, and I think Raiden is that wise choice being done here from Aiku Reckoning, and it's a performance that we've been missing. Maybe it starts off with this shift in the character.
That's right, but right now, let's just go ahead and dive into the map of Bermuda as things are going to begin. This is going to be insane. Whether the tactics, the upcoming tactic, is it going to help IQ Reckoning to go ahead and seal the fate, or Vasishtha Esports, they will have a lovely response to this overall situation. Let's just lock and load.
First round, Bermuda. Crucial for either teams. We just saw one team getting eliminated, 1+ God's Reign from CS mode. And Patlu says, I'm going to eliminate Ninja. And that works out. But a quick trade does happen. And now Water going down. Make it Ronit. Meaning it's only one last player, Sohan. And Patlu winding them all out of the map. Those are 3 big frags by that Shorty.
Oh, Shorty close range, so deadly. And I suggest people not to go ahead and peek. Not at all when you see a Shorty right in front. And that's one of the mistakes which IQ Reckoning has already done. So they're going to deal with the situation. And now moving towards the containers. This fight is going to be super important for IQ Reckoning to win. Else, the entire money that they have, it will keep running dry.
IQ Reckoning, we were thinking that... I was thinking it works out in their favor. It seems like, so far, at least at the start, it is not. And Vasishtha Esports, they're having a really good time. Let's speak about the A124 and all, but it seems like Vasishtha Esports, we are not worried about it. They're just going in guns blazing. They're like point and shoot. That's the name of the game. That is what gives us victory, and that's what they do. Clean the ship around the containers and get themselves the second round. That was so quick. Quick exchanges did not give them space.
Exactly. That's the power of P90. Micro Uzi around the corner. It's always going to help them out in the close quarter battles. Those shots, those round of fire, the fire rate itself is so high that the opponents cannot stand strong at all. Specifically if I talk about when you don't have the helmet or the vest. Both of them not favoring IQ Reckoning. Again, the money part is dwindling. Look at Ninja. He's running around willy-nilly. No helmet, no vest, nothing. The others, they have somewhat invested in those weapons alongside AC-80. Alright, IQ Reckoning, you better be hitting, else again, this round will be bagged and tagged from the likes of Vasishtha Esports.
Seems like IQ Reckoning. Maybe the ray of hope on Raiden that we saw is not working out. What up? Might feel better with Ninja picking up the first here. You know, completely caught off guard, but Tiger, he has his sights set on 2 players. One on the roof, takes the shot, that's just damage. But on the other end, Swaroop decides to go ahead. I don't know what happened over there. Maybe miscommunication, and you can see Vasishtha Esports losing their players here in the 3rd round. This is the round that you should not lose, because here is where the economy decides what's going to happen next, and a nice shot coming in from Ninja to seal the deal.
Alright, quick confirmation. Naiku Reckoning, we can look at the way the things are changing around. And this is the kind of change Aiku Reckoning needed in this particular one. So, yeah, good way to go ahead and bag it. Vasishtha Esports on the other end, they're still going to go ahead and spend all of the money that they have still left in their pockets. Some really good investments. But wait a second, Swaroop and Tiger, they have no helmet or vests. And talking about Yuno, he doesn't have a helmet. So one shot to the head and he'll be a man crying for help.
This could become a problem. One on the roof from Vasista Esports, the others on ground. Close battle. Patlu spotted jumping across. Knock. Patlu's down. Swaroop's down. Yuno's down. One last player, Tiger. But he's on the other direction on the roof. He was thinking maybe he'll spot the players running out, and right now it's him running away. Not spotting anyone. Sohan has the information. Making a quick run up. Tiger does not have a lot of space to work with. He lands a knock. An elimination at least here for Tiger. But changing this 1v4 to a 1v3 doesn't do much. There's still numerous players that he had to be worried about. And that's an equalizer. Aiku Reckoning step right back into the game.
What was a butterfly to do among bulls and bears is what I can say. Tiger, he tried his level best around the corner. Crouching like a Bengal tiger. But unfortunately, that 1v4 situation was impossible for him to go ahead and clutch it out. Now again, the money factor being so low, Tiger, he barely can invest in those helmets and vests. So he's just going in glass cannon mode with the arm. Good try though. There comes right in. Oh, this is big. Look at that. Swaroop already been caught around the corner. This is not at all going to work out. But last moment switcheroo. Santino. What a lovely way to go ahead and initiate things. He's still alive. Yuna has already been taken care of. And look at the way Cyber Airdrop has been contested. Aiku Reckoning, they already have had that one factor, which is man counter advantage. And now Ronit, he's just constantly getting those knocks. He's making things impossible for Vashishta to go ahead and get that third round. Tiger, last man standing. Yet again, good shots. But there comes a follow-up. The buddy system that works. And that weapon in the hands of Ninja will go for the next round as well.
Vasista Esports in this round seemed like they were just doing anything that they could. Right? They did not seem a plan of action. They just ran right through. Tried to see if there's an opening. Whereas Aiku Reckoning, they've decided they cannot lose this. Their performance in question. I think Aiku Reckoning, they have a lot to answer for their fans. The players that have been watching them, rooting for them. And the performance missed out here as we've started things off in league stage. Finally, at least in CS mode 0-1. Fighting for another opportunity to qualify into the finals. They fought and got 3 rounds. Can they find a lot more? Tiger at all times with the sniper trying his best to find the opening. But so far it has not worked out. But Swaroop, super aggressive. This time Yuno's also helping him out. They both are playing on a high-low setup. Ronit finds Yuno. Swaroop has to be forced to back off. And that's trouble as they lose Yuno. It's a number disadvantage.
It is a number disadvantage, and if you peek, you're gonna be taken care of. Another knock comes through. Swaroop, Tiger, both of them taken care of. Patlu around the corner, still alive. But I don't think so. He can do a lot as a couple of bunnies are jumping right across. And look at the way the MP5 is just leveled up so much. The fire rate being so massive, and it deals a lot of damage. Vasista, so far the system is not working. And they need to do something against Aiku Reckoning. Couple of rounds were absolutely immaculate. And from there on, I don't know what's gotten to their head. It's like they're not able to understand what kind of form Aiku Reckoning is showcasing. They have some really nice setup. Of course, a sniper setup, and that one shot was insane. Could have easily taken down Ronit, but Ronit alive with the skin of his teeth.
The angle of approach feels a little iffy. Finally, Tiger changing the direction but gets spotted. They should have done this two-pronged approach a while back. That could have worked. Patlu, the angle not that great. Ninja read that like a book. And smashed that fly within it. And Ninja knows the spot of the other two players. Riptide Rhythm to try and break his position, his rhythm. But Swaroop, he's the one to get knocked. Yuno in trouble. He's in between multiple players of Ico Reckoning trying to survive, and they are not going in for a 1v1. Rather, they wait for an opportunity. A little bit of a mistake made from Water gives an opening, but not enough to get that victory, and that's going to be 5 as Sohan and Ninja get 1 each, and Ico Reckoning are about to get the first of this best of 3 series.
Ico Reckoning, Cyber Airdrop being contested 3 times in a row. A lot of money, a lot of good weapons. Alongside, they have some really nice active abilities as well. They can buy them. And this is what changes the entire course of action. Assista on the other end, they still have $6,500 to spare, but they're going to keep it for the next following round. But wait a second, they need to win this one in order to reach for the next. I love the way they've already established a really nice step there. A stepping stone for Tiger to go ahead and get the levitation. And right now, all he needs to do is hit those shots. And Ninja is the first one to bag that. This is massive, man. I don't get it. All of a sudden, all the tactics are falling apart. Swaroop, with the nade, he's been taken care. Tiger, close quarter, he's been dealt with as well. Not a single person who can do much to Ico Reckoning, as they're the ones to dominate without losing anyone in this round.
Only those initial starter packs are the rounds that were picked up from Vasista Esports, and Ico Reckoning, we just doubted their character picks and we were wondering, is that going to be enough? And they rightfully do so. Towards the end of map 1, game 1 comes to a close. And what a way for Ico Reckoning to answer back, saying that we are back here on week 4, the last week of qualification, making sure we etch our names for both CS mode as well as BR. But it's still not done, guys. This is yet the 0-1. And in that 0-1, it is match 2. And in match 2, it's just game 1 that they won. It's not both the games to close that series. So Ico Reckoning, do not call the celebration too early. We just saw a team going out because of that early celebration. 1+ God's Reign. Vasista Esports, they're not a team to sit silently back. Now, yes, next era coming up gives us that benefit of the doubt that Ico Reckoning, just because they won game 1, they should have that confidence going towards game 2 as well. Should give them the opportunity to win that. But hey, who knows, maybe Vasista Esports have a trick up their sleeves. But right now, I think more than a trick is necessary for Vasista Esports if they want to stage a comeback. Because on Bermuda, it did not seem like they were playing at their best.
Not only that, I would say the next following map will be insanely tough, as Nextera has been a favorite one. And Ico Reckoning, they absolutely love to decimate their opponents in that specific map. So I would say another part, like you rightly mentioned, the kind of flame that was reignited in the previous week, Vasista would not go ahead and follow that through. Alongside, I would say the similar thing for Ico Reckoning as well. In the last week, what happened was it was a really good game against Total Gaming. And they made a mistake of calling in an emote, an early celebration. And now, here's one of the best things that they have rectified, not celebrating early. And that showcases they are steady. They will love to go ahead and call in those challenges. They love to take those fights. And in those fights, they take it sensibly. And Ninja is the definition of taking sensible fights. Height advantage was always at the peak. 9 total elimination and dishing over 4k worth of damage is massive.
Very much necessary here. I think Ninja played this vital role of sniper way better than we ended up seeing from player of Vasista Esports. Mistake? Maybe so. You would want to call it something else. You can feel free to. But I think I'm not too sure what Tiger was doing. And also we spoke about this approach, right? When you have a sniper, you try to play a cover for your teammates, or you provide a flanking angle from where you can find an actual opening while your teammates are making a rush, because the attention is towards them. But here, the attention was right in front of both the players rushing and sniper, and I think Ninja just played better on those cards. While he knew there would be a flank as well as a player right in front of his sights, he took them both down, and especially in the last round, the way he managed that itself tells us why he was the MVP. Along with him, it's not only him, there's Water, who has 6 eliminations, Ronit at 5 and Sohan at 4. But that's not all. while his teammates, we end up seeing that Ninja is an MVP, he has 7 assists, with Ronit having the highest at 11, and then is Sohan, and then we move to Water. So I think a very good, wholesome team game coming in from IQ Reckoning, whereas Vasista Esports, Tiger, the main man, the sniper, with just only 1 elimination.
And not only that, Swaroop, both of them they need to start working. I mean, having the kind of damage that they have currently alongside the eliminations, this is not Swaroop, this is not the that we know from league stages. They have been absolutely on point. They have been Chris Patlu on the other end. The kind of call-outs he gives, the last moment switcheroos that comes around in this team, that I believe is missing, as he's the one doing the heavy lifting, getting those eliminations, getting those assists as well. So this needs to change if Vasista Esports would love to go ahead and see yet another game on that 1v1 duel. IQ Reckoning on the other end, every single thing was on point. Buddy system on point, the damage being dealt was on point. As most of the time, whenever you see a player weak, that's where you rush the most, right? That's what IQ Reckoning was doing constantly, and it was working out for them, as Vasista could not get that buddy system on point. So that's one of the places that they need to work on, and that's how you can defeat a team like IQ Reckoning, who is so aggressive. And this is from the word go that they're aggressive. They don't even have a prior, I would say, warm-up.
It was necessary, if you ask me, Azora, because IQ Reckoning, I think this aggression was missing. I was also kind of left out, felt that this team, something's happened. I don't know, maybe the expectations I set for the team when we start things off on league stage might be actually a different ball game completely. And it happens, right? When you kind of meet the best 18 teams in India, and now the competition just gets tougher. You have 2 different modes that you have to play, qualify, and get the prize pool off, and get the Champions Trophy. And I think finally that's getting to Vasista Esports as well. I think their week 1, week 2 performances were good. Something that I thought they would qualify somewhere in this week 4 itself, in the top 2. But it might push them towards the week 4 day 2, where we end up seeing only the top 6 qualifying. So it's going to be a tough game, tough lot of teams to fight with. And IQ Reckoning somehow have now wound their clock tight enough to close it here in this best of 3 of Clash Squad. But it's Nextera up, and Vasista Esports, as I said, they're still that team that you cannot count them out. They can switch their gears at any moment and call themselves back in and close the series, which they've done it, which they've closed the doors on many teams who right now are sitting and watching FFMIC 2025, and you do not want to be one of them.
See, so far I would say it's all fingers and thumbs. Vasista, they need to switch. And unless they don't switch up, things are going to fall into the same track as the previous matchup, a 2-0. NG Pros, they close it out in style. And I believe here as well, IQ Reckoning, they have the opportunity right at the window. It's Vasista who can go ahead and stop that one opportunity, shut it, slam close it, and then call in towards third map. It's the decider. So this BO3 can go ahead, go south in any given time. And the way IQ Reckoning have been performing, the fights that they could bring in, specifically if you talk about Ninja, he's constantly running around. He's being that one player from the shadows. He's going on top. He's getting the height advantage. Those shots are sublime. And no matter what the situation is, no matter what Tiger can do, he's always being stopped on his tracks. And this is important. Ninja just knows this needs to be done. And once Tiger is dealt with, once the sniper is dealt with, that's where all the ground bees are going to be taken care of. The players were thinking that they can slowly run around glue walls. You barely get 3, first of all. And once those glue walls are extinguished, that's it. It's all plain and simple for the likes of Ninja to go ahead and take those shots. So overall, I would say stop Ninja first. And then later on, I believe the entire team can get conditioned.
Yeah, I think that is also a really good approach, right? Now you kind of understand which player from your opponent is causing a lot of trouble to you. Figure also, where they play, how they play.
Sorry to go ahead and interrupt. Raiden, you see the way things have been changed. I can see constant switcheroos. IQ Reckoning, they're implementing something, and that's really good. CS mode is all about that.
Yes.
And once Raiden came into the picture, I understood this is gonna go south in an instance.
It was very much necessary. I hands down agree to it. I think when you even talk about the strategy, it has to come from even the characters pick that you make to how you kind of wind it down towards which player is causing a lot of trouble. I think somewhere between this fine line is where your victory is written. If you're able to understand, hey, this player is causing us a lot of trouble, let's try to either move away from him or see if we can get the first pick on him, while a character which has been very annoying for you to handle, maybe an A1 2-4, imagine they just run up to you, press that A1 2-4, and now you're wondering, what should I do? I cannot run away, I have to just fight, I'm forced to do it, and it becomes a problem. But hey, all of that to be debated for the next time, or in terms of a breakdown that could happen while Vasista Esports or Aiko Reckoning think within their own team of what went wrong. But it's time for next era's character select and the bands to start things off. It should be the sprinters, and it is again Vasista with Oscar and Aiko Reckoning with Tatsuya.
Well, the Rebellions has already been taken care of, so that's really good. And I believe moving forward, at least the teams can be very much aware about what pick can come next. Zayn, of course, we have seen this pick coming constantly, and it's helping out Vasista Esports to go ahead and tank up those damage in the early bits of it. But once you don't have the money to go ahead and invest on those helmets or vests, then it's not going to be that easy for you to have the additional bit of HP and still go ahead and do some kind of a damage on the opponent. Get yourself the money, get yourself the perfect comfort to get the bars high, and then later on compete against Aiko Reckoning. Standard picks coming in, A124 alongside Steffi. So this is like a very good tactic from the likes of Aiko Reckoning. And yeah, if Aiko Reckoning enjoys and appreciates going ahead and playing such kind of active abilities, then Vasista needs to know how to stop them on their tracks. Cassie and Ignis, I believe it's just Control-C, Control-V.
Yeah, I think if they're going to go with this, they are again banking on survivability. Whereas Aiko Reckoning, as you can already see, they're going and playing for aggression. With Steffi coming out, they do not want any nonsense of a nade being tossed across them. They deny that completely, and then with the A1 2-4,
this is different.
Just like how we saw Yuno as well as Swaroop trying to make a rush and they were getting stopped, Aiko Reckoning will continuously keep doing that. Chrono and Santino, and I really like Santino. I think it is a character that's almost a must pick in our class squad mode. We've been seeing every team using it. Not that it's 100% pick rate, but it's high around that 80 to 90%. But on the other end, I end up seeing Koda. Now that's very vital information. I think Vasista Esports with Cassie, the survivability that they would have, or maybe a rusher itself with Tiger that they're playing, might work out in their favor. But again, Tiger is a sniper, and him going with Ignis, I'm not too sure how great of a use and character ability is going to be.
Yeah, I mean, flushing out the opponents would be really important, and rushers could go ahead and do that to perfection. Well, yes, that one thing is very iffy. Bomber being Patlu, of course, we have seen him. He is like the weapon of mass destruction, and Vasista right now needs that weapon. They need to wield it properly. Cassie, the electrotherapy, is going to help a lot for the rushers as well to go ahead and form a pair and then keep moving forward, barraging. And I believe that's where Ignis is going to come into the picture. Tiger can provide the kind of support that the rushers need. Overall, that's the entire role of a sniper. You take shots from far off angle, you give the Ignis wall, you tell them you keep moving forward, reposition your fellow teammates. And this is, I believe, a really good tactic. It's just that they need to be in a single coordinate or a single synchronization. And that's how things can be accomplished from their end. Else, it's a lost cause.
Yeah, I think it's very necessary if they're going for this tactical approach that they are always under supervision, right? The sniper has all information.
Always.
He's guiding them across the path. Otherwise, it's not going to work out. As simple as that. This is like a basic textbook strategy that if you're doing it right, you do it completely right, or you're going to just fumble it out. But I think Vasista Esports, maybe that switcheroo between the Ignis might have gone to Patlu, I feel like, and Patlu could have given this Koda towards Tiger. Then he would have had information plus Ignis to charge upon it. It could have been a switcheroo if they made it right. But I think it's again, we keep talking about it, right? We see it from the perspective of us analytically understanding it, what the character can do, how the teams would like to play it. But on ground, when the players are actually using it, they're the ones who will have the best idea of it, what their strategy is, what their approach is. But as of now, irrespective of whatever the character select is, it is still likely looking better for none other than Ico Reckoning. They've been playing really good,
Always.
even in terms of their coordination, in their terms of their firepower. The way they've been converting rounds, right? Their exchanges have been on par. Vasista Esports have been nowhere close in the class squad mode, and that's a big surprise for me, especially expecting a lot from them. Just like how I thought of OnePlus God's Reign, ended up getting surprised, not something that they should have done, but a blunder. Vasista Esports might be on a blunder journey right as of now.
You know, they've always wanted, IQ Reckoning has always wanted to bring in the trump cards and then bamboozle the opponents. And they have been looking so good so far. So for now, let's just go ahead and dive into the map of next era, as most of the things are going to be very iffy. Vasista, this is your moment for every single thing to fall right, else things are not gonna shape up to be perfect. 2-0 can be imminent. But to stop all of that, Vasista, you have to win this one. Hence, force things to Kalahari.
This map is the most crucial one for them in FFMIC 2025. Running across the bridge, they want to take control of the compound. Right at the edge of it, 2 players from either end, but make it 4 right now, charging down. Ignis being used will delay the push. But Ninja, what a position. His teammates firing in all directions. The Ignis not doing much damage. Finally an opening by Ronit. Even down. That's trouble. Make it the 3rd. It's all up to Patlu. The last man standing is finding one after another. Gets stuck in the reload. It's a switcheroo by M500. Reloads across the board. And finally a 2v1 played in favor. Ico Reckoning convert the pistol this time. Could have been trouble. Ico Reckoning, we did see Ronit. He was trying to see if he could hold up the off angle. Wasted some time, but once he understood that his teammates are under pressure, players are falling one after another. Nice try by Patlu over there. He did knock 2 players. It came down to a 1v2 situation. Both of them were switching between reloads, getting back into fight, jumping all across to make that bullets not hit. Now we head over towards mud site. Vasista Esports pistol round missed in such a crucial best of 3. You lose the series, you're out of Clash Squad. Battle Royale, that journey is yet to continue tomorrow. But that is not going to give you a benefit of what Clash Squad will give you, a chance to another trophy as well. An opportunity for a cash prize. Reckoning, they know. Now that they've gotten even the pistol round, they're the ones to be in full confidence. But Tiger was hiding in plain sight. Nobody had idea about it, but Tiger is only good for 1.
Wow.
Did not work. And now one after another, players are just trying to rush. It's not working out. Confirmations coming through. Swaroop, he has to find a knock, but the players, they're just backing up, leaving space for Vasista Esports to get clustered and then fumble. Swaroop, the last one standing, not for long, as with the Scythe and a Uzi. Ico Reckoning in the 2nd round.
This is gonna end real soon. Ico Reckoning. The start is absolutely amazing, and from the previous round, they have those weapons as well. Vasista on the other end, P90 and level 1 MP5. Tiger, yet again, we can see him. He's been trying to provide the support, but so far he's been failing constantly. And this for sure is stinging him. What can Vasista Esports do different right now is the question. Ico Reckoning on the other end. A good advancement, a risk of exposure is out there, but look at the repositioning. Ninja. He's like, you know what? You have my information? It's alright. You don't have it right now. Oh. Say what? Close quarter battle going in so crazy. Ronit. That's the knock that he needed. Sohan on the other end. He's also going ahead and showcasing what he's made of. A 2v2 situation where Sohan, he was stuck in the corner. Patlu, a lovely flank angle being created from his end. Situation under control. Wota, he's the only surviving personnel that I can see right about now. Shots fired, and he's still surviving somehow.
Not for long. Finally, he gets spotted, and that's Tiger. Those are some big rounds which are necessary when you're losing. Third round gives you the value, the economy to buy up weapons, and that's where you have to convert. And I think a really good two-pronged approach where Sohan was thinking that he is out of danger. And that's what happened when even Tiger pounced previously in plain sight. But he was only able to get one elimination. But here it was an entire round.
That's right. But I like it, the way the cyber airdrop is constantly being under the radar of Ico Reckoning. It's really good. I mean, it gives the kind of weapons that you need. It gives the kind of abilities that you require in active. It's an additional slot, which you can use as a trump card. So overall, Vasishtha, the previous round was really good. Now moving forward, they need to go ahead and seal the fate as well, not go individually. Is the question, as few of the players, they were pouncing in, and that's a really good elimination coming forward. There's some instant retaliation, and Ninja repositioning himself. It's going to help him a lot, but he's the only man surviving. 3 players right in front, 4, and there you go, a triple takedown. You can see the frustration in the face of Ronit. He's like, what's going on, guys? All of a sudden, we are the ones who's losing? You guys are making mistakes. Better not make those.
Could prove costly if it gets pushed to the third map. Uncertainty imminent. Because you've seen so far in all the games when there is a lot of probability that your favorite teams could be eliminated out of a tournament, it could happen even in class squad. You cannot let go of a single round, an opportunity. A nice flag being set up. Reckoning Esports, a big widespread play coming through. Tiger spots Ronit. That is a pixel glimpse. The battle edge, the helmet edge, all of it. Swaroop so close to the players of Reckoning. It could have been an opportunity. Also with him. Both the rushes playing together. But it's going to be Sohan with the max 7. Opens on Swaroop. Make it exchange as finds on Sohan. Right now, it is trouble as even gets knocked. Reckoning, they revive their players. It should be eliminations. Has pierced as well as kept Tiger at bay. Tiger cannot move in any direction. Confirmations coming through. It's only Patlu and Tiger. Both on the upper ledges and stuck in a position.
That's right. Patlu is still doing the heavy lifting. The IGL, the switcheroo, it is on point. Ronit has been taken care of, but he's still knocked. The confirmation hasn't come through. And look at that. Finally, Tiger is going ahead and sealing the deal. Patlu, he has been spotted. Shots fired from all directions. Tiger being the last man standing. And it's Ninja with a quick scope that he shuts him down. Doesn't matter whether the Ignis wall is up or down, whether it's giving some really nice cover or not. It's always going to be taken care of. Ico Reckoning. Third round received and now moving forward towards Grav Labs.
This is how, not exactly, but similar to how Ico Reckoning ended up winning. An equalizer, and from there on, this time it might have been Ico Reckoning who started off with getting rounds and then Vasishtha Esports staging a comeback. But how far have they done? How much of their efforts is going to be valiant enough for them to get another equalizer at 3-3? Grav Labs brings the new element of close to zero gravity. Puts you in a lot more airtime.
Oh, it's a
It's a
limbo.
little complicated during action.
It's the kind of limbo that you need to get out of as soon as possible. Else you're going to be shot upon. The leap of faith sometimes works, sometimes it doesn't. And Ronit right now looking for some window of opportunity. Groza in hand. I can see Sohan already way too aggressive. Going in for the cyber airdrop. And if fortune favors the brave, then he might as well receive it.
Such a slow fight here, Azora. You could see both the teams know that this is a pressurized situation. Vasishtha Esports at the brink of elimination. Ico Reckoning at the edge of qualification.
Oh my
and there's the opening. Is down. Their rusher this time didn't even rush. Swaroop also right now being held. Thankfully, they did not make a jump. So should be brought back to good health with the revive. But now Aiku Reckoning, they know the position of Vasista Esports, and there's opening ninjas down the sniper. That should give enough space for Vasista Esports, but Reckoning decide no, that's not going to happen. Water. The IGL has to find value, and he pushes against Juno, and Vasista Esports surround them within a jiffy, and that's equalizer. Mistake from Reckoning, as they thought maybe players are in fewer numbers and they decide to run up, but they get surrounded.
The surround sound effect, Aiku Reckoning. The first pillar once fell. That's what I'm talking about. Ninja. Once he's taken care of, the entire team falls like dominoes. And Vasista Esports, I hope that they've understood that this is how they can win against Aiku Reckoning. Hence, forcing things towards the third map. What's it gonna look like this time around? Aiku Reckoning one corner, trying to get the central control Swaroop right around there. And you know, he's playing it very sneaky peeky like. Has a M590 in hand, the explosive shotgun shells. We all know how devastating these are. Ninja, he's slowly advancing, spotting Patu right behind. Shots are gonna be taken. Ninja, way too low of HP, and he instantly runs away. But look at that. Bota and Sohan, they've already done the heavy lifting. They needed man-count advantage. They have it. And now they secure the point as well. Aiku Reckoning. What a way to come back.
This was a very close-knit game between these two. Both of them fighting for an opportunity for the ticket. And the fight is for now to move to the next stage in the Swiss bracket is that 1-1. Meaning you won a match and lost a match. And the victory match is going to be one of this. While on the other end, we already saw NG Pros securing 2 booyahs in the best of 3. Pushing themselves to the next stage. Car 98 Army and Godlike Esports still waiting. Aiku Reckoning. 2 more points for them. And they will close this series, whereas Vasista Esports need 3 to push it to the third map. And it seems to be an all-out brawl, a close combat fight. The VSK as well as M590. Some of the players on the roof, the others on the opposition is going to be in the bottom. They did use the Santino, but it did not push through. So they'll use it as a teleport position to back off. But they're rather using the teleporters itself, moving back to where they spawned from.
Absolute silence. Shots been taken. They already know where the whereabouts of Vasista Esports are. And Ninja, he's that one person who always gets the information first. They're on the kind of capitalization. It's going to be a close quarter call right now. Vasista, they need to be on point, else it's all gonna go down the drain. Aiku Reckoning, they're already having their 4th 1-point lead. That lead can go ahead, double itself. Blue walls all across the corner, you know, flank angles, and Tiger takes control over Ninja. This is big. Tiger going in forward. 1 knocks come through as well. Aiku Reckoning. They are somehow falling.
What?
And Vasista, look at them. All of a sudden, 6th gear, and that's what they needed. The equalizer, 4-on-4.
Aiku Reckoning, very bad trades over there. They had the number advantage, but the way they were running around inside the chrono was very questionable, and that trades proved better for Vasista Esports. And what a way for Tiger to close it off. 6 eliminations. 4-4 of his scoreline. Both the teams just need 2 more rounds. And that's going to be a victory here. And as we said, Vasista Esports, they need to win another map. All they're doing right now is going to be pushing it to the third, which is going to be on Kalahari. Grav Labs. Success again is something that they'll be thinking or brewing about. Ninja, he already gets a little shot dished out. And now he's worried. He's worried that they might be a little too close. Puts up that glue wall. Waits for timing as his teammates are covering ground at the bottom floor.
VSK 94. And it can give a lot of damage. And there is the cyber airdrop that we all were talking about. Right in the dead center. Can be taken by anyone, but you have to contest for it. Three players aggressing. They have the height advantage. Looking at the player rotating in plain sight. Tiger could not do anything. His hands are tied. And Swaroop from the other corner. He has at least taken Ninja down. This opens the window of opportunity for them to rush forward. Nade in hand, but that nade will not do a lot of damage. They needed Beast on for this. Unfortunately, they don't have it. Patlu, good shots fired. And Grab Labs is going to be one of the places where Vashisha Esports goes ahead and shuts down IQ Reckoning. Hence, taking that instant retaliation. Revenge.
IQ Reckoning. They cannot keep doing this, Azora. Revenge. Getting back into the game. IQ Reckoning are messing things up here. Vasista Esports, this is what I said. They're a team. You cannot count them out. They can switch gears at any instant and instantly qualify. They've done it in all our matches so far. In-game qualifiers, you name them. Even in our online stage, league stage. All of it.
Oh, yes. And that's
one
where...
round Vasista Esports.
And I believe that's where the Ignis wall is working out so good. Tiger, this is a mistake. Do not enter no man's land. And he's been taken down first. I was about to say that. Look at the way he's calling in the repositioning. And all of a sudden, he's the first one to bite the dust. Tiger taken care of. This opens a lot of window of opportunity. Smokes all across. Ron, he's on fire. He takes one. And I believe Sarup is also on the next.
Oh no.
Off it, and look at that, couple of knocks. Last man standing, you know, but we all know he's gonna be biting the dust. 5 on 5, an equalizer, and it all comes down to this final round.
Are we going to Kalahari, or is it going to end the next Terra? IQ Reckoning win, they're going to close this series and they're going to be moving into either match 3 and 4, or it is going to be Vasista Esports showing us a glimpse of third map, which so far in match 1 has not happened. Vasista Esports so ever close, but a couple of mistakes. Tiger was the sniper, had to stay back, decided to go in the forefront, and that's where IQ Reckoning were able to deny. Once they knew that they did not have to be feared about the players coming in from the backlines or having an angle. But right now, fight again. Museum. It's either history written or history broken. Tiger and Ninja are 1v1, trying to spot an opportunity of a scope behind cover. Finally, through the smoke, making a quick run. Vasista Esports still holding behind the Ignis wall. Tiger timing it perfectly. As soon as he moves out of the cover, he wants to take a shot, but it's Ninja who had it ready. The VSK pierces through, finds the opening, and now Reckoning want to charge, but Vasista put up a barrage of glue walls and hinder their push coming through.
This is big. Look at the dominoes effect. Patlu being the last man standing. This is going to be impossible for Vashisha to back this one through. And there comes IQ Reckoning. They received their second map and hence moving forward for the one-on-one stage. This is absolutely crazy.
I thought it was just enough of putting up all that glue walls would help you push it to the next map. IQ Reckoning say we have enough bullets and all we have to do is keep destroying all the glue walls that they keep putting up, and in the while we are going to be keep firing and find those knocks, and that's what happened. Literally, players were right behind the glue wall. While they were putting it up, it was getting broken down. While they were putting it up, it was getting broken down. And in the mix of it, a couple of shells hit them, get knocked, and there was nothing that Vasista Esports could do to recover from that position. Well played, IQ Reckoning. And they are going to be moving into the next matchup. Now here, the battle gets even tougher. You don't know whether you're fighting with Godlike or Car 98 Army, but you know why you're fighting for it. And that is the major reason, the golden ticket. And who gets it?
You need it.
Last 2 slots.
That's right, you need the golden ticket. And here's the thing, right? Whether it be a vanilla composition like in Nextera or it be Raiden coming into the mix of all of the active abilities, it doesn't matter. IQ Reckoning, they always had their best foot forward. They could understand the overall situation and then go ahead address. Taking care of Tiger was so important when it came to the later stages, and the end game was absolutely amazing. I don't know how IQ Reckoning goes ahead and does this, but they have again accomplished something which was impossible. This could have gone towards the third map. But again, putting a full stop to it in the second one itself, calling it a landslide victory was what they needed.
I think, hey, Vasistha Esports really good run coming in from there, and especially on next era.
True.
The battle, a little messy. I would say they would refine it down the line when they go forward, but really well played. Ico Reckoning, I think you have to give it to them that they seem like they're also getting back to their running spree of a team who found a lot of eliminations, who were dominant, something that we did miss out when we started the league stage out. Hopefully it changes as we're going to be seeing here. We've already witnessed at the start of this matchup 2, but we're going to be still waiting for match 3 and 4 to decide. But before we jump to that, let's talk about the MVP, the main reason behind this victory. It is going to be Ronit, the Grenadier, with 11 eliminations. That is a big number. And on top of that, 4,230 damage coming in from Ronit alone. And I think there was a lot of instances, Azora, while an opening knock was found from Ninja, Ronit then next throws up a nade, somebody else gets knocked. And now Vasistha Esports are scrambling around to figure out who should we revive first.
And that's where they were striking again and again, right? One player trying to revive, the other trying to hold the front, and they could not do it as 3 players were pouncing right on top of them. Moreover, they had Ignis walls, they had every single thing that could help them out in the overall situation. I believe they even had the Oscar Dash, all thanks to the cyber airdrop. So that itself was helping them a lot to call in the push, to reignite the entire situation. And that's where Ico Reckoning kept getting those rounds, kept besting forward. But on the other end, Vasistha Esports could not do much. This time, the game has for sure been really good from the likes of Vasistha Esports. They for sure stepped up, but they could not step up big time. So I for sure know I would appreciate the kind of performance this team went ahead and showcased. But I believe this is it. They're going to be out from this entire part of it. And Ico Reckoning, they're the ones to proceed forward as they're the one holding the overall situation in their hands. When you talk about aggression, they have it. You talk about bringing in new characters, they have it. And to perfection.
You have to agree to it. I cannot say anything to disagree. I think Vasistha Esports, to an extent, I was about to say the same thing here, at least on Nextera, because I think a really good gameplay. Tiger also with 6 eliminations compared to what his Bermuda action consisted. On the other end, Ico Reckoning, I think very consistent game coming in from there and at all times, and it's not been a question at all. And Ninja on top of it, we were talking about this sniper is very crucial. He was only able to get 3 eliminations, but he was a part of 18 eliminations. Look at that, 15 assists in a game which has 11 rounds in total.
15. I mean, the kind of pot shots Ninja has taken from the previous game, it has amped up a lot. So, I love the performance. Ico Reckoning, they have deserved. They went ahead, they fought so hard. Hence, going ahead and claiming the spot. This is going to be the match summary. The first one, it was very one-sided, 2-6. The second one, a close quarter battle from Vasistha Esports, but Vasistha could not, unfortunately, close it out. Kalahari could have been a really good deciding factor, as Ico Reckoning themselves struggle a lot when it comes to this particular map. So Vasistha could have pulled it off, I think so, and that's what the game plan or the strategy was in the heads of Ico Reckoning, that let's just go ahead and seal the deal in the second one itself. That's one of the best maps. Let's just do it.
They've done it for now, but their fight is not yet over. I think it's about them yet fighting for a war, right? They're still looking forward to an opportunity to get into that bigger league, bigger fight, the final action that they want to be. The best 4 teams in the CS mode. BR mode is going to be from tomorrow. So in the Battle Royale BR mode, we are going to be witnessing first which are the top 2 teams and then the top 6 teams. But right now, there is still that 2 tickets, and out of that we have 4 teams right now, right? Ico Reckoning, right before this NG Pros joined them, Godlike and Car 98 Army. Surprising that we are seeing both NG Pros as well as Godlike in this 1v1 matchup, or you could say in the Swiss bracket 1v1 scoreline, and only one of these teams will have an opportunity to go towards the finals. Now if they're faced off, right, in matchup 3 or 4, it's only going to be one of them. If NG Pros and Godlike get separated into two different matches, then there's a chance that both of them can go. Or maybe Car 98 Army, because remember what they did in week 3, day 1. What
That's
a
right.
turnaround. Jaunty Gaming should have managed to qualify, but they turned a switcheroo, a booyah towards the end, and it broke Jaunty Gaming completely. It looks like Jaunty Gaming are still wondering. They're dazed from that performance after losing on day 1, and they've not managed to make a comeback. Hopefully they will do tomorrow. We'll wait and watch, because Jaunty Gaming have already managed to get their top spot here, at least in the CS mode.
I mean, that's how Car 98 have been. They always love to go ahead and claw their way through, or just go ahead, mass destruction, get those elimination points, and alongside get the booyah as well. The positional advantage has always been the perfect stance for them. But yes, talking about the CS mode, that's where we're going to be focusing on, as the 2 tickets, like you rightly mentioned, Lucifer, are still not grabbed just yet. The one-on-one stage is yet to be seen. Match number 3 and match number 4. This is going to be super important, as they are going to decide the fate of the teams who will head towards the semi-finals. Already I can see a couple of teams waiting. Total Gaming, Jaunty Gaming. Here's where Jaunty Gaming played so well when it came to the CS mode. So overall, I believe that they are a lot confident team, and BR, I believe they need to go ahead and polish a bit. But yes, I think that the battle in semifinals will be equally more interesting, and for that, teams need to still go ahead and walk through match 3 and match 4, which itself is a lot of pressure. Trust me, Lucifer, when I say this, teams are going to go through vigorous pressure and a lot of training to go ahead and get those rounds.
You just saw what happened, right? OnePlus Godsrin, they were about to close it, push it to the third map. That pressure causes a lot of trouble. But here's the thing. Matches are still about to happen. Let's take a look at the brackets, the match 3 and 4. Who's matched up against whom? The big question. And who manages to have a chance to qualify based on the brackets? And it's going to be NG Pros versus Car 98 Army, and Aiku Reckoning versus Godlike Esports, who will fight off to see if they can claim a spot in the semi-finals, where Total Gaming and Jaunty Gaming are waiting. Unfortunate, OnePlus Godsrin and Vasista Esports have bid goodbye here in the class squad. Not in the BR again. It is only the class squad, but what a matchup this is, Auzora. NG Pros versus Car 98 Army. Damn.
This is where it hurts a lot to me, as I thought that NG Pros
your
and
predictions.
Car 98 Army, they're gonna head towards the semi-finals, but it's them against each other. That's where it hurts the most. On the other end,
I said the same thing when we were talking about it.
Well, and yes, it's going to be a lot hurtful, but in either which case, it's going to be a 50% win rate for us. Can you imagine that?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I think, see, just like how we are... Just like how we are looking at the positive end, Auzora, where...
Always silver lining.
50%. Teams have to look at the positive end.
They have to look at the positive end of the spectrum. And Aiku Reckoning against Godlike, this fight is to be reckoned with. My oh my. Godlike, they're still going ahead and trying to find that focus point of theirs. They still need to yet find that nirvana. Plus, they're looking for the confidence as well. So Aiku Reckoning on the other end, who already have played a game, they are already like wheels which are greased. So from here on, it's all about giving the momentum. That's it. Once the momentum is there, the tire is going to keep rolling. Godlike, I don't know how they are going to go ahead and showcase how well they will perform. This is one of the nail-biting games. And most of the players or most of the viewers out there, they would also have the same kind of experience. They would also think that, you know what, Reckoning, or it could be even Godlike that can reach towards the semifinals. And now when you see them against each other, again, 50-50.
Let's see who gets it. Match 3 and 4 not yet concluded, right? We still have that up on cards, but right after this short break, don't go anywhere. We'll decide if it's going to be Godlike, NG Pros, Aiku Reckoning. Who is it going to be after this break?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to TEZ FFMIC India Cup. You guys are watching the Clash Squad games, and we've already figured out two more teams who will probably be joining us in the grand finals. Now, two more spots await. We've had some pretty banging games so far, Tanya. I really like the performance of IQ Reckoning, but their journey isn't complete yet. They still have to go through one more difficult team. And even NG Pros, for that matter, while they won the first game 2-0, their next opponent is going to be quite devastating to them.
And that's none other than Team Car 98. So it's going to be banger of a match, Crips, to watch two strongest teams fighting up against each other. And if I had to question you, the day has been like 2-0 from the start until now. Now, I believe having these two teams, it's going to be a 3-mapper for sure. That's my prediction as of now.
Yeah, I mean, all the stats indicate that this could go the distance. This could go all the way towards the third map. Although NG Pros seem to be on a different level right now. We haven't really seen Car 98 play today, so we don't know what their form is like on this particular day. In the previous games last week, they were on point, but I really have to wonder what they will bring to this tour today. So let's take a look at both these teams head to head and see exactly what we have on our hands. NG Pros, we've already seen them today. While there were a couple of mistakes, I'm sure those can be very easily fixed. And I wouldn't even call them mistakes on behalf of NG Pros. It's just that their opponents played better in that particular round. But it didn't amount to them winning the game, and NG Pros were able to still make it through.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll also have a look upon which maps will be played first, because that also plays a very crucial role. And here we go. This is the map order that we are going to witness. Number one being Bermuda, where the things can go anywhere down the line. Followed with which we have Nextera, and the last but not the least and the most exciting, we have Kalahari. I really want this map to go match to go 3-mapper. And talking about Bermuda here, Car 98 army has a stronger hand, but now this time it's not about any strategies, rotations, third parties. It's all about raw skills and firepower, 4v4 and decision making. Let's see which team is going to bring in best of the decisions as early and as nicely possible.
Yeah, let's really hope that they are able to make all the best decisions. And the first few decisions they have to take are picking up their abilities and their characters. Naturally, you guys know that there is a ban and pick system. Let's jump into that and see what these guys have chosen. NG Pros and Car 98 Army will both stand with a ban each. NG Pros decide to ban Clue, and Car 98 decide to ban A124, which makes sense. Last time they were kind of screwed because they did not get to use their abilities. So they're going to get rid of A124 altogether.
And now we'll get to see which two abilities, character abilities, will be picked. And if at all, it's going to be the dash, which was major miss in the previous maps with Tatsuya and Oscar were denied entirely. Now we are going to see aggressive play style. Tatsuya, having Tatsuya is equal to having an opportunity to just go rush, bring in some elimination points and bring in some victories. And followed with which we have Oscar on the other side and accompanied by Zen. Very good skill sets combined at this end right now. They have got a rusher, they have got a damage dealer, and Tatsuya is going to have a character ability with what paired up. We'll get to know that as well in a couple of seconds. I really, if I had to predict, I do see KC coming in because okay, they have Ignis and Chrono. They're going on the defender's side and Ignis on the aggressive side for the push. And Ignis and Tatsuya combined are also very, very aggressive combo.
Yeah, the flame wall from Ignis actually helps you push in a little closer, and that compared with Tatsuya, NG Pro should be able to close in the distance quite quickly. Chrono, I am a little unsure about Chrono over here, because last time, even when they had Chrono, they were struggling to win their shotgun battles inside that Chrono time turner. So that's a bit of a concern for me. To end it, Car 98 will pick up Steffi and Skylar. I love both their abilities. Skylar will destroy the glue walls, and Steffi can easily stop the grenades from causing damage to you. NG Pros end it with Coda. Cool. So they have quite a lot of defensive abilities over here. NG Pros is a bit of a defensive powerhouse, but Kar98 Army, let's be honest, seem like the more well-rounded lineup. They've got two characters that can destroy glue walls, a character that can stop grenades, and Zayn, obviously, as you know, can become tanky if he starts getting all those armor ups. So I believe Kar98 might have the advantage in terms of just character selection, but NG Pros, if they can use their chrono abilities to their advantage and win all the shotgun battles in and around that time turner, then these guys are unstoppable.
Yeah, definitely. It does look like our 98 Army have to build in the momentum, have to build in the pace. If they are into that position right now, they do not have any sort of defensive mechanism running from their part. It's all about let's go, fight it off, and the opponent win the first map. And it's not going to be any easier with Ignis and Tatsuya together again. They denied the informative character skill clue. They have equipped Koda, so they will have the information, which Car 98 Army certainly did not want it to happen, but somehow this is the character mix that we are going to see, and Tatsuya and Ignis will be the starter pack if NG Pros are deciding to go ahead and have a rush. Talking about already the matches played by NG Pros, they haven't been passive at all. They made sure to go ahead. They made sure to just jump into the fight. They made sure that they brought in the exact skill set required with the split. So if that's again the pair up, or it's again the distribution that they're looking forward to go ahead and have a fight, that should work. But this time the opponents are different. They are Car 98 Army, the team which has already qualified on the Battle Royale mode and qualified with #1 position, and they are too tough to tackle. So even if they decide to go ahead and have a fight in the exact same manner, the retaliation will not be same at all.
Exactly, retaliation will be quite different. Speaking of differences, I did find something a bit weird. I noticed that Manu actually has picked up the Ignis ability rather than someone else. And since Manu, as we know, is gonna be sniping, I would much rather have someone else use Ignis so they can, rush alongside Cropsy, maybe provide him some backup. I would have liked it if Manu picked up Chrono instead or something like that, so that he can jump in late. And since he's going to be on the back fence of the team, would be nice for the Chrono to jump in late, maybe use a revive or two if possible. First of all, I mean, you shouldn't need a revive. That's the worst case scenario that I'm thinking about. If you don't even get knocked, that's pretty good. But yeah, I'm kind of excited to see what's going to happen when Manu has that Ignis instead of someone like Anubhav. So that would be quite interesting to look at.
Yeah, because we have seen Manu going ahead, picking up some long range fights, and then as and when needed, he also goes ahead and have a push. So Ignis is, according to me, that's a perfect pick as of now, because he's ready to rush. And if he goes in with the flame, I do believe that he will have already damaged. He will already have dealt the damage to the blue walls, to the players, and all that they need is to just rush in. And there's no healer on either of the side, so that's a plus. If they're able to deliver damage with Ignis flame balls, that is all they have to do, show a little bit of firepower and shut down Car 98 Army. But the main question is Car 98 Army easy enough to shut down? Because once they are triggered, there's nothing cooling them off.
Exactly. Once you trigger them, there's really nothing that can save you except your own skills. And even then, you need to make sure that you bring that A game to every single round, because we've seen Car 98 Army pull off 1v2s, 1v3s quite easily. And that was against some of the bigger names in this entire game. So that is actually quite impressive. I think the only other team which impressed me more than Car 98 Army was probably Jaunty Gaming, because they went like 6-0 in all their next era games. But apart from that, Car 98 had like one of the best performances. And I'm talking about with Total Gaming included. So yeah, that's how good I found their performance to be.
Well, talking about Total Gaming, they were the only team to shut down Skylar. Now they banned the Skylar several times, and there were so many glue walls and so many curves to play alongside it. Have an escape plan, have a revival plan, and apart from Team Total Gaming, there's nobody who has banned Skylar, and that's something unique of Clash Squad coming in from their side. They've already qualified their way not only on the Clash Squad mode but also on the way of Battle Royale mode. This is the race for Team Car 98, making it through Battle Royale mode, and let's see if they're going to make it through, because today we do have 2 golden tickets towards the LAN, and if they are able to make it, that's going to be very important, because it's all about the prize pool at the end of the day, also about the trophy at the end of the day.
Exactly. and the prize pool dedicated for the class squad mode is a whopping 20 lakhs. That's quite a lot of money. The team that wins the entire thing gets 10 lakhs to themselves, and this is just the class squad mode. They can earn even more on top of this if they perform better in the battle royale modes as well. So yeah, the quest to get more money and the hype is definitely on. But the game is about to begin, ladies and gentlemen. Bermuda is gonna be the #1 map, followed by Nextera and Kalahari. I want to see if this goes all the way. I want to see if this goes all the way to Kalahari. So let's jump in, ladies and gentlemen. Bermuda up on your screens right now. It's NG Pros versus Car98.
Who's going to back the first round? Who is going to pick up the momentum? Who is going to bring in the pace for themselves? Both of them rushing towards the cyber drop. And who is going to grab their hands first of all? It's a split of 1:3 coming in from the side of NG Pros. Same goes for team Car98 Army. Cropsy with the shotty in his hand and nearing about long range will not work. Ignis coming into the introduction, and here we go. Soul getting his knock, but then he is going to go ahead and grab the elimination, and NG Pros destroying just with the shotty right here. What a round coming in from their side, and looking forward to the next round as well real soon. NG Pros had the momentum for the start of the day, and also starting off against the newer team against them, and they are starting off good. We do see 4 dual pistols from the side of Car98 Army, and here we go. NG Pros with SMGs, with hand cannons, with shorties, and the firepower is better on the side of NG Pros. Obviously with the better gun. And here we go. NG teams pushing in. Cropsy with a gun in his hand with only two dual guns. How is it going to happen? 2 players up against 3. There's no way they can survive it. Karthik manages to get 1 knock, and followed with which God gets 1 more on his name. What a play coming in from his hand. Struggle will be confirmed. Cropsy trying to go ahead and get that, but then comes Cropsy, Manu and Anubhav shutting team Car98 Army. By the way, talking of God, I would like to add up to a point. The first player in the Clash Squad mode to get the ace on his name. Let's see if he's going to bring in such ace again today. If not, still fine. Let's see. The victory matters.
2 quick rounds for NG Pros. This should be.
And if we have a look over here, so 2-0 coming in from the side of NG Pros. What a start coming in, and the guns are better from both the ends this time, so it's the equal amount of arms being spotted. But what about the firepower? What about the momentum? Car98 Army is a little on the struggling side as of now. Cyber drop to be captivated by no one. It's a 0 captivation. Raw firepower. Pouncer was used over here. Throwables in his hand, and both of them still surviving. Are going to heal up, and Anubhav will spot God. It was a little extra risk that he took, for which he paid the price. It's a 3v4 situation, and here we go. Struggle with a dual pistol. Soul will be down on his knees. Struggle going in again. Heal themselves and will be confirming with a blow. Here we go. 2-0, and it's all about Sid with very low on HP. Map of Bermuda is slipping away from the hands of Team Car98 Army, one after the other. A full buy round also gone. Economy is on the crash, and if they don't have good weaponaries, they might not be able to show a comeback story written for themselves. And Car98 Army, still we do understand, they have to settle. They have to bring into a place where they are again hyped up and ready to fight.
This map is slipping out of their hands like grains of sand, and they better get an iron grip on this map before it completely escapes and eludes them. Keep in mind that the next map isn't going to be any easier, and Car98 don't have a great history on Nextera, so they need to make Bermuda count. On the fact that Ignis, they isolate the fight against Soul and Struggle. Cropsy, both of them spray him down. Instant man advantage for NG Pros. They come in from the other side of the mansion, but the 2 walls basically have been placed like a triple barrier. There's really no entry from here, but Karthik finds a way through. He gets that shotgun onto Struggle, gets the knock onto him, but Cropsy has taken down Sid, and within a matter of seconds, NG Pros have wiped out Car98 Army once again. 4-0.
That's a massive blow for Team Car 98 Army, and 4-0, 2 more rounds, and we might get to see a 6-0 happening real soon if Car 98 Army doesn't decide to bring in something unique, because rushing it directly towards them is definitely not working. Split is not working. Bot God is not working. And if you have a look at the eliminations, there are only 2 eliminations on the name, one of which is coming from Bot God and other from Soul. Karthik said they're not even in the action, and look at Cropsy, 7 elimination on his name, alongside Manu with 5 and Anubhav in struggle, matching up with each other with 2 eliminations each. Nobody is going for cyber drop. I mentioned it, and here we go. NG Pros for the second consecutive time got a better loot this time, and I do believe they are ruining everything for Car 98 Army.
And they already see Soul over there, so they're probably the prime nades towards him, but the Steffi ability will keep him alive. NG Pros trying to surround them from the other side. Take a look at Struggle. He's going on a long flank. He's going to get the angles onto them, but they discover him. And all his flanking attempts will be now wasted. Star 98 group up once again. You know Cropsy's alone over here, but rushing Cropsy, even if he's alone, is a mistake. Shot to the head, and Anubhav goes down. Even Karthik will be finished off. Anubhav finally finds Soul, and that flank will come into play now. Botgod and Sid forced to fall back. The flames tearing them asunder. Manu will get the spray onto Botgod, and it's just Sid up close with that BSK. He can't do much. And once again, NG Pro continue their reign of terror. They seem to be unstoppable now, Tanya.
5-0, last round and the deciders round. Bermuda will be in the hands of NG Pros if this is exactly how Car 98 Army is continuing to play. And not only that, a step closer towards golden ticket if they are not bringing in any changes required. Settling phase is over. 5 rounds already down. Imagine if they bring in some comeback story to be written in this particular map of Bermuda. At least close in inch by inch, round by round. Even if they don't win it, they need to bring up some pace on their 5 battles. Their players of Car 98 Army have been spotted, and Sid, Cropsy against Sid. He's going ahead, trying to grab that elimination.
They found Sid. They know he's isolated. They can see Karthik and Botgod on the other side, on top of the garage. So now they're gonna go over towards the side. Maybe hopefully get an angle. Nope. He still tries to escape. They find Karthik instead. They turn their attention away from Botgod and focus on Sid. That guy is just so unlucky. He managed to escape by the skin of his teeth, and in process of doing so, poor Karthik, he lost his life. Oh, yeah, Car 98. You can see their desperate attempts to try and save each other, desperate attempts to try and rescue all their fallen comrades, but nothing seems to be working for them. And it all started with them chasing Botgod. It wasn't even their initial plan. They wanted to focus on Karthik and Sid. They focus on Botgod for just a few seconds. Karthik steps in to help him, and bam, both of them end up losing their lives. And now in a 2v4, defeat seems inevitable. Maybe we'll be heading to next era much sooner than expected. That's a lovely use of the Safiri graffiti. He heard the nade being cooked, popped it at the right time. But will Steffi save you from these flames? I don't think so. Connections up close. Switches over to the shotgun, and Cropsy pops their guts full of lead. He wants to end it in a flawless manner. And flawless manner it is. I kind of feel like our pre-game segment was longer than the actual game over here, Tanya, because NG Pros make quick work of their opponents.
Well, that is something that came out of the box for me, because I was expecting a close match, and now that is, let's forget about the close match. They did not even get a single round on their name. Bermuda to be owned by Team NG Pros with not facing a single loss. What a start between Team NG Pros and Car 98 Army. 6-0 for the starter pack, and much more to follow.
I don't know what else to follow. Like, what? We were all expecting a 3-map banger. We were all expecting Kalahari to be definitely there. But now I'm wondering whether we will even see the 7th round of next era. That also might just be a 6-0. So what can you expect over here, man?
I do believe Car 98 Army were settling on the map of Bermuda, and now they're going to bring in whatever they have. I mean, however they have played by far on the maps of Battle Royales, this is something that I've never seen of coming in from the side of Car 98 Army, not even on the worst of their days. I believe this is the lowest that they have played by far into the entire tournament of TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2025, and this should have triggered them. If they are triggered, that's good. If not, then NG Pros are going to walk or stomp on them and get the golden ticket.
I don't even know if being triggered is going to help them. I mean, they need a full mental reset. Being triggered puts them in a state where they will be panicking. And I'm not a sports psychologist, but I've worked with enough of them to know that when you get defeated in such a terrible manner, it will definitely leave a scar. Even if you manage to make a comeback, even if you manage to win against NG Pros, this game is going to be difficult to get over.
They are going to take a little bit of time. This was a trauma for them to settle down. Maybe if they are able to go ahead, forget this map entirely, and then they start afresh, that is exactly, they can go ahead and win. If they keep this loss on their head, they might go ahead for 2-0. I do agree with what you mentioned, but then what happens is when you, I don't know, that comes in from my side. I play better when I am in rage, when I am angry, so maybe they might be upset with that phase. So I met up with that same ideology, because 6-0 is not something when you expect. There's a team like Car 98. I mean, that is last of the thought, right?
Yeah, against Car 98, no. Car 98, I would have definitely expected a much closer game, because they are the kind of team which you expect to be on the top of the table, whether it's BR mode or in the Clash Squad mode. Sure, they might lose, but not like this. And we were equally surprised last time when we saw Godlike get defeated 6-0 like this, and Jaunty Gaming were able to 6-0 all their opponents in Next Era. But that was just like particular to one map. I thought Bermuda is neutral enough. I thought over here there wouldn't be any 6-0s.
Talking about Bermuda and the character abilities, the set that they played, the Ignis flame wall was pushed, then came the dash, and then Tatsuya obviously was the part of the play, and then they destroyed player by player. Not much was left to even give a cover fire. What they exactly did was they used the Koda to defy where Sid was hiding, and the moment they knew the Sid's position, they pushed against Sid. It was all about 3 remaining players, then rushers. All 3 rushers were remaining from the side of Car 98 Army, and then the rest is history. So somewhere the main targeted player was Sid. He wasn't allowed to create that 1:3 split to give the cover fire. He was the first player to get into the position to shut down. And if we talk about day 1 of CS mode, Bot God was the player who brought in Ace for CS mode, and today, let alone Ace, he couldn't grab himself 4 elimination points. Something is wrong right now, and I do believe this short break should bring in a better change for themselves. It's okay to win or lose, it's part and parcel of the game. Not everybody can win, but at least not this way when you are teams like Car 98 Army, right?
Yeah, I really hope that they can reset themselves and get ready for Next Era, because their performance over here was kind of abysmal. I mean, I don't even know where to point my fingers. I don't even know what to say about what was going wrong. It just seemed like Car 98 weren't playing like themselves. There is a certain playstyle that Car 98 have in the BR mode. You know, they don't let the opponents dictate the pace of the game. And over here, NG Pros just seem to be in complete control of not just the entire battlefield, but also the pace of the entire battle. The way they were jumping on people like Sid and Soul, they often found themselves in a 1v2 situation. And there was just basically no trading available from the side of Car 98 Army. Bot God would sometimes play along with his teammates. It could either be Sid, it could either be Soul, but like he wouldn't always have a fixed teammate like NG Pros did, right? How NG Pros play, they have a very fixed setup. Manu and Cropsy will play together. Sometimes Anubhav will join them, and then only one of these players will play away from the team, if at all. Sometimes, especially in the rounds like Observatory, all of them are playing together. NG Pros are sticking together like a unit. And in some of the other maps, like Kartik Sutra, these guys went for a 3-1 split. So it really depends, and it seems like NG Pros have that, you know, plan of action that they can put into place, whereas Car 98 Army are just rolling with the vibes, and unfortunately that's not enough.
Talking about 3-1 split, Bodgod did try to bring in on the circle of Katlitseva, which you mentioned. He went in for the bouncer, and that is exactly where he got spotted and taken down. Not even glue wall could save him, not even the cooked grenade could save him. He was just put to sleep in few seconds. But now, in a couple of seconds, we are going to get to see who is going to be the MVP. Obviously, we know the highest eliminator from the side of NG Pro, but we'd like to see his face on our screens.
And it's Manu. No surprises over there. 7 eliminations for him. Rather measly number of 2,128 damage, which is understandable considering they only played 6 rounds. We've seen some of the other players, especially players from IQ Reckoning just a few minutes ago. We saw them rack up numbers of 4,200 and something, which kind of makes sense since they played all 11 rounds. So that's why they were able to accumulate 4,000 something damage. In just 6 rounds, if Manu has dealt 2,128 points of damage, that is an insane feat to have. Keep in mind that he's not the only person damaging his opponents. He has teammates as well. He has done enough damage to rack up 10 eliminations with this one. But yeah, obviously it's a team game, so it's all spread out nice and even. And take a look at the disparity of these teams. 3 members of NG Pros north of 1,000 damage. Struggling at 1,300, and I'm pretty sure it's not because he was actually struggling. It's because his teammates just, shine brighter than him. And I think Struggle will be very happy to be the guy with the least amount of damage in his team. He'll be like, that's cool, as long as some of us are doing damage, it works. But then you have Kar98 Army, Soul and Sid at 600 only. Yeah, that's a bit discouraging.
Talking about NG Pros again, we do see some assists also coming in from the side of Manu. Some is equal to many. 12 assists from Manu and 10 from Struggle. Struggle sure did not get some elimination points, but with the assists, he did his work just right, because 6-0 is everything. It's the best score that you can do to get towards the victory on CS mode. And this team is functioning just exactly as you have to go ahead. But the team that is dysfunctioning, Kar98 Army, what are they up to? What are they going to bring in? I mean, if they don't level up, buckle up, this might be it. We will get to see 2-0. Let's hope Team Kar98 Army will bring in something unique in the next map. But what about this map? We do need to see map summary to analyze better about what went exactly right. And it is 6-0 NG Pros. Bermuda. Next is Nextera. Talking about Nextera, the splits of 50-50 should work better on this particular map, because sure, revival is the key factor. You need to bring in your player, and NG Pros is targeting one player at a time. Their play set is totally disclosed on the map of Bermuda. So if Kar98 Army brings in this exact change, going in the split of 50-50, they might they might also be able to retaliate and also save their numbers. That is the only way of survival in this tournament.
Yeah, Nextera has to be a win for Kar98 Army. If not, they will be out of the Clash Squad mode. And they didn't work so hard only to come this far. They didn't have the best performance in the previous week, but they did win one game, which is why they find themselves in the 1 each bracket. They have a total score of 1-1, 1 win and 1 loss so far against all the teams combined. But now, when it matters the most, when they are playing the game which will help them ascend into the grand final, they are struggling. And that just doesn't seem right. Not right for a team of Kar98 Army's caliber.
Sure, and that is where all the question marks are, and we will get the answer only in the next map, which is going to be Nextera, and the answers either are going to be in the favor of Team NG Pros, who have set the pace very well, who has destroyed one team already and are on the verge of destruction on the second team as well. Because if we talk about today, both the teams who have moved ahead towards the brackets have won it 2-0, did not give the room of opportunity, not even for the single map. So they are the dominant 2.1s as of now. And talking about the next map as well, Godlike, they also got decimated on the scoreline of 0-2. So maybe they are focusing more or less on the battle royale map mode, and Team Godlike has yet to qualify, so their strategies are yet to be defined. But what about Car 98 Army? They are all well set in terms of qualification. All they have to think about is current situation, current mode, and talking about current map, it's going to be next era, which we have already talked multiple times.
Yeah, I sound like a broken record when I keep on saying that next era is going to be absolutely important for Car 98 Army. But the funny part is, Car 98 Army were also struggling on Kalahari in their previous game. So the overall story just doesn't seem like a good one for Car 98 Army. It seems like they've been painted to be the villains in this particular story. And when every favorite villain falls, everybody rejoices. But I don't think this time people are going to rejoice. This is a very important team for the fans, and it would be kind of incomplete to see a grand final without Car 98 Army. Let's take a look at what characters they've banned. NG Pros continuing to stick with the clue ban. They don't want to give any information away to their opponents. Meanwhile, Car 98 Army have changed things up. They banned Koda instead. So yeah, they learned from their mistakes. The lack of information last time was a big factor. So this time they will also deny information to NG Pros.
And that is exactly where Koda was spotting down Sid, and there came the rush from the side of NG Pros. This time there's no Tatsuya spotted as of now. Oscar is the first pick coming in from their side in terms of who's going to aggress and how. Well, we do have two picks coming in from the side of Car 98 Army. It's going to be Zen and Cassie. They have realized they need a healer, right? They need a support system to reactivate, which they have already lost. In terms of HP, obviously, you're talking about Zen, the aggressor, and will be able to deliver and tank a little bit of damage here and there. But on the other side, two rushers to accompany. NG Pros looks unstoppable, and even 2-4 to deny all the active skills. Now, what else do you want from NG Pros?
Yeah, I mean, you can keep your information with you, man. We don't need any of that information. We have ability denial. We have both the movement-based characters in this entire game with us now. Skylar and Ignis. Okay, cool. At least there's a little bit of aggression in the hands of Car 98 Army. Although I kind of disagree with the Cassie pick over there. Given how they were playing in Bermuda, they were not even close to each other. Forget trading. How will you use electrotherapy when you're not going to stay close to each other? So that's going to be a bit of a problem. At least now that they have Cassie, they will make sure that you stay near the person, whoever has Cassie equipped. So that should hopefully force some trading potential into Car 98's playstyle. But that being said, I still believe that the overall character draft, NG Pros have won this character draft section.
They do have Steffi also now, so we are going to see some graffitis in the mix. And talking about the overall character sets, I mean, whatever the changes that Team Car 98 Army have brought in, according to me, it's better than what it was in the map of Bermuda. They required a lot of heal. They required the team coordination. Now, KC is going to make sure to bring in 50-50 split, because two players are going to stick no matter what. And Skylar and Ignis, the combo that should work again in terms of removing the glue walls, and they do not have any aggressive character, neither Oscar nor Tatsuya. How are they going to penetrate even if they are successful in removing glue walls? Now that's the single question. I mean, there should have been one rusher at least, one dasher at least, maybe any Oscar, Tatsuya, whichever the comfort zone is. But they do have abilities to remove all the glue walls, but who's going to make the entry? They don't have anyone.
Exactly. In this kind of a situation, I'm starting to wonder if Santino would have been the play, but then again, Santino is more of an escape character than an entry character, so that doesn't still solve the problem that you posed for Car 98 Army. And this is one thing that you rightfully mentioned. Yeah, they don't have anything to cover distance. They don't have anything to go up in the face of NG Pros. They're going to have to walk all the way there. So They'll probably just have to use their own glue wall discover, inch closer and closer, and then hope that their shotguns do the work. But then again, let's be honest, NG pros know how to counter that playstyle. They know what's gonna happen when your opponents are slowly approaching you inch by inch using their glue wall discover. And it's not like NG pros are kind of powerless to do anything about it. They also have the Oscar dash. They can also break those glue walls and cover distance accordingly. So yeah, K98 Army, I believe this is gonna be an even steeper climb for them, especially in the map of Next Era, because there are so many different dynamic environments over here. We've got the moving platforms and Farmtopia. Grab Labs definitely impairs your movement vertically, so it's gonna be quite difficult. Let's see if can K98 Army weather the storm or not, as we are gonna be heading into Next Era, ladies and gentlemen. First round gonna be on mud side, and we have kicked it off.
Heading towards Cyber Airdrop, who's going to grab it first? Team no NG Pros are already on the move, heading towards it, trying to upscale their loot. It's the pistol round. Obviously, everybody is holding only pistol. And here we go. Bot got spotted, taken down. Angle of struggle was unpredictable, unreadable, to which the victim was turned into ashes and struggle. Dashing it away, escaping. For how long? 36 HP low. And now he is also spotted, taken down. 2 players down. Cropsy will be the man to pick up fight now. Soul will be down on his knees and Sid will be eliminated. Again, the pistol round flawlessly won by NG Pros. Not even a single elimination.
Yeah, they struggled on they focused on struggle so much that they forgot the rest of the members of NG Pros exist. Like, take a look at Soul and Sid. Both of them were just focusing on struggle, and then they get shot on the back by the rest of the members of NG Pros. Once again, these guys are off to a wonderful start. 3 P90s in their hands, and they are rushing towards certain victory.
Now they do have P90s, so 1 AC80 as well. So there's going to be a support fire, cover fire, and there's a mini Uzi on the other side. Sid, sure, shutting, struggle down KC. There are 2 players down. That was a quick elimination. Now they have equipped a better loot, better guns, and with those, they might be able to take the duels because it is a 4v2 right now. P90, what was this shot coming in from side of bot? God, P90 versus just a pistol, and mini Uzi will seal the deal. K98 Army are upscaling themselves. This is the exact change that they had to bring in. The split of 50-50, which is functioning right, at least for the second round. And if they continue to do so, good in their favor.
Yeah. After the long and arduous map, they finally managed to score their first round. K98 Army have put up a point on the board. And this might just be cause to celebrate for all the K98 Army fans, because given how NG Pros have switched up, look at how they are running, like hand in hand, literally no space between their bodies. It's either all trades or all deaths. 3 people each with the center of intellect center. Unabought tries to go in for that cyber airdrop, stepping ability, won't really do them that much safer. Unabought takes a step back, straight down Soul, but Potpot has already taken care of Cropsy. Cropsy revived once again. That was a very brave res behind the glue wall. Struggle from the left-hand side. Will provide the cover fire. He gets both Karthik and Bot God. Sid has the off angle, but he's just simply not able to connect any shots. And he has to mercilessly watch his teammates die right before his own eyes. Unable to do everything. Powerless to do so. Now he feels stuck in that corner. Won't be feeling that stuck for much longer as Cropsy brings himself closer. He uses the glue wall to get the res. Even the Skylar Riptide Rhythm won't really save them. Mandu pops his head off as soon as that glue wall breaks.
The fight escalated for the cyber airdrop, and that is exactly where things turned into shatters for Team K98 Army. Now, here we go. It's again the fight for the cyber airdrop, 4 versus 4. Who is going to close in first? Because if you have a look at the economy, sure shot, NG Pros have got the better hand and better weapons and better firepower, better synergy, better agent, better character skills equipped. And what are they up to? Because if I had to predict right now with the momentum and with the phase, I would eat up my words when I mentioned we might get to see a 3-mapper today. NG Pros are trying to go ahead and shut it to 2-0 scoreline.
Exactly. I mean, I kind of feel silly now even mentioning Kalahari. But hey, that's exactly why NG Pros are NG Pros. They will surprise you. Oh my god, Karthik almost went down. Survived. His life spared for now. You have two members of NG Pros who have already pushed towards the side of Kar98's Farmtopia. Two members of NG Pros still on the high ground, providing cover from afar. It's Manu in struggle, who are using their woodpeckers and parafilms to lay down some long-range covering fire. Meanwhile, the two other members of NG Pros have already reached downstairs, and Cropsy has been spotted. Karthik really wants to one-tap him out of existence, but Cropsy is now putting pressure on the other side. Ignis activated, allowing them to get inside the container. Botta trying to go for the match spray, but Cropsy survives by the skin of his teeth once again. Soul comes out from the other side of this box. Sid will find one. That's amazing. Cropsy and Anubhav will most likely be finished off, so now it brings it back to a 2v3, and Kar98 have a realistic chance of converting this game. Struggle forced outside. They are both chasing him. He tries to regroup with Manu. Smoke grenade in the center of that conveyor belt, and Soul coming in with that spray. Gets Struggle, finds Manu as well. Amazing stuff by Kar98 Army. They are not out of this fight just yet.
A little too early to speak up, and the fight, the split, Kar98 Army, it's like a blow for a blow, 1 round each. It's an equalizer, 2-2, who takes the lead here because stakes are on the better side for Team NG Pros, and Kar98 Army have to do the heavy lifting to be in this fight, to be in this battle, to be in this mode. And if we have a look at the weapons, once again, Struggle has got a longer range of weapon, should be able to provide a good cover fire, 4 players pushing in, and this time they're going in as a squad. They are not splitting apart at all. Use of smokes to make a way. Now this is going to be a surprise. They are not aware about their positioning. Smoke grenade right on time, introduction with some grenades being tossed here, and there Ignis in the mix will be able to dodge for a little while. Karthik and Struggle down on the knees, but Struggle will be revived. Kar98 are able to get 2 eliminations on their name. Manu is the last man standing. How long will he survive this battle? Because it's all about 2 versus 1.
Doom.
Trying to pop that deal. Don't think he'll get the opportunity to do it. He's getting surrounded, pummeled from every side. For the first time in this series, Kar98 Army take the lead. And you can see the sigh of relief that Sid just breathed.
First Doom.
His entire body just shook when he took that breath in. Comeback might just be on the cards yet.
First.
Now we do see some better weaponaries in the high hands of Team Kar98 Army, but shotguns being picked by NG Pros. So exactly we know NG Pros is trying to look forward to have a close range duel. Closing in was good, using 2 smoke grenades and then gradually cooking some nades and pushing it in. But they were well prepared. They used the glue walls beforehand. I believe they heard the sound of grenades being cooked. But what about this round? It's the verticality being involved, the rush coming in, and the players are down. Bot God was eliminated by the skill, and it's all about 3 versus 3 shotguns coming into the action, which are doing the dirty job. And it's all about Sid, the supportive player, the long distance player. How long will he survive? And with very low on HP, there's nothing much that he can do with P90, and he will be taken down by shotgun again. All 4 players intact. It's an equalizer again, 3-3.
And this time NG Pros really have their work cut out for them. They win 1, they lose 1, and now in that constant back and forth of exchanging rounds, the economy at least has been somewhat stabilized on either side. 3 P90s for Kar98, followed by a Mag 7 as well. That's amazing. NG Pros do. Only Cropsy has gone for a level 2 MP5, but in Grav Labs, all of that might just change. Once again, NG Pros going for a 2-2 split as usual. Kar98 Army rush towards the center. The airdrop isn't fully here yet, but Cropsy wants it already. He makes a big leap, but Karthik raises his head through the air. Bullets flying across the skies, and in a sky full of stars, he's the supernova that shines through. Sid trying to get at that shot, just about manages to get him, but Kar98 have acquired a 2-man advantage. Struggle and Manu on either side of that platform now. They are both visible, and they know exactly where they can be pinned. from either side. They nail down the members of K98 with a bunch of freeze bombs. That wouldn't really deter their spirits. It won't really freeze their fires in their hearts. Manu once again left to his own devices. Gets him up on Karthik. Can he at least find one more? No, he absolutely can't. Sid will handle him. And K98 army refused to give up.
The start was good. The shotguns were taken down. It was all about the long range duels that were supposed to be picked. Freeze nades, and then came the push from Manu, but there was not much that could have been done about the previous round. But right now, if you have a look at Manu's weaponry, one is a sniper and one is P90 and 3 shotguns. And when I see 3 shotguns in the sides of NG Pros, I do believe the round is already owned and won by NG Pros, because all they decide is to go ahead and have a close range battle. On the other side as well, Sid has got an SMG mixed with sniper shotguns from 2 players, Karthik and Soul. Bot got going in for the woodpecker. Blue walls on the bridge on both the sides are disturbing the exact momentum which they were trying to create to get some early knocks, and both were denied.
Yeah. Hey man, it kind of reminds me of the Mumbai infrastructure situation, given how these bridges are blocked. Of course, nobody in Mumbai did it on purpose. It's just purely incompetence. But over here, this seems to be working out quite well for either side. They've exchanged some positions. As you can see, Botcard has already made his way over towards NG Pro's side, using the Ignis ability to break open that dam, let the reservoir flood through. Struggle forced to take high ground once again. This time he has reunited with Dropsky, and they're both trying to run over these blue walls, hoping that their shots will help them. Yes, they do. Struggle blast down Karthik. Mandu, long range AWM knockout, and Struggle and Dropsy up close will finish the job. NG Pros just cannot stop exchanging rounds against K98 army.
The dashes and shotguns is exactly the way they are playing, and they are playing it so correctly that there's no counter to it. There's no retaliation to it. And I did mention about it, if they are holding shotguns, we're equipped with Skylar and Oscar. There's nothing that can stop, Oscar and Tatsuya, there's nothing that can stop them. Not even Skylar's Riptide Rhythms. On the other side, they are giving up an open area by removing the glue walls in the mix. 4-4, an equalizer yet again. A cyber airdrop is the point of contact, and we both know when there's a cyber airdrop fight, it's always NG Pros going ahead, grabbing that round on their name, and it's a little slowed. They are taking their own time. Struggle has got a better positioning. He is aware about the information, and 2 players are already tanking a little bit of damage here and there, but Struggle's information is already leaked. He is also very low on HP. Bot God did try to get that elimination, which is denied as of now, but Manu will shut Karthik down.
And Soul is also stuck in that corner. There's no way out. He's stuck in too tight. This from above. He's just focusing too much on Manu, but Manu doesn't even want to peek. He's more than happy letting him waste his time. Botcard has also been spotted, so now Anubhav is just trying to nail him down. And they're going to use their third-person angles to make sure he stays over there. He's going to have to leave that corner eventually because of the zone. And when he finally does, Struggle will be there up close on that gondola to welcome him with open arms and open fire. Last person standing, Sid. He's basically dug himself a coffin in that corner. And he's finally put out of his misery. Yeah, that is just painful to watch, man. It seemed like his fate was sealed, his essence was determined over there. And there was nothing but death waiting for him. All he could do is just accept it and let the zone do its bidding.
Once again, NG Pros are on the lead. This could bring an end towards the fight between NG Pros and K98 army. If at all this round is won flawlessly or maybe by an inch, this is exactly what they are fighting for the slot in the grand finals, semi-finals for Clash Squad mode. Again, the rush comes in. It's a Ignis initiation with some throwables. Cassie already activated. They are making sure to push Manu and Struggle away. They successfully managed, and here comes a rush on the other side. Soul trying to disturb all the glue walls that were very well set. Ignis also is going to deliver a lot of damage, And this time struggle very low on HP. Manu is still surviving, trying to get some long range shots. And manages to not connect it any. Manu will be put to sleep.
Yeah, but finally Kar98 Army have switched up their pace. They are the ones putting on the aggression for the team. That's nice. Sid will be found by Props. That's a 1v1 isolated against him. Level 3 MP5, man, it shreds so much. And all the blue walls are being destroyed in an instant. As soon as this one breaks, Karthik will be ready for them. He peeked up for just a second, connects that headshot onto an about. One more player down. There's very less chances of him getting revived over here. Even though the glue wall is being put up, Struggle will have to use all of his time to get Anubhav back online. And even then, he's very low on health. They need Anubhav though. He's the big gun. He's the one who has the most expensive weaponry in this particular round. Anubhav will be able to recover as well. Meanwhile, Soul, how did he get knocked? How did Struggle find him? Karthik retaliates. He gets the revenge elimination against Struggle. So that puts it in a 2v2. But then again, Anubhav and Cropsy, they are not together anymore. Karthik and Botgod can still at least play on the same side, but the zone will force them to come closer to Anubhav. And Anubhav really wants to maintain that high ground. Oh, the moment I say that, he jumps down. Let's see an angle onto Karthik. Cropsy and Karthik both just staring daggers at each other across that half-jagged wall. Botgod finally finds him. Cropsy down. The angle connection found. And oh my god, look at that heal power. It's so ridiculously high. All the damage that Anubhav dealt counts for nothing as Botgod finds the second one. 5-all against Tanya.
They're still not saying goodbye to this TS mode. They're still in the party. They're still making sure to... There are some bloopers, no deny. But they found the rhythm. And the rhythm did work fine. And let's see, this is the match point, and this is a map point for one team. One of the most nail-biting round by far, and who is going to take the rush battle? Nobody wants to go for the cyber airdrop. It's the flank that's going to come in from the side of NG Pros. Two players have already paved their way rushing, and there's a 1:3 split. This is something that did not work well for Kar98 Army. They should take a pause. They should take a breather, redecide what's working. But look at what got the repositioning and the revelation about where the opponent is.
Just using the windowsill edges to get those angles. Struggle already sees Karthik and Soul. Knows a nade is being primed, instantly blocks it with the glue wall. Repositions once again, knowing that they're only coming at him from below. So he continues to run away, hoping that they'll follow him. And he's hoping to lead Kar98 Army right into a trap, but Kar98 do not bite the bait. They regroup on their own. And look at that. All four players of Kar98 sticking together, rushing as a unit. That's exactly what we need from them. In eerie silence befalls the mud site area. Cropsy and Anubhav will be the first point of contact. They need to hold off this invasion for the time being. They need to buy some time for Struggle to come in and help them. And Struggle, positioning himself beyond those broken barriers. Nade being exchanged. Now you know for a fact that NG Pros have Steffi equipped, so they're gonna just activate that graffiti on top. Get on below. More nades being exchanged now. Will anyone find any damage? Yes, Anubhav Cropsy take a chunk of damage. Shrapnel shredding through them, and that's the cue for Soul to continue moving in. He goes around the other side of that wall, hoping to find the angle, but Sid with that VSK finds the double. Soul finally connects onto Mandu, and within a matter of seconds, Kar98 Army will get this win. Down to the wire. And Tanya, it looks like your early prediction might just come true after all. We will see Kalahari.
With Kalahari, Kar98 Army does not have good hand on the map of Kalahari, and I like the way Soul was knocking the screen that we do exist. Knock, knock, we are still here. By the slimmest of margin, they won the battle, and are they going to continue to do so? You know, I was actually, I had my heart pounding the way it was a match point for one team and a map point for one team. It was a bye for one team. So they managed to pull this off under pressure even better. And now the pressure and the stakes are even higher because this map is going to be the deciders map. Who is going towards the land, a step closer towards land.
Yeah, and it's gonna be super, super intense because we've already seen Kar98's performance on Kalahari. You know what to expect from them. And last time, even though they had their characters equipped quite well, they were struggling on Kalahari against their opponents from first week. On the other hand, I don't remember seeing NG Pros in Kalahari at all. Did they even play that one? My stats might be lacking in this department, but needless to say, Kar98 Army have more experience on Kalahari than NG Pros, at least for the current situation, at least in the current battle. And given how NG Pro started 6-0, I really thought that this was going to be a quick affair. I thought this is going to be a done and dusted, settled matter, but nope, we are stretching it out all the way to the third map. And yeah, we've been on an emotional roller coaster, right? We started the game saying that, yeah, we're definitely seeing Kalahari, we're definitely going to see a close game. And then after the first game, we both were like, nah, that's not happening. We were fools to even mention Kalahari, but we here after all. So yeah, the game did deliver. It was close, but only in the second game.
And Nextera brought in some new colors for Team Kar98 Army, and let's see how long does the rainbow last, because it's only 11 rounds that is going to be deciding the fate for the team to qualify towards next phase. But talking about Nextera, who will be the MVP for this particular map, who brought in the best of the changes to win this title and bring this team into the movement. It is none other than Kar98 Soul. 7 eliminations, and look at the damage, almost 4,000. Now that's massive for 7 eliminations.
Yeah, that's a massive mismatch between the damage and the number of eliminations. Although, considering that we played out almost all the rounds in Nextera, I'm not surprised by the almost 4,000 damage over here, 3,955 by Soul. That was bound to happen if the game extended beyond the 10th round, and it did. So we get to see these big numbers from Soul, but let's be honest, Soul over here was kind of the person who was keeping his team alive in many situations because he was the one leading the charge. And if it was up to him and if he found the angle, then his team would start off brilliantly with a numbers advantage. But if he died, then his team would kind of lose the round. A lot of success hinged on his performance alone. And while that's amazing, while it's wonderful to carry your team and become the MVP, you can't be the sole pillar keeping the structure of your entire team intact.
We'll have a look at the scoreboard. About the map of Bermuda went 0-6-0 on the side of Kar98 Army, but talking about the map of Nextera, this is 6-5, and it was a comeback story well written for Team Kar98 Army. 7 eliminations on the name of Soul, Bot God and Sid sharing the same scores of 6 eliminations on their name, and Karthik with 5. On the other end though, Struggle and Manu sharing 6 eliminations on their name, 7 coming in from Cropsy, and Anubhav with 4 eliminations. And I was talking about highest amount of damage coming in from Soul. Well, look at Manu's damage grips. Now that's even huge.
4,770. That is a ridiculous number. And I would be so mad if I was Manu right now. Imagine doing so much for your team and still losing out the game, still being forced to play Kalahari. That would definitely be a bummer for Manu because he was performing so well. He almost pulled off a 1v3 as well, got 2 eliminated, then finally succumbed to the pressure in the end. But yeah, Cropsy and Manu were playing really well. Manu was obviously shooting well above his weight class. Sometimes he was basically handling the entirety of Kar98 Army by himself. We remember that one round where he got that triple spray down. It was amazing. But on the side of Kar98 Army, this is the second time Karthik has kind of underperformed for his team, so I'm starting to feel a little worried about him. That being said though, he has 13 assists, so even when he's lacking in damage, he's making sure that he's present for the battles. He's making sure that his presence alone is able to positively impact the team and bolster up their entire offensive power.
One of the closest match to be in the best of 3, and we are going to witness the map of Kalahari because of the scoreline on the map of Nextera. 6-5-1 each. 2-1 is all you need to go ahead and move towards next step, and the decider map is going to be Kalahari. things can go anywhere, because if a team who just lost a map of Bermuda with a scoreline of 0-6, winning it on next era with 6-5, everything is unpredictable. You cannot decide right off the start of anything. And talking about Kalahari, I do see the end coming towards Mammoth, and that's going to be the circle of decision about who takes the lower grounds, because the team to have higher ground usually have higher chances of losing on the falling damage, or somewhere you do not have anywhere to go and you might be picked down. So let's see if the Mammoth circle is going to be better for any of the team. But for now, Team Car 98 Army are in the lobby, are in the battle. And if we talk about more right now, Crips, the tension entirely is palpable from both the sides of the team. It's not only one, because NG Pro starting it off good, there's no denial there, but then Team Car 98 Army bringing in better. So there's a lot of tension from both the sides.
Yeah, and this tension, while it's palpable, it also is gonna make your nerves rattle. It's also gonna make your fingers shake. I mean, you saw Sid's reaction, right? I mean, I don't really look at the player cams while I'm looking at them aim, but there was this one moment where I saw Sid, he was holding his phone and he just visibly just went when they won the round. And I was like, wow, that is such a dramatic expression. And generally, these players are too locked in, too focused to, worry about what they're showing on their faces. But this time, when you saw that expression on his face, you could see that he had been basically holding his breath during the entirety of that clutch. And then when the round was finally over, he allowed himself to breathe. And that kind of tells you, yeah, this is a lot of pressure for people like this, because Sid, all these guys, they are very young. They're relatively pretty cool, right? And to be able to play this well at such a young age is an incredible feat. So now that they're heading into Kalahari, I would really wish them the best of luck, because I would want to see these young talents in the LAN area as well. I want to see what they're made of.
What are they made of? Well, what are they building up of in terms of character skills? Right now, what we have totally seen is both of the teams are denying the information, and having Coda being banned from the side of Car 98 Army worked wonders for them. And once again, there's a reputation clue being banned from the side of NG Pros. All three maps same. But why Ignis though? Car 98 Army is taking shot to shot Ignis, where Coda did a better work. They were able to hide in a position until nobody could reach out to the first person on the split of 1:3. Now I believe this is already a blunder that they have committed, because no matter what, NG Pros is going to bring in Coda in their 4 character skills.
Unless Car 98 pick it up first. That would be crazy. But then again, I don't know why they banned Ignis. I mean, even if they wanted to play Coda themselves, or if they wanted to deny NG Pro's Coda, understandable. But wasn't Ignis working for them? I mean, we saw that one round where they are stuck on the bridges, and it was Ignis' ability that helped them push through. So I thought Ignis was working well for Car 98 Army. The decision to ban it could be a bit weird. Car 98 Army do not pick up Coda. Instead, they go for Cassie and Zane once again. Well, this basically opens up the character board for NG Pros. They have 2 picks now. I'm definitely guessing one of them will be Tatsuya. No, wait, they don't go for Tatsuya either. What is happening? I am so confused. Why is nobody picking up Tatsuya? Why is nobody picking up Coda? They're both available.
I really don't understand. They're trying to build up a character mix which nobody has used by far, and Coda coming in from the side of Car 98 Army and Raiden. We do have spider webs being spilled here, and they're going to catch off the opponents and bring in a better elimination structure for Team Car 98 Army. That is exactly what they need. And talking about the last player, it's going to be Chrono. The characters have been locked. Oscar, Skylar, A124 and Chrono from the side of NG Pros, and Raiden, Coda, Casey and Zane for Car 98 Army. If we look at the aggressive side, once again we do see NG Pros going for the aggressive side, but they have Chrono and A124. A124 to deny any sort of push, and Chrono to defend themselves if there is any push.
Now, it's been a while since I've seen Raiden in any competitive game. He's basically kind of pointless in the Battle Royale mode, but in Class Squad, I do see it being somewhat useful. That being said, though, no team has picked up Raiden so far in any of their Class Squad games. So I don't know what to expect over here. Maybe that's exactly the element of surprise that Kar98 Army is banking on. Maybe they are hoping that NG Pros don't know how to counter a Raiden, and that's what will get Kar98 Army their little advantage.
Well, Raiden was picked, and the team to pick did get eliminated. They did not qualify towards next phase grip. So I am worried about Team Kar98 Army. Yup, in the previous maps itself, but the team did not manage to qualify. So somewhere Raiden couldn't deliver, which was so if they have picked in Raiden, they must have built in a better strategic play. If not, I don't know what will bring in better side, because sure, you do have an extra set where you can pull the legs and deliver extra grenade damages, but if you're not able to pull the legs, your Raiden is all for waste.
Yeah, because towards the end of the day, you need to get the elimination on your opponents, and if they can completely avoid your spider, then that's gonna be completely pointless. So let's see how this surprise ability helps out Kar98 Army as we hop into the last game. Kalahari up on your screens, ladies and gentlemen.
We are already set, and this is going to be the decider match for the team to qualify towards the next phase, and NG Pros versus Kar98. It is all about patience and precision. Who is going to make sure to win this? Talking about pistol rounds, NG Pros have been better in terms of pistol rounds. This time there's no shotgun. It's all about the pistols going in. 4 versus 4, the split coming in 1:3, and 50-50 from the side of Kar98 Army. They are trying to go ahead from one tent to another to go get the information. Watchtower left uncontested, and you do not want to get down by grenade. Sid has been spotted, and it's a 1v2 situation. There's no way Sid can survive this duel.
Yep, Anubhav finds him, pops that time turner in his face. Using the bubble dance, he gets the elimination onto Sid. Those Akimbo pistols really working in their favor. Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, that this is the random shop in this particular map, which is why these guys have access to those Akimbo pistols. M500 in the hands of Manu. He's the only person who's going to be slightly different. And as you can see, that's what the Raiden is useful for. Opponent's legs have already been webbed up. Soul, Karthik, both rushing along the edges of the zone, hoping to find a surprise angle. Botgod, on the other hand, is still keeping tabs on Cropsy and Manu. He's seen Cropsy walk into that tent. He almost saw Struggle as well. My God, Karthik almost took Struggle down. But him and Soul, both using the electrotherapy to heal each other up, is going to be quite nice. The zone will shift towards NG Pros. This will force Kar98 Army to come out of their hiding holes. Cropsy making a risky maneuver to jump across the tents. He's waiting to intercept. Botgod is being watched by Anubhav, and Anubhav will get him. Doesn't let him cross over the other side. So it's just down to Karthik and Soul now. They crossed the road. They've done the dangerous part. But now take a look at this. Struggle is boosting his teammates above his head, and they're all just going to descend upon this tent.
2v4 situation. Chrono will be activated. Scythe coming in the mix. They are trying to deliver a little bit of damage, and Soul trying to get a Scythe elimination on his name, which will be denied for sure. And it's Manu and Cropsy putting a closure towards pistol round, and it's 3 maps. All 3 pistol rounds are won by NG Pros. They are master at it. But let's see if they continue with the better weaponaries as well, because second round is going to be about SMGs being allowed. And Manu will go ahead with P90s, and there's only 3 double pistols and one single shotgun. On the other side, we do see double pistols and 3 regular pistols. So somewhere it's going to be a huge advantage in sides of NG Pros. We do see a sniper also from the side of Struggle. So we will see 1:3 splits. Will Struggle be able to provide that cover? And Koda being equipped, Anubhav is revealed.
Yup. That information is going to be quite useful. Even though Anubhav was the one who was revealed, Struggle almost went down. Manu also just surviving by the skin of his teeth. So much damage dished out by Kar98 Army already. And they know that NG Pros are kind of trapped in this corner over here. Bot God using those Akimbo revolvers to keep dishing damage, but Sid finds the angle. He comes in from the staircase above, finds the knock onto Struggle, and Karthik almost had one more knock as well. If it wasn't for the time turner, one more knock would have been acquired by Kar98 Army. Anubhav now getting rushed from the right hand side, but Cropsy managed to win the duel against one more player. What on earth? Cropsy gets a double? That's incredible. Finally, Karthik puts his elimination streak to an end. And there you go, Karthik with the final shot as well. What on earth is that? Lovely performance from Karthik in this entire round. He's the first one to get the knock and get that elimination streak going for the side of Kar98 Army. And he's the one to end it as well. Those Deagle headshots are ridiculously good.
That was round of composure coming in from the side of Karthik. Well played, and that was the round when they played without any superior guns, even with better weaponaries. NG Pro struggled bad on the grounds of refinery, where fall damage is also going to play its role if at all player tries to move out of sight. It's a 4v4, all of them rushing up against each other. There's no shotgun being spotted, and look at Bot God Spring struggled down. There's going to be a revival sure, but then that was pretty quick. The moment they got the fixed view glimpse of the player, they managed to put him down, and then the revival also came in handy. Blue walls everywhere, and the entire count control for the cyber airdrop. Now that was a little greedy. Cropsy reading it, put Karthik down. The damage dealer of the previous round is down and out.
Yep. And that's going to be a big loss for Kar98 Army. Anubhav taking a lot of damage from the other side. And NG Pros decide to stick together in these silos. Except for Manu. He's not with the team, so he's going to have to fight a 1v1 against Bot God, and Manu wins that battle. Surviving at 1 HP, he's acquired the man advantage for his team, but now take a look at Soul and Sid as they both just rip NG Pros to shred. Cropsy and Struggle going down. Anubhav quickly makes it across to the other side, hoping to join Manu, but there's barely any heals. Manu will have to fight at 1 HP. Anubhav and Cropsy, they will at least manage to outlast their fallen comrades, outlast Kar98 Army, and NG Pros acquire that round. So that was a hard-fought battle, Tanya.
That led down to 1:1, and then rest is history. Sure, trying to bait revive, and he was not going to revive that for sure. At least he made sure that the other side, one of the player pushed in and got that round into the favor of NG Pros. Now the grounds that I've been waiting for on the maps of Kalahari. Mammoth is here, 4v4, who's going to get the hands on cyber airdrop. Look at Team Kar98 Army. They're risking it all by climbing the fossils up. Now that's a risky pick, but more the risk, more the rewards. Let's see if this risk is going to be rewarding enough or punishing, or is it going to be punishing? And it's all about snipers. 3 snipers being spotted from the side of NG Pros as well as Team Kar98 Army, and Soul is going for AC-80, SMG being used, and Cropsy with a deagle in his hand. What is Cropsy's plan? Because this is the guy that I always keep my eyes on, because he brings in the game which nobody thinks of.
Yeah, there's a bunch of snipers across, but none of them are revealing each other. Even the Coda, after being used, doesn't really grant them much to work with. Oh, Bot God takes too much damage. Cropsy and Anubhav both shooting him down. Blue wall's about to break. He needs to get that knock. No, Anubhav will find Bot God before anything can happen. A triple crossfire from NG Pros is ridiculous. Soul gets the knock onto Struggle. Can he finish him off? Yes, he can. Elimination confirmed. And now it's a 3v3 again. Cropsy and Anubhav just hanging on to this bone. They know that Soul is right above them, but they need to find the others. They can't rush Soul without finding out where Karthik and Sid are. I don't even know if they are aware about Sid dropping down to the ground. Anubhav, Cropsy, both of them. Feet touch the floor. Manu finds that knock. Karthik is down though. I don't know how he managed to do that, but Soul was supposed to protect Karthik, but he just let him go. And just like that, they got the numbers at Karthik. Soul drops, and that's a surprise attack. Cropsy down on his knees. Anubhav might have been knocked, but he can get easily revived. And now Sid finds himself all alone in desperate need of help. And he's not getting any help over here. NG Pros take the third round.
It was all about the better positioning, and NG Pros made sure to get the better position by holding that small area of the portal of Mammoth. And then they fell down, they healed themselves up, and then they picked up the duel, which made sure that they won this round 3-1. Now 3 more rounds on the side of NG Pros, and they might go ahead and grab the spot, grab the golden ticket. But is it going to get any easy? Maze will be the circle, and we do see some snipers on either of the side right now. The main motive or main place of contact is going to be cyber airdrop coda being used, and the information has been relayed. Guns will be nades will be tossed, and a lot of damage will be exchanged on both the sides. Cyber airdrop not yet contested.
Won't be long before they start swarming to this area. Manu, he's trying to get that elevation advantage. Not gonna happen. Forced to reposition on the other side. He knows when he's lost an opportunity. He doesn't mind letting go of that engine. Topsy dashes through that Oscar, tearing through their blue walls and tearing through their ranks, but he's basically tucked himself into a tiny corner over here. He needs help, and he's not getting any. Topsy does get the knock onto Soul, but Anubhav has to come in and help him find Botgod. Anubhav doubles up, finds Karthik. 1-1-1, and the dive comes through. Anubhav saves his team from sudden elimination. A triple from this man to get that round.
2 is all you need. And Anubhav, that was a good dash coming in from his side, and his decision was not to rescue his team, but taking down the last surviving man. He was not in his best of condition. This fight is about the best of wills and willpower against firepower. Firepower from NG Pros and willpower from Car 98 Army. They have to make sure they bring in some new tricks to play, and 2 more rounds to go. NG Pros are definitely looking a little superior to whatever they have been performing with every moving round, and a lot of damage is already being delivered or to Team Car 98 Army. Botkin rushing it with a shotgun. Now that's a lot of risk. Heading towards the container, got a good cover. No throwables yet introduced. Anubhav with a sniper in his hand, and SMG for the secondary weapon. Botkin with a shotgun. Is there somebody who's going to close in? If at all he does, he'll be turned into shreds.
And you definitely don't want to be shredded up. You definitely don't want to walk into the lead finder. Struggle trying to make it across. Soul finds him. Manu, on the other hand, has found a knock onto Botgod, and that's amazing. There is a still good possibility of Botgod being revived. Nope, not gonna happen. They've got their hands full, so Botgod will be eliminated because they were too busy trying to help each other on the other side of that brick. Struggle has the angle. He's pressuring Soul and Karthik from the right-hand side. Meanwhile, these guys just cannot catch a break. They've got angles everywhere, and they just cannot isolate any fights. They're trapped in a kill box down under, and Karthik has way too many targets on his screen to even focus on a single one. He goes down. Cropsy finds Sid as well, and Cropsy is just unstoppable right now.
We're all down to match point. We are all down to the things which are supposed to end as 2-0, turning it to a 2-1 scoreline in the favor of NG Pros. Car 98 Army, what do they have on the table right now? They have got double snipers from Sid, shotguns from Soul and Karthik, and Botgod as well. And Botgod with a shotgun was spotted early on, was taken down immediately from the container on the grounds of Shrine, whose graves will be dug, who will be put 6 feet under, and they are closing in inch by inch. It's a decision-making round, and a very crucial one for both the sides.
This is one of those maps where information can really be a make or break factor. And Car 98 having that coda is going to be incredibly helpful. They now will know exactly where NG Pros will be. It's quite important because in a map like this, fighting is difficult. You can't isolate these. Botgod down. No res available. Once again, the 3-1 split for Car 98 Army backfires spectacularly.
Cyber airdrops are not bringing in any better victories. It's a 3v4 advantage already in the hands of NG Pros. Throwables on both the sides. It's going to be freeze nades A little bit of damage being tanked here and there. Skylar's Riptide Rhythm will also be spotted. Cropsy healing himself up with his teammate Anubhav. It's a 4v3. It's the time of patience and perseverance. What are they going in for? Because Car 98 Army has got everything on the loose, and even if NG Pros loses this round, they are still on a massive lead, which they are not even letting it go, not even for a single second. 2 players already down and out, and it is all down towards victory. NG Pros won it and has paved their way towards qualifying into the semi-finals.
And you can see how happy they are. Joy of celebration, the cheers of teammates finally breathing that sigh of relief, and the big smiles on their faces that can light up an entire room. Well-deserved happiness for the players of NG Pros. You will see them once again in the grand finals.
It was a good play from NG Pros. We do have our first seed fixed, and we still have one seed empty, and that's going to be decided in the next map. But talking about this particular map, NG Pros against Car 98 Army. Car 98 Army fell short on every sort of duels that they picked. Sure, they managed to pull it off on the map of Nextera, but they were struggling on the map of Bermuda. They barely pulled it off on the map of Nextera, and then came Kalahari. Again, they were on the struggling side. Somewhere the team to qualify on the Battle Royale was struggling on Clash Squad mode. Now we have NG Pros is yet to qualify on the map, on the Battle Royale mode has qualified. So it's 2 different modes, 2 different teams getting qualified, and 2 different skill sets required. Something is very relevant right now is close quarter calls are better from the side of NG Pros as of now.
Yeah, while Car 98 Army has done quite well in the Battle Royale mode at handling the heat when there's multiple teams present, over here, NG Pros, when they don't need to worry about the third party, they can focus on their 4v4s quite well. Yes, they might have struggled a bit on Nextera, but then again, it was a quite close game, and you have to give credit where it's due. The Car 98 Army players were really good in Nextera at making their decisions and making sure that NG Pros can't activate their win condition. But towards the end of this entire Kalahari game, you could see how just by using A124 once, it gives NG Pros so much advantage, because there's a tiny amount of time that you have once you activate that A124 ability. Your opponents can't use their abilities, and if in that time window you're able to acquire all the eliminations, you will basically guarantee yourselves a win.
And that definitely was the game changer. A124 being equipped every single map. They made sure to deactivate all the abilities and get the rounds on their favor. But talking about no aggressive player from the side of Car 98 Army, that was a major miss. No Tatsuya, no Oscar, and they were not able to go decide about where do they want to start their battles from. It was always with the flank that they initiated. Sid being spotted, taken down, then 3 players left up and open. NG Pros had nothing to do but use Tatsuya, use the dashes, Oscars, and then take them down. It was very easy, at least on the viewers' part. It looked pretty easy. Sure, it was a tough fight from both the ends, and NG Pros, they won this map. They got their slot, but something that we need to know is who's the MVP from the team.
Well, there's quite a lot of contenders over here. Both Cropsy and Manu were doing really well. Cropsy, of course, comes out on top with 3,619 damage, 9 eliminations to his name. He displays the same level of performance in the Clash Squad mode that he did in Battle Royale mode as well. He was one of the top fraggers of the BR mode all throughout the league stage. And now he displays all of that once again in the Clash Squad mode as well. Great job by Cropsy, because he was basically the spearhead of his team. Whether it is a Manu providing a cover fire from afar, or whether it's Anubhav rushing alongside him, it did not matter who NG Pros was using as their flanker. It did not matter whether NG Pros was splitting 2-2, 3-1. What mattered was that Cropsy was always performing well, and he was the main guy for the team, because even if it's a 3-1 split or even if it's a 2-2 split, Cropsy was performing so damn well that he overshadows everybody else.
talking about Cropsey, he is the highest damage dealer, not only on his own team but also on the other side. Sure Soul gave his best to whatever was needed, but something was what God not getting any starter. 0 eliminations from a player from whom we saw ace. Now that is the duality of any sort of team or players. The pressure, everything changes with every passing day or even every passing round, and somehow Team Car 98 Army couldn't tackle that pressure, could not retaliate well, and somehow the characters select or ban did not function exactly as they wanted to. Banning and character which is exactly was functioning perfectly fine. Flame was something that was working absolutely right in their track, but then taking it off was taking themselves down all through it. And somehow NG Pros with 11 assists coming in from Manu was massive again. Here are the total scorelines: 0-6 on the map of Bermuda, 6-5 on Nextera, and 1-6 on Kalahari.
Wow. I mean, it kind of makes me wonder what happened to them in Nextera, right? How did that map go so well, and how did Kalahari just crumble like a house of cards in a hurricane? Yes, the lack of Ignis probably might be a decisive factor over here, because Ignis worked really well for Car 98 Army in Nextera. But then again, on Kalahari, also we witnessed that Car 98 Army don't have a fixed plan. They were running around a little more cluelessly, just like they did in Bermuda, because there were several occasions where Car 98 Army would send either Soul or Sid as their spearhead. Meanwhile, sometimes BotGod would lead the charge. So there was no one dedicated guy who's gonna be the frontline rusher for Car 98 Army. They were basically playing it a little loose. They were playing it a little more flexible, which on paper is a nice thing, but when you don't have a proper plan that way, it can backfire for you. To draw parallel to that, NG Pros always made sure that Cropsey was the one leading the charge. Yes, sometimes Manu would be the one who was flanking, sometimes Anubhav would be the one who was flanking. That can change every now and then, but at least Cropsey had his role fixed and his eyes were set on the prize. So I think Car 98 Army also needed a spearhead like that.
Talking of which, NG Pros, I don't know what sort of plans they had. What I noticed was that all they decided to do was just rush and shut them off with the shotguns, and every shotgun round that they had was in their favor. There was no turning from there. All the pistols round that they won was all sure of. They wanted to go ahead, rush it off, win it off, and then they are all set. So ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the third team who has just qualified for the LAN for Clash Squad mode. Congratulations to NG Pros for aligning with Team Total Gaming, Team Jaunty Gaming, and this is the third spot. Now, Crips, we have only got one slot remaining for the grand finals, and that's huge again, because last room of opportunity for the Clash Squad mode to go ahead and grab yourself that spot.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, one more game remains. One more team will be entering the grand finals of the Clash Squad mode. Who is it gonna be? Stick around and find out after this short break. Welcome back to TEZ FFMIC India Cup, ladies and gentlemen. You guys are about to witness the final battle for today in the class squad mode. We have secured so many teams in the grand finals already. You have teams like NG Pros waiting over there. Total Gaming had obviously qualified over there well before anyone else, along with Jaunty Gaming, and just one more spot remains. Who's gonna fill up that last spot? We will find out in just a little bit.
There are two teams contesting for one single spot, one of which is definitely IQ Reckoning. They played very well today, followed with which Team Godlike Esports. Well, Car 98 Army did not have any practice for the day, at least not in terms of participating, and due to which maybe there was something lacking in them. Is Godlike going to repeat with whatever Team Car 98 Army did, or are they bringing in some new strategies? Because talking about these two teams, none of them has qualified for Battle Royale mode, none of them has qualified for CS mode. So it's like qualifying for the LAN is something of the crucial for both of the teams. And talking of which, what do you think, Crips? It's going to be a 3-mapper or a 2-mapper? Because you have seen 2-0 twice.
Yeah, honestly, if you asked me this question, like in the previous game, I would have said a 3-mapper, but we spoke about how we expected the last game to go to all the 3 maps, and then after the first map itself, we were like, yeah, no, it's not happening. And then we did get to see 3 maps after all, so it's too much of an emotional roller coaster for me to make a prediction right now, but I'm gonna go out on a limb here, take a risk, and say, no, this is gonna be a 2-0, and I think Godlike can win this quite easily.
Well, let's see if that's going to be the case. And talking of which, let's have a look at which map rotations are going to come in. And before map rotations, let's talk about matchup again. Team IQ Reckoning, they participated today and they participated well. Team Godlike Esports, yes, they managed to pull off enough of themselves that they are directly qualified towards 2-1 phase. And let's see if they're going to make up for the final spot. Two teams, same motives, and fighting for same spots, but more or less it is more of the map orders that is going to help them decide, because both of these teams have got different maps better on different maps. So if it is Bermuda, I do believe IQ Reckoning might have a better hand. If it is Kalahari, Team Godlike might go ahead and have a better hand. And ladies and gentlemen, it's Kalahari for the start.
Yep, we're going to be beginning on Kalahari, then the second game is going to be in Bermuda, so both these teams get to play out their strong maps. And then next era, the more neutral territory remains to be the final game. As one would have expected, this is perfect. This is how script writing should be like. You start off with one team strong map, then the other team strong map, and then you go on to the neutral map. There were several occasions where we saw in the previous game, with Vasista versus IQ Reckoning, how everybody was waiting for Vasista to activate that third map, but it just never came over there. And IQ Reckoning also were very desperate to end at 2-0. I think they're going to be in a similar situation today itself, because they would want to end it at Bermuda. They do not want it to go to next era. Let's take a look at the characters they're going to be selecting. Godlike Esports begin by banning Zane. Interesting choice. Very interesting choice.
Unique as well. This for the first time we do get to see Zayn being banned. On the other side, Clue, okay, denying the information. And if Clue is not in the lobby, you always have an opportunity to go ahead and grab hands on Koda. Let's see if that's going to happen or no. But before that, Team Godlike has already got their KC up for grabs. Healing is going to be part of it, and you already know the split is going to go with 50-50, not the usual 1:3. And on the other side, A124, which has been destructive for team in the previous map. Obviously, NG Pros used it very wisely. Oscar for the entry, aggressive play set, aggressive mindset. Two good abilities already being used on this side. Let's see what comes in from the side of Team Godlike.
Yep, I'm expecting some movement, or maybe something that will help them aggress, perhaps an Ignis or maybe a Tatsuya. Oh, they pick up Santino. Now it's getting interesting. Now it's getting so much more interesting. I wanted a movement-based character, but instead we get a teleporting one. I would have settled for Tatsuya, but Santino is even better. And if at all, Yogi's the one using this, then I would be even happier.
Trentino is going to bring in some notorious plays. Let's see if that is being used wisely in terms of teleporting for the cyber airdrop, or maybe just for the information purpose, or just for faking the clone and then staying wherever you are to just bait out the opponents. Ignis coming in from side of Aiku Reckoning, a very good choice. Oscar and Ignis by denying the entire ability with A124 and Steffi. The graffiti art will also join in. A very good character selection coming in from side of Aiku Reckoning. There's only one slot remaining from Godlike Esports. Cassie for the heal, Sentino for the movement, and here comes Tatsuya. Now it goes equal. Nobody has got an upper hand in terms of picking up characters. Sure, there's going to be a different play style from both the ends, but having Tatsuya on one side and Oscar on the other, they do have an aggressive mindset.
Yup, you've got Oscar and Ignis on one side, so that's quite a lot of heavy aggression. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Godlike Esports have a good mix of aggression as well as support. Like, they've got the Cassie electrotherapy as well as the chrono shields, and you know for a fact that Yogi is excellent with both snipers and shotguns, so him using the chrono, I wouldn't really mind that as well. I am not sure what Marco can accomplish with the Santino, because I haven't really seen him use Santino ever before in the Battle Royale mode, but I'm trusting him to make some crazy plays with this one. Best part about Santino is you can take a lot of risks and then you can fall back to safety with that kind of a character. You can just basically challenge opponents out in the open as well, and if you think you've bitten off more than you can chew, you can just always escape. That is if they don't break your mannequin first. So it is a high risk, high reward character, but in the hands of a player like Marco, that's exactly what I would want to see.
Yeah, and we do have Eco again going in with the KC play, so a perfect support will be provided to Yogi as and when needed. So somewhere the character selection is exactly what is needed coming in from the side of players. I do like picks from both the side, and it's like, we wouldn't say it's it's exactly balancing. Both of them have got rusher, both of them have got a little bit of defensive structure, and somehow I do not deny that Aiku Reckoning is looking forward for front foot up, because having Ignis and Oscar together is equal to getting some early elimination points. So somehow the balance is good as compared to the previous character skill sets and the previous teams that they were participating. We did see one-sided tilted seesaw, but this time well-balanced teams on both the sides. Talking about firepower, both of them are amazing at it. And ladies and gentlemen, the first map is going to be the map of Kalahari. That's going to be the one which is going to build in the rhythm, the movement, the pace. But for which team? Only 11 rounds will show us that.
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna kick things off towards confinement. And as these players try to head over towards the high ground, Ninja is gonna rain down on Yogi and Nancy already. Let's see which of these can come towards the center quickly, because Vota alongside Sohan, they move in close. Time turner popped in his face. Yogi gets the first knock. Eco right along with him, but Sohan, what on earth is that? That's a double knock inside the time turner. Eco, Yogi popped down, and before Nancy can do anything, he's gonna be popped off. Aiku Reckoning, what a way to begin the game.
A good pistol round secured by Aiku Reckoning. This time the circle is of Santa Catarina, and obviously there's going to be a better weaponry on the side of winning team, which is Aiku Reckoning. But all it took was a shotgun to get those early 2 picks, which was very aggressive, very smart. Time turner being deployed right on time and getting those elimination points, and nobody could have defied anything differently. There's a rush. Is it for the cyber airdrop? Team Godlike is nearing inch closer, and upper grounds are to be contested by Team Godlike. Let's see if that's going to bring in any advantage. Or if you have a look at Nancy with SMG in his hand, Yogi for the close range duel, Mini Uzi equipped. There's a lot of time. P90 versus Mini Uzi, glue wall to be deployed right on time. 1v2, it's a tough time right now. Sohan, he got in himself P90, which is out of syllabus, and here comes an end. A good round, Marco all by himself. I don't think he will be able to pull this 1v4 trick.
Yeah, no, not happening, man. Everybody just jumped into that time turner. Marco wasn't even aware that Ninja has an angle on him. Instant knock, instant elimination. And here it glad they didn't pick up that time turner themselves. I'm so glad they didn't pick it up. Every time somebody steps into the time turner, Reckoning comes out on top. In the pistol round, Sohan managed to get that double elimination with that shorty inside that time turner. And this time, with their SMGs, their Uzis, and MAC-10s, they were able to shred Godlike Esports. And it just seems like when it comes to the bubble dance, Reckoning have better moves.
Reckoning have got everything that is needed. 2 rounds already in their pockets. It's all about 4 remaining rounds now. Yogi with an XM8, Nancy with a Parafel, hand cannon being spotted by Eco. And they are playing as a group. 3 players on one side, and sure, it's a 1:3 split. Upper grounds of the fossils on the favor of Team Aiku Reckoning, which is something that I am not a fan of. But right now, what I am fan of is Sohan with his perfect spray, and he gets his first elimination. And if you have a look on the eliminations on the other side, Team Godlike has not even got 1 Krebs. Now that is worrisome.
Ronit and Marcos will be facing each other soon, but Ronit has some backup from the other side. Now, before the backup from Vota can come through, Ronit's gonna be in the dust. So that's good. They avenge Yogi. And now that Yogi and Ronit are both down, Nancy, Eco, they take control of the fossil bones. Meanwhile, on the other side, IQ Reckoning are still on the lower ground, which surprisingly hasn't really turned into a disadvantage for them. Eco and Nancy once again give up on the bones and use the glue wall gun to come closer to push in the distance. They make the cross. Sohan, both of them climbing above the containers. They really want Godlike to come up close. Marco almost slipped over there. And they can't afford to overextend right now, so Godlike, they are also reluctant to cross this massive opening. Nobody wants to step into the open. Nobody wants to be the first one to go ahead and stick their limbs out. But they're fearing it will be chopped.
Aiku Reckoning, even after winning 2 rounds, are playing it safe. They're realizing each round matters the most. Sure, Eco got the first elimination on his name, and they are now on the aggressive side. They are trying to push it with the biggest of flank possible through the tents, and Sohan will be spotted by Marco. There's no confirmation yet. Here comes the dash. Second player is also very low on HP. He will be spotted, taken down. And Nancy trying to go for the confirmation. Will he get the room? No, Ninja will make sure to shut Nancy down on the counter side. Now, Ninja, sure, okay. There's nothing much to say. A good cover fire from Marco, and Eco and Nancy did everything right. And Godlike Esports finally got the first round on their name.
Yeah, and they had to wait for the circle to shrink down to just centimeters for that to happen. Well, they were able to prolong the fight long enough in this particular round. I don't know if they'll have the luxury of doing the same thing anytime else. Let's be honest, the A124 is also going to help them quite a lot. So they will need to keep in mind the cooldown of that ability in order to make their crucial decisions. Eco Yogi already using the electrotherapy have crossed over to the other side, but Marco finds Ninja. Vota going in for the res already. They need to get in and deny that res. Won't happen. Ninja back up on his feet. And now all the members of Godlike are descending upon him. Sohan tried to be the first point of contact inside that bubble. He won't be able to do much, but once he gets out of it, he finds the angle on the Yogi once more. Amazing stuff. Marco re-knocks Ninja down, and this time he finds Sohan as well. Nancy pops Vota down with that Max 7, and Godlike Esports overwhelm Aiku Reckoning. 2-all for both the teams.
What a clean way to win this particular round, starting off with a shotgun, Nancy, and then there was other team support hopping in. 2-all for sure, but who takes the lead? Who will go ahead? Aiku Reckoning had a good start for the day. They won and they qualified to fight against Godlike with a scoreline of 2-0. Again, they started off strong against Team Godlike with the score of 2-0. But right now, it's an equalizer. Now, they have also, the Team Aiku Reckoning might have also realized that the opponents are different. The play style should also be different. And 2 snipers being spotted from Nancy and Marco. So it's going to be a long range support. But what about Eco? He's the only player with the grenades being purchased, and Yogi, he is trying to go for the same strat, which is going in for the help as and when needed. Nobody has picked up cyber airdrop as of now. Sohan very close, and he is totally well read.
11-3 Scar though. Haven't seen a lot of players pick this up. Same with Nancy. Using the Parafel long range. Both teams trying to keep their distance for now. You've got Marco as well as Nancy hugging this wall, as you can see on your screens right now. Meanwhile, Eco and Yogi are trying to get the elevation on the other side of the mansion. They know where Sohan is, but they're yet to find Ninja. They're yet to find Vota. Vota might have just reeled himself with that glue wall. So Nancy and Yugi will keep him in check at the very least. Now Ninja also spotted. Vota coming close with that glue wall gun and Ignis wall behind him to help him lead the charge. Closing in the distance. Eco drops down to the low ground. When will Marco and Nancy activate each other? Another invisibility deploy. This should tag all three of them. Oh my god, Yuki is just so low on HP. He's going to use that glue wall and hopefully heal himself. Same with Ninja. They're both just hemorrhaging internally. Vota and Sohan will regroup. It's only Ronet who's still behind enemy lines and he needs to make an impact back over here. But he just can't do anything. Vota finally gets the knock onto Yogi. That's an instant play. Marco from above finds the knock onto Ronet. That's great too. Vota continues spraying around, but he's just on low on health. The Infinity isn't really helping out all that much. Nancy with the double. The Mag 7 helps out. And finally, this tag team duo will put IQ in the third.
Vota gave it all that was needed. He made sure to get those 2 knocks, but then confirmation was a big deal when Nancy with the Max 7 was just standing around the corner on the grounds of Bayfront now. XM8, Scar, Snipers and MP5 and Scar being on the level 3 activated chipset should be able to deal a better amount of damage. On the other side, if you have a look, it's all about SMGs. P90 being spotted from the side of Ronit. Also, there are two grenadiers being spotted. Ronit as well as Ninja going in with the buy. But as soon as I talk about Ninja, Eco gets a glimpse and turns him into ashes. Ninja was not so sneaky enough. He showed himself. He was taken down. And again, Sohan is also has the compromising position.
Yeah, and Eco has always been excellent near the center of Bayfront. Even in his previous battle in Kalahari, Eco managed to get that triple elimination from this exact same spot. Let's see if he can do the same thing again. Now that Vota has also been spotted and reduced down to 50 HP, he will continue healing. But Godlike with that continue taking control of the center. Yogi gets a nice headshot onto Sohan, but instantly gets raided again. Ronet is luckily around, so the res will come through. Godlike also make a very risky maneuver by getting Yogi back upon his feet, and Ronet has way too much trouble. He's trying to focus on Nancy, but Eco with something from behind, and Eco with that triple! Once again, continues his reign of terror. This man has once again proven that he's the king of Bayfront.
Starting with the first elimination, then rushing it in, and then with the plasma sprays, he goes and grabs the ace, and this is going to be the very first ace coming in from Clash Squad mode day 2. Eco is in form, and this sort of form is everything that is needed from the side of Godlike Esports. But what about Ico Reckoning? What's going wrong for them? They did everything right entirely in the previous match. Sure, they did qualify. Right now, they are in big struggles.
Sohan getting aided. Definitely going to be equipped, so the grenades won't really harm them, but the time turner is going to be quite difficult to navigate around. There's so many people dancing in and out of this tiny bubble. Marco from afar manages to get that shot. Eco with that Trogon, finally using all that AoE damage to his name. Nancy with the nade finally connects onto Ninja. I guess the graffiti blessing will only keep you just safe enough. Marco, lovely shot. Puts a bullet inside Ronet and then instantly glue walls for cover. That's the best part about Godlike Esports. They fight in such a way that it's impossible to trade frags against them.
We are on the council hall, on the match point, and if Godlikes win this flawlessly once again, we are going to get the scoreline of 1-0. It's a best of 3, ladies and gentlemen, to just remind you. Godlike Esports against Ico Reckoning. There's only one slot remaining to qualify for the semi-finals for the LAN phase. and Team Godlike looks unstoppable. They are in a promising mode. Marco going for the leap with the sniper on the upper grounds. Ninja trying to retaliate on the same position, but on the mirror side. Vota and Roneth just a fence apart of each other. Sohan and Roneth reuniting themselves, and Yogi taking the charge over there with the shotgun, trying to push in. Is it going to be fruitful? It's a 2 versus 2 situation, because if you have a look at the mini map, we do see that IQ Reckoning is also going in for the splits with the support system of 2:2. And here we go. Ignis was utilized. It's a close wall. That is the only place of difference. And here we go. Yogi spotting Ronit. There's no room of opportunity for him to revive. While reviving, Sohan will also be taken down. 2 eliminations down. Time turner activated. And here we go. Yogi and Eco did seal the deal. The first round, first map going in the favor of Team Godlike. Very good start coming in, and it's a best of 3 crypts. We might get to see 2-0 if at all. The second map is also played exactly what they are doing from the side of Godlike Esports, and Eco thanking God after winning this.
Insane stuff from both Eco as well as Yogi. Those shotguns are just a force to be reckoned with. And this was such a different vibe at the start of this entire game, because you saw in the first 2 rounds, the pistol round and the subsequent round in Santa Catrina, in both those rounds, whenever Godlike used their chrono time turners, Reckoning Esports was able to invade that dome, invade that bubble, and use their SMGs to tear Godlike Esports to shreds. But after that, in every subsequent round, whenever the time turner was activated, Godlike managed to use their shotguns and win the duels inside that time turner. Because they were such messy duels, you would often see 3 or 4 people fighting at once. So even over here, when the first shot was connected onto Yogi, it really made me nervous for a second. But after that, everything just went so smoothly for Godlike.
And they had the better agent composition. We talked about it a little while ago. But talking about Team IQ Reckoning Crips, I do believe they had a good start. But then the splits they were going for, it was 2:1:1. That is somewhere that they fell apart, and then they were taken down one after the other. And Yogi and Eco going hand in hand. That is exactly Team Godlike need. I mean, it's the time of the need right now. If they go hand in hand, there's nothing that can stop them. And Eco getting his first ace on his name, which is very good. Starting off from the stairs, shutting Ninja down, followed with the Sohan, and then it was all the plasma sprays that was needed. I really want to see it once this entire day is over.
Yeah, I would definitely want to see that in the highlights as well. Let's talk about the MVP. I personally believe it should be Eco, especially given that it's kind of undeniable that this guy is gonna be taking away that MVP crown. I would be very surprised if it's anyone else. And 10 eliminations, man. This guy is just on a rampage. 2,171 damage, keeping it nice and clean. You know, I think this is the first player today whose damage matches the amount of eliminations he's got. No extra damage which went underutilized, no missed opportunities, and that's how Godlike keep it clean.
Well, I was talking about entire Godlike team for the first and second round. They all are on 0 eliminations. They need to do something that might work in their favor. I believe they heard me right. 10 eliminations is all it took from Eco to get himself to match MVP and turn the tables pretty quickly. Godlike Esports got one map in their favor, but sure, Kalahari is their map. So they've had an upper hand in terms of battle royale, closed quarter duels. Every bout that they take usually turns into their favor. So somehow this map was theirs, and that is where they showed their best performance. Next map will define what is going to do and how everything is going to work. But right now, let's have a look on the scoreboard about what each and every player introduced themselves with to win this sort of a rounds, this sort of a map. And it's 10 from Eco, 7 from Marco, 4 from Nancy, 3 from Yogi. Yogi underperformed for sure, but look at the damage that he has dealt. And Sohan with 5, Vota with 3, Ninja with 3 as well. Ronit got only 1 elimination with 6 assists on his name. Sure, they gave their best team support, but Team Godlike had different plans.
They had different plans for sure, and none of those plans involve IQ Reckoning getting more than the first 2 rounds. It started off brilliantly, right? You win the pistol round, you win the second round, all your momentum is piling on. Ronit is on fire. You've got people like Sohan getting all those opening eliminations, and everything that can go right for IQ Reckoning did go right in the first few rounds, and then Ico comes in with that ace. My goodness. And you know what? This is not even the first multi-kill streak that he's acquired on Bayfront. I think in the first week, Ico with the AWM managed to get 3 eliminations from that very circle in Bayfront. And I'm like, yeah, that was such an iconic play. I remember it so clearly, as if it just happened yesterday. And I was wondering whether Ico can pull it off again in Bayfront, and he did something better. Instead of a triple elimination, he just went for the ace straight up. And that is exactly what I signed up to see today. That's exactly what I was hoping to see in Godlike matches today.
Ico, Marco, Nancy, having eliminations is a thing, but look at the assists that they are providing, 14, 10, 12 each. That's a double-digit assists, which is massive. I mean, the team is functioning exactly well, and that should be, that is exactly what the team needs. And talking of the scoreline, 6-2. 2 rounds is all you get, Team IQ Reckoning, for the pistol and the subsequent round that they won. But talking about Team Godlike, there was no losing furthermore. They started bagging the rounds and then they never left one. Sure, there was a place where I would like to recall it, if you remember, Crips, where Ico was the last man standing. He was barely having any HP, but he made sure to shut each and every one around. For a second, I felt, okay, the tables will be turned. IQ Reckoning will win this round, but somehow Godlike Esports pulled that one right, and rest is history. Next map is going to be Bermuda.
Next map is indeed going to be Bermuda, and I really hope that IQ Reckoning have a better time over there. That being said though, it kind of felt like IQ Reckoning fell victim to their own devices, because they had everything needed to win. It's not like they were making some terrible mistakes. They weren't making any overcommitments. They weren't in positions where they couldn't be traded. On paper, IQ Reckoning played well, but Godlike Esports just connected their shots much faster, and the overall damage that Godlike Esports are dealing is just too much for the SMGs to keep up. Like in the first 2 rounds, we saw how IQ Reckoning were just using their SMGs to tear Godlike in shreds, and once Godlike started to use their shotguns, they were kinda unbeatable. So I guess Reckoning will also have to use either their snipers or their shotguns, you know, weapons that can have the potential to one-tap your opponent. You're gonna have to start using those if you want to win against Godlike Esports.
Talking of shotguns, time turners were deployed by Team Godlike Esports, and they were utilized by IQ Reckoning with the shotguns in the pistol round itself to shut 2 to 3 players down, and that is exactly how they won those rounds. But then post that, they read it well, and they made sure to run an activity in and around that. They grabbed the shotguns, they deployed the time turners, and they made sure that IQ Reckoning pushed into the time turner. But this time on the receiving end were not Team Godlike, it was IQ Reckoning. And now the next map is going to be Bermuda. And talking about Bermuda, I personally feel IQ Reckoning has got a better hand there. And if there's any chance for the close quarter duels, IQ Reckoning has decimated in Battle Royale Team Godlike. And if that's going to be the case, we might get to see a close match. No matter if Godlike wins it with a scoreline of 2-0 or 2, we might get to see 1-all. But we are not getting to see 6-2 scoreline. We might get to see somewhere around 5-6.
Yeah, that's a very distinct possibility over here, because Reckoning and Godlike, whenever they've clashed on in the Battle Royale mode, we've seen that Reckoning have the firepower to take on Godlike. It's not like they're lacking firepower. It's not like they're an inferior team or anything. So once we head into the next map, I do believe that Reckoning have a chance of making a comeback. Speaking of which, let's take a look at the map order. We've already seen Kalahari. The next map is going to be Bermuda. And after that, if at all we need it, we will also see Nextera.
Well, are we going to see next era with the momentum with Godlike with the firepower, with the finishes, with the way they are starting off and ending it abruptly? I do believe Godlike has got everything well set, well planned, but we also have to look upon what are the changes with the change of map in terms of character selection they're going to bring in, because every map requires different set of character compositions. And here we go, 2 characters that are going to be banned from the side of Godlike Esports, Zayn again and Cassie from IQ Reckoning. They do not want the teams to get healed. And now I do believe that Cassie was something that we talked about it. Eco is going to use Cassie just right with the support that he's going to provide, and IQ Reckoning read it very well and they shut this character out.
Okay. Yeah, I guess IQ Reckoning really just don't want to play against Cassie, huh? It made such a difficult entrance for IQ Reckoning. And I would have expected that they ban either the Koda or, something like the Tatsuya or an Oscar or something. But nope, they banned Cassie instead. I guess the Cassie electrotherapy helped Godlike enough to keep them alive. And this time they've picked up the chrono. Okay, IQ Reckoning take away a key piece of utility away from Godlike.
Well, Chrono and Oscar, both have been already picked, so Tatsuya is still up for grabs. Are they going to go for it? Coda for information, sure. They need to know about what's it. Ignis and Sentino. There's a switch entirely. There's a switch. Sentino again coming in. There's no Tatsuya, and Sentino plays. I did not get to see some exclusive Sentino plays in the previous map, and this time let's hope we get to see.
God.
Tatsuya and Oscar, 2 rushers together, 2 dashers together at A1, 2-4. If we have a look at the character picks, I like the way Team IQ Reckoning has gone for it, and we've got Alok. That's just wow. You can deny us Cassie, but you cannot deny us Alok. We need a healer. We have one. And that's all they need. Whatever fights that they take, Alok is going to heal them up. He's going to pack the wounds, and Nancy is going for the Alok. If you have a look at Koda, Yogi, and that's a good pick. He's going to go for the sniper as well. Marco going in for the Sentino. Ignis for Eco this time. And Tatsuya and Oscar are to be equipped by Vota and Ronit respectively. Sohan going on the defensive side with the Chrono being equipped on his name, and A124 by Ninja, denying all the skills coming in from the side of Godlike Esports. But there is a small window where you have to deactivate all the skills. Not only that, but you also have to make sure you shut the team down in terms of firepower. So it's like you need to make sure while they are not able to deliver any character skills, you are able to deliver those shots on their head or on their body, keep them wounded. But until Alok is there, those wounds will be healed, will be bandaged, and then Team Godlike will be up again for the fight. This is going to be the second map. Map can go towards any direction. It can go towards 2-0. That is what exactly Team Godlike want. But if you want to know what I want a 3-mapper for sure, because that is where it keeps me engaged. It keeps me entertained. And talking of entertainment, sure, we are going to have a lot of entertainment from the side of Godlike as well as Team IQ Reckoning, a team who just won a match entirely with the scoreline of 2-0. They decimated the existence of entire team, and now they are on the verge of getting decimated. Now that's some sort of a blow that definitely they cannot afford. So if they want to bring in, they've got a good character selection. Now having an Oscar and Tatsuya both together, that is exactly what they want. To go ahead, have an aggressive mindset, because there's one thing that was read pretty clean was Team Godlike going in for the slow-paced battle, going for the circle shrink, and that is exactly together where Team Godlike were playing alongside. Team Godlike was surviving until the final circle. They made sure that they survived, and then they picked up the duels and they took the player by player down. And then Team Godlike, if you have aggressors, that's fine. But talking of aggressor, Russia, you only have one Centino. We did not see any Centino plays very differently that we wanted to see, but we want to see some notorious plays from Centino where you go in, get the information, and then in a blink
Yeah.
of an eye, you reposition
Yep.
yourself.
Yep. And that's, the best part in this entire section is that I kind of feel bad for IQ Reckoning in a situation where they did so much effort to get that Cassie banned. They used that ban slot. Usually are, very excited to ban any information-based abilities. We saw NG Pros ban Clue right off the bat, and then the other team had picked up Coda, just to counter it. So you either ban information or you ban a heal. So these guys went for the Cassie ban because apparently it created a lot of problems for them in the previous game. And then Godlike are like, okay, cool, we'll just pick up Alok and we'll still have the heals. Now, I'm not gonna comment on whether Alok is better in that situation for healing or Cassie is, but like they both do the same thing. So one might be slightly different than the other, but essentially it, heals up the team. And given how Godlike are playing together, I think this can be quite beneficial for them.
All they want is their wounds to be bandaged, and Alok is definitely going to do that. And I do believe having Alok in the mix is one of the most interesting factor. All the rushes, all the aggression that is going to get over to Team Godlike, they are going to take a little bit of damage, use Alok, heal themselves up in a blink of an eye, and then they are again going in for the fight. Talking of fight, we are going to see a lot of shotguns. One sniper, Yogi, is still going to use the sniper because he has Coda equipped, so he will be giving up a lot of information to the team, to the rushers of the team. But there's one thing that I want to really want to see is some Centino smart plays.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, we didn't see too many Santino plays in the previous game. I don't know if he did not get the opportunity to use Santino that way, or maybe he was dying way before he could even activate it. But this time, Santino is gonna have much more trouble, especially since there's an A124 on the other side. Now, imagine if you've got your mannequins and everything equipped already, you've got them placed at a safe spot, but then you just simply can't teleport out. You simply can't switch positions. That would be devastating. And that A124 ability has to be used at the perfect time. It has to be used at the cusp of Godlike Esports initiating that fight.
And yeah, the way you mentioned, that's going to be a disaster, which definitely Team Godlike wouldn't want. If Centino is being denied at the time where he was supposed to get teleported, and if that's going to be the case, I believe Godlike is in big troubles. Having two rushers, having two dashers in the team with A124 well equipped, I mean, they've got everything that is needed in terms of character composition. But it is all about execution at the end of the day. You can have the best of the characters, but what are you going to play if you don't use your firepower right on time? Firepower was a major miss, Scripps, in the previous round. After 2 rounds, we did not get to see some exclusive plays coming in from the side of IQ Reckoning. Sure, they were able to get some knocks, but converting those knocks were of the key priority, which were denied by Eco and Yogi altogether combined.
Yeah, there were so many instances where Nancy was knocked and then he was brought back up because
Yeah.
Eco was able to provide that cover fire while someone else was rezzing Nancy. So that was really important. That being said though, Yogi was knocked quite a lot of times and he wasn't revived a lot. I mean, I think he was only revived like once. But there were several occasions where Yogi was the first casualty for Team Godlike, which is fine considering, he is leading the team by example. He's leading the charge and he's, the starting assaulter. So it's okay for him to go down. But in a lot of those situations, Godlike Esports focused on saving Nancy rather than saving Yogi. Or maybe Yogi was getting knocked in a place where there's just no scope of rescuing him at all. So it's those kind of risks that Godlike need to mitigate. Once they are able to mitigate all those risks, I think Godlike will be a much more well-rounded team and they will be able to play it much safer.
Talking of rescuing a teammate, Time Turner was deployed to revive a teammate, and the time was used so precisely. The moment they realized that the player from the other side is being revived, the rush with the shotgun hopped in. They did not only decimate or the existence of the player being rescued, but also the one who was supposed to revive. So it was a perfectly timely played mindset coming in from side of Godlike. One strong map played already, not even a single round lost after they picked up the momentum. Are they going to bring in the same pace? Are they going to play with the same rhythm on the map of Bermuda as well? Talking of Bermuda, sure, Ico Reckoning have been on the upper hand. I have been on the better stand. Now, if they are not able to play on this stand, I do believe Team Godlike has got some better homework done and they are able to manipulate or maneuver everything into their direction.
Yeah, I really hope that IQ Reckoning are able to use that Bermuda buff to their advantage and get that map win under their belt. If not, well then their journey in the TEZ FFMIC India Cup Class Squad mode will end here and now without even seeing Next Era. And I do believe that IQ Reckoning have what it takes to play well in Next Era as well. But if they don't survive the Bermuda onslaught, we won't get to see much from them. Keep in mind that both these teams, Godlike and IQ Reckoning, have been performing really well in Battle Royale mode. And in Battle Royale mode, these are some of the most feared teams, you know. You would never want to start a fight against them by yourselves. If you want to fight them, you would much rather wait for a third-party opportunity or maybe a chance when they are low on their numbers and they're retreating. You really need to pick your battles against them on a very nice timing, otherwise you won't be able to win. And that's exactly why both these teams are such formidable opponents in the Class Squad mode, because you can't manufacture that advantage with someone else's help. You have to find that opportunity yourselves and then claw it open the moment you see a tiny chink in their armor.
Talking of which, Team Car 98 Army, one of the strongest team on the grounds of Battle Royale mode, was decimated, and that is something out of the box that just happened. So it's like two different modes, two different play style, two different skill sets being deployed, but somewhere that they got the character Raiden in the mix, that did not function pretty well. Not for OnePlus God's Reign, not for this team Car 98 Army. So somewhere I feel that's the basic meta that's working nicely for each and every team right now. If you have a look at KC, right now Alok in the mix is also was also spotted on week 1. So sure, that's not something out of the box, but then having the web shoots, and that did not bring in much of advantage. So OnePlus God's Ring committed the same mistake. Car 98 Army again bringing in the character which did not entertain the opponents in terms of their advantage. And right now, if you have a look at the characters that have been picked, I do believe that they are all in the common. They have been used in Battle Royale mode. They have been consistently picked in Clash Squad mode as well. Nothing out of unique strategies that are yet to be created. It is something they have already played so finely with them.
Yeah, I mean, we see very little Ignis in Battle Royale. It's not like he's not been picked at all, but the pick rate is certainly less in Battle Royale as opposed to Clash Squad. In the Clash Squad mode, almost every other team ends up picking him. He has like a good 30 to 40% pick rate. But then again, you've got the mainstays, the staple characters like your Tatsuya and Oscar, who are seen almost everywhere all the time. And my concern over here is that if the team has both the dashes available, they will be able to control the pace like nothing else. And even if you have characters that can slow down the pace of the game like Tuno, or maybe if you have like an Alok which will buy you some time to heal, your opponent's IQ Reckoning can just choose to disrespect that timing and dash in and just completely, you know, upset your rhythm. So that is a big concern for me going into this game of Bermuda.
Because this is going to be the deciders map on the favor of Team Godlike, and there's a room of opportunity from the other side. And let's see if at all IQ Reckoning is going to go up for the grabs on the map of Bermuda, or it's going to be the snatching away of the opportunity from the side of Team Godlike. Talking of Godlike, they gave a tremendous fight, gave a good firepower, good character ability being used, and everything was just finely timed. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, there's a small short break hopping in, and this is time for a short break. We'll see you in the on the other side real soon.
मेरा नाम फौजिया से है.
मेरा नाम TG माफर.
Hi guys, I am Ekaka.
This is Nancy.
हम थोड़ा टीमों को रैंक करने आए हैं.
According to their performance.
तो ब्रॉन्ज वाली टीमें यहाँ पे देखनी पड़ेगी, कहीं ना कहीं छुपी निकलेंगी.
मेरे को दिख गई.
दिख गई?
Yes bro, yes.
आज हम बैठे हैं जो टॉप 18 है उन्हें रैंक करना है एक करके. मेरा नाम जोएब है.
आई एम आयुष. आई एम वेरी एक्साइटेड. 3 साल से वेट किया है.
माय नेम इज कौशिक मलिक.
माय नेम इज प्रेडेटर.
I want to do revenge.
बाकी सब अच्छे हैं तीनों. कीड को तो समझता ही नहीं प्लेयर.
ये टीमें कुछ हवा में उड़ रही हैं. इनको लग रहा है कि ग्रैंड मास्टर पे जाके बैठेंगे, इनको बैठाते हैं, पोजीशन करते हैं कहाँ बैठाने हैं। चल माफिया शुरू करते हैं। कहाँ पे ढूंढनी तो पड़ेगी, मिल गई क्या तेरे को? इसमें तो वही प्लेयर ना जिसको तासियो चाहिए शायद।
यस लाइटिनम आई गेस उससे
मेहनत कर रहे हैं यार, डाल दे चल तू। तूने कहा प्लेटिनम, तेरी सुन लेते हैं पहले तो। प्लेटिनम पे इनको जो मेरी टीममेट है, इनके टीममेट है, एक्स टीममेट है, तो कुछ अंदर की बातें ऐसी बता रखी है जिसके कारण हम इनको प्लेटिनम में रखना चाहेंगे।
हमें पता है कुछ इनके बारे में, सब कुछ
पता तो सबके बारे में है, बस राज कब खुलने वाले हैं वो देखने वाली बात है। इसकी अगर मैं बात करता हूँ गॉडलाइक की, कभी तो रहेंगे बोर्ड के टेबल पे, कभी रहेंगे टेबल टॉप पे। ब्रॉन्ज पर रख दूं,
हीरोइक पर रखते हैं,
बीच में करते हैं।
उनका सिनर्जी बहुत अच्छा सेट है, उनके सारे रशर का स्नाइपर के कवर में खेलते हैं तो उनका पूरा कोऑर्डिनेशन अच्छा है।
टीम अच्छी है, इसके प्लेयर्स अच्छे हैं और टीममेट जो है वो मेरे दोस्त भी रहने वाले हैं। लेकिन जो इसका ओनर है ना, उसका अभी उसने बीच में कुछ ऐसा माहौल खराब कर दिया, तो मैं यहाँ पे लगाता हूँ।
ऑटोबॉक्स कौन सी टीम है?
ये भाई है ना सारे,
बस हमारे इनसे फाइट होती रहती तो हम इनसे मोस्टली जीतते ही हैं।
इस टीम की अगर हम बात करें, इसके बारे में कुछ सुनने में आया मेरे को, अगर वो चीज सच्चाई है तो शायद मैं इनको ब्रॉन्ज पे रखना।
तो फिर ये इस लिस्ट में भी रहना डिजर्व नहीं करता अगर वो चीज सच है।
अगर वो चीज सच है तो शायद ये लिस्ट से बाहर हो जाएंगे 18 से। इनका पता ही नहीं है तो इनको थोड़ा लिस्ट से थोड़ा दूर रखते हैं, इनके बारे में आइडिया ही नहीं है। तो शायद अंडरडॉग से आ रही है टीम, शायद इसलिए हम इनको नहीं जानते, तो डेफिनेटली वो टीम अच्छा खेलेगी तो हमें भी खुश होगी उस चीज को। डायमंड पे रखना चाहिए हमें,
क्योंकि हमारे इनसे क्लैशेस होते हैं 2-3 जगह, तो हम वो मोस्टली जीतते ही हैं, तो फिर भी हमने इनको डायमंड।
Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from that short break. You guys are watching TEZ FFMIC India Cup. I hope you enjoyed watching that tier list video during the break, but while it's pretty entertaining, I assure you that this match is gonna be even more entertaining. You guys are watching Godlike Esports fight against IQ Reckoning. Both these teams are fighting for that final last spot in the Clash Squad Board Finals, and only one of these teams will get it. Godlike has already won the first map, Kalahari. Up next is going to be Bermuda, and Reckoning really need to win this, otherwise they will be out of the Clash Squad tournament.
And that is the last window that is remaining for either of the teams to go ahead and qualify. Sure, Godlike has got one strike left on their name because they have won one map already. So even if they make mistakes on the map of Bermuda, they still stand a strong opportunity to go ahead and qualify and grab the last seat for the semifinals for Clash Squad mode. But for Team IQ Reckoning, one mistake and it's a goodbye from the Clash Squad mode. There stands no chance of qualifying towards the Clash Squad mode. But yeah, talking of which, they will still be battling tomorrow for Battle Royale mode. And talking about Clash Squad today, Crips and I went off for a short break where we were talking about what do you think it's going to be, a 2-mapper or a 3-mapper. We both were talking about it should be a 3-mapper, out of which Abhishek, who is supposed to be our production side, he mentioned you cursed it. The moment you say it's going to be a 3-mapper, it turns into 2.
Oh boy. I mean, we've heard of caster curses, but this is the first time a producer curse will come true for us. So yeah, thanks Mr. Abhishek for leading us down this wonderful path. We definitely love you a lot. But I still believe it's gonna be a 2-mapper. I still believe that Godlike Esports have what it takes to end the game right here. That being said though, I was believing in it up until I saw the character selection. In the character selection screen, I kind of think that Reckoning Esports have an edge, and I only say that because they've got that A124. And while Godlike Esports have been cooking, while IQ Reckoning tried their level best to hard counter them by banning Cassie, they still picked up Alok. I think it's still going to be more or less the same. Healing ability will still be available, but that A124, that is going to be a big game changer. If you pop it at the right time and you manage to wipe out Godlike while that suppression is active, then IQ Reckoning can just chain wins on top of another and take us to next era.
And next era is going to be even more interesting if Godlike permits, because it's all about Godlike's momentum and the firepower and the strategic plays that's going to decide the fate of Team IQ Reckoning if they are going to go ahead and witness map of next era. Talking of IQ Reckoning, sure, they have picked up 2 dashers in their team, but with those 2 dashers, they also need a strong plan and a productive strong plan to not only go ahead and enter the enemy territory or the enemies, but also get some elimination points on their name. Will Yogi allow that? Because he goes in for the long range battle, he goes in for the support side and allows not even a single player taken down. Sure, they get the knocks, but there's no confirmation because all thanks to Yogi, he gives support rightly on time as and when needed.
Yuki has been supporting quite well, and Let's see whether or not Yogi will be able to do much, because we are gonna be humping into the game. Ladies and gentlemen, you've got Bermuda coming up on your screens now.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the deciders map for TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2025 Clash Squad mode. This is going to be the map of Bermuda between Godlike Esports, IQ Reckoning. 1 seat remaining. Which team is going up for the grabs? Time will show us for sure, but before of which, here we get the first knock. Ninja shuts down Eco. Will he be revived? Ronit up and open. Revival was on the course and retaliation comes in on time. Ronit will be decimated. Eco is not yet revived. Alok coming into the action as well. Eco revived. Ignis flattered. Firewall for the defense and also for the damage. Ninja got a good shot on the name of Marco. One after the other, Marco and Yogi both down on the knees. Nancy trying to make sure to save Yogi because he is the backbone. It's all up to Ninja. Ninja trying to reunite with his teammates, reassemble with his teammates, tanked up a lot of damage. Will he be able to connect that one headshot that is much needed? And no, he won't. Nancy and Eco will not allow anything. Godlike Esports win the pistol round. And this is map of Bermuda. Now there's going to be something unique in the next round. We'll see the mix of some long range weapon with the SMGs, but this particular round, Eco was the first person of contact. He tanked up a lot of damage, but the team knew we want to save him. They converted this loss into a lot of profit, and here we go, a clear-cut victory for Team Godlike Esports.
Godlike Esports off to a good start by winning that pistol round. They both rushed in towards the barn house. Yogi has already acquired the elevation on the first floor. Meanwhile, Reckoning Esports are trying to surround this house on either side. I definitely hope they have enough throwables to get an opening and get inside this house. Nancy using that deagle connects one shot, deals a tiny amount of damage to Ninja. Ronit is right behind him, coming up through the follow. Ignis used, and Ronit was caught completely off guard. He was basically napping on the job, and Eco finishes him off. Sohan trying to isolate that gunfight against Nancy. He's got the nade equipped. He's hoping to throw it through the window. Nancy steps in and avoids that splash damage. So well timed.
Delivered a lot of damage, but will that damage be converted into elimination? He took a lot of time, not going in for a push. A play of patience once again being spotted. Ronit is already eliminated 2 dash players, and still there's a lot of time given to Team Godlike Esports to make some decisions. Godlike very low on HP. This time Sohan will not allow the mini Uzi elimination. He gets the eliminations well secured. It's a 3v3 situation where Warehouse is up for contest, and the zone is delivering a lot of damage.
3v3. Nancy, Marco, both of them waiting for an opportunity, waiting for somebody from Reckoning Esports to overextend. Ninja on the other side, they see him jump out the window. They both will try to focus on him, but Ninja makes it across, not a single tick of damage taken. And now Vota and Sohan turn up the aggression. They move up close and personal into Marco's face, put a bullet in his brain. Sohan connects onto Nancy as well. It's all down to just Eco. That Uzi helps him get one. The Ignis doesn't at all give him any cover. And finally, Reckoning Esports put up a round on the board.
This was the round with bad economy. They got all the weapons up from Team Godlike Esports. Winning this round was very crucial. They are going to go ahead and continue with the weapons that they have already equipped. But what about economy crash? There's a crunch on the side of Team Godlike Esports. They do have MP5, AC-80, a Deagle, Mini Uzi from Nancy, as well as from Yogi. They are going in for the close range fights because the weapon suggests that. And Sohan was the man of that particular round. He grabbed 3 eliminations on his name. Cyber airdrop is ready for picks. Vota will grab his hands immediately.
Yeah, but that cyber airdrop can turn into a big trap. Reckoning Esports awfully close to it. They want to bait Yogi into overcommitting. But Yogi, Iko, Nancy are all playing together. It's just Marco who's going on the other side of the watchtower. Same with Ninja. It's 3-1 split for either team. And inside the Chrono Shield, they dive in. Yogi, Nancy both get a knock. Each Sohan will manage to get the trade onto Nancy. But it's all up to Sohan. Can he manage to do it? Marco from afar provides cover, gets the knock onto Sohan, and now it's a 1v1. Both these players are far away from their teammates, so reviving is gonna be quite difficult, but Nancy makes a break for it. And now Marco tries to stick it, gets Yogi back up. Can he manage to get the res onto Iko? No, he doesn't even need to. He will just shoot down the last member, and that's the end of IQ Reckoning.
A good round secured, 2-1. Godlike Esports on the lead with 1 round over here. And Marco, what a way to revive, what a way to rotate, what a teamwork provided. And Team Reckoning fell short there. The players who got down on their knees were not very close enough to the last man standing, due to which the revival was not part of the plan. And now it's going to be a 4v4. The players are on the grounds of mill. Coda being used. Sohan is trying to get a visual about where the opponents are. Grenades being cooked. Sohan tanked a lot of damage. Yogi will go for the spray, and it's all about the warehouse fight now.
Yeah, but Godlike Esports have good control over the warehouse. Reckoning Esports still trying to go around the other side. Ronit tried to take some shots out against Yogi, but Yogi has bigger problems to deal with. Both Sohan and Vota are rushing him down at the same time, so Yogi falls back into the warehouse, where Iko can also provide him some cover. Doesn't really help them all that much. Just buys them a little more time, but Iko finds the opening. He finds Ninja. Ronit instantly trades down Iko, so that's a good one. But Sohan with that P90, that's amazing. And now he can finish off 3 members of Godlike. It's all up to Marco. Yes, that VSK will help him get the knock onto Sohan, but he still has a lot of work to do. And he's got way too many people against him. P90 up close. He's getting pushed. He knows it. He repositions to make sure that he can take shots onto Vota as he comes across. Sees a glimmer of his hand. And with that Moko, he's trying to take more pot shots against his teammate, against his opponents behind that blue wall. Here comes the rush. All 3 of them just burst out at the same time. There was no way he's winning that one.
It's an equalizer. Team Godlike. 4 rounds already. That was the 3rd round on the map of Kalahari, where they picked up a good pace. But this time it's the map of Bermuda. We did mention the tides are going to change as soon as the map changes. And this time Team Reckoning is doing Team IQ Reckoning is doing a commendable job by taking down 3 players already. Immediately they are knocking them off and then not finishing them. To lure in as a bait, to keep it as a room of opportunity for the last man to go ahead and maybe revive, and that is when things comes to an end. Iko used the Ignis, delivered a little bit of damage, going for the cyber airdrop. No, that's not part of the plan. Blue walls will be deployed on either of the sides to save themselves from any utilities, any throwables, but Vota has got an upper hand, is on the rooftop, he has got the information, and has got no grenades. Imagine having a grenade with this angle. It could have been destructive.
Yeah, that would have been dangerous, no? One goes around the left, one goes around the right, but Yogi deals with them both, and Marco is just so efficient in dealing damage. Ronit finally puts down Iko. Those throwables helping, but they know they're trying to res him, so Ronit makes that mad dash again, hoping to find them before Iko can be resed up. Ninja with the help. He takes Nancy down, and now Marco is stuck in between a rock and a hard place. The pre-fire from Ronit is amazing.
Double takedown.
Can Marco finally win this 1v1 against Ninja? He can't even go for the revive. Instead, he hops in to the house. He doesn't know if Ninja has spotted him. Inside this smoke, it's very difficult to get any eyes. Maybe Yogi can be his set of eyes. Maybe Yogi can provide that. He gets res through the wall. That's interesting. Yogi uses himself as bait. Marco needs to connect that shot, and he finds Ninja in the end. What a strategy.
That is exactly something out of the box which was needed for Team Godlike Esports. They went in, used the smoke grenades, had a big rotation, went into the compound, got the knock on their name, and then reviving through the wall, reducing the numbers on the other side, and it was upscaling their own numbers. 1v2 was the situation, and there comes the lead from the side of Godlike Esports. From what we have witnessed right now, it's always been one blow from each side, 1-1 followed with which 2-2 right now. If that's the trend, it should be a 3-3, and throwables introduced for the first time for the start of the fights. Containers are only place where they're holding. Ignis will be used, a lot of grenades. It's all about the utilities and throwables. Last man standing, Ronit and Eco up against each other. This round is not going to last furthermore, and it's an end. 4-2, doubled up of differences of round.
Insanity by Godlike Esports. They use the nade and the freeze bomb to get double knocks. What a way to lure IQ Reckoning into that trap. And that trap is just full of shrapnel which will blow up in your face. Now as we head towards shipment, it's going to be even more important for IQ Reckoning to stay close to each other, because it's very easy to lose out on trades over here. The barriers drop and Godlike Esports are already bouncing towards the center. Yogi goes towards the right. Eco and Nancy lead the charge towards the left. And take a look at the extreme split. You have one player from Godlike who's all the way towards the elevation. Marco is going for the higher ground. Nades drop. Sohan already forced to use his time turner. The battle for the cyber airdrop is going to be insane. Nancy tries to force that fight against Vota. He instead goes up against Sohan now. He's biting off more than he can chew, but Marco provides perfect cover, and that's the knock onto Ninja. Nancy does go down in the end, but he's done his job, and he set up Marco perfectly for that victory.
Marco and Yogi is everything that was needed to shut this round into their favor. 5-2. It's going to be a match point, slot point, qualification point, and everything that is need for Team Godlike Esports. IQ Reckoning, are they going to grab some rounds on their name? Are they going to go for an equalizer? That only this particular round will decide, and this is the circle of Rim Nam Village. Sure, IQ Reckoning has got better hands on the map of Bermuda, but when we have a look at the firepower Team Godlike is having right now, with the strategies that they are cooking, with the grenades and Ignis walls that they are cooking, everything that they are doing is right on time. Yogi and Marco once again with the snipers, one on the ground floor, one on the upper grounds.
Triple AWM, Tanya. This is a dangerous setup. I'm assuming Eco also has something similar, but he's probably got an Uzi along with it as well. Godlike Esports this time once again going for a 3-1 split. 3 of them in the center. You've got Marco towards the side. But let's see if Marco is able to actually get an angle over here or not, because there's not a lot of elevation that... Oh wait, it's Nancy towards the side. Okay, my bad. Last time it was Marco, this time it's Nancy. But Nancy isn't going too far ahead, so he won't be able to find an angle onto Reckoning just yet. He will have to wait for Yogi and Eco to lead the charge. Nades primed. Sohan has already used up his Graffiti's blessing, so he's gonna fall back. He doesn't want to get blown up. He doesn't want to repeat of the mill game. Sorry, the shipment game where they were blown up by the nades. Yeah, they don't want that to be repeated.
But throwables is something that they are not going to be stopped anytime sooner. Yogi very low on HP. There comes the rush. Ignis will be deployed. Yogi jumping out of the window. Ronit gets the first knock on his name. Marco is down on the knees. There's no point of revival. Eco trying to settle down the scores. Also reviving on the mix, which was a very expensive one. It's about 2 versus 2 right now. Sohan not for the revives.
Yeah, that was a big one. That was dangerous. Reckoning Esports might have won that round, but Godlike, quite a lot of errors over there. First of all, using the Ignis as a form of cover doesn't exactly help you. It won't deter your opponents from rushing into you. And that was a good rush by IQ Reckoning. Like, you could see how the nades did a bunch of damage to Eco and Yogi. And while they were healing, IQ Reckoning just used up their dashes and went up in their faces, not even letting Godlike Esports get enough time to heal. And then Eco trying to res in the open. Once again, that was a unforced error. And IQ Reckoning will be hoping for more such unforced errors. This time, Godlike Esports get towards the center. Alok Awaken already active, and they are taking no prisoners. They go in for the kill right away. Nancy forced to use up his forced to use up the wall and regroup with Yogi. in an angle where Marco can provide them some cover. Eco finds the first knock, drawn it down on his knees, but Sohan has too much pressure on him. Everybody's rushing him down, and now that's trying to turn 180. Sohan gets the knock onto Yogi, but that's about it. It's all up to Ninja. Can he rescue them? Nice elimination onto Yogi, but he finds Eco as well. And now Ninja has to get some cover inside the smoke. He's trying to climb up on those staircases, but Nancy won't let him get any elevation. Godlike Esports, they will be going to the finals, and you can see how Marco is already signifying that they need to get their air tickets to Lucknow soon.
Eco and Marco are already ready to get well seated on the flights to take off towards Lucknow on the land phase. Ladies and gentlemen, we have got our fourth team who secured their spot for the Clash Squad mode in Lucknow, and that's going to be none other than Team Godlike. What a way to end the day, the score being 2-0. Today we had 4 maps, out of which 3 being 2-0. One sure went a little closer to 2-1, but then the other side was already very dominating, and that team is none other than Team NG Pros.
Yep. We got 2 big names going to the Clash Squad finals. It's NG Pros and Godlike Esports. These are the 2 teams who are basically dominating the on phase and the first week of the league stage. While they did have a tiny bit of a dip in performance in week 2 of the league stage Battle Royale mode, they managed to make it to the upper echelons of Clash Squad, and it just feels right. It would have felt incomplete without these 2 teams.
It does, but let's also talk about Team Godlike Esports. The way Marco, Yogi, and also the third player going in for the sniper fight. That was something that I felt that this is going to be a loss. This is wrong move. You should have some weapons equipped for the close quarter duels. Sure, they lost that round, but then they continued to repeat the same strategy and proved that we can do it no matter what. We will do it no matter what. Sure, introduction of the throwables from both the ends was delivering a lot of damage, and knocks were also being exchanged, but the better cover fire was being provided by Yogi from the side of Godlike Esports, which was a miss from Team IQ Reckoning. Sure, he did give his best, there's no denial there, but there's always someone better giving in this particular time frame, and right now it was Team Godlike.
Yeah, this time Godlike were able to execute their splits perfectly. They did struggle against their opponents in the first week when they tried to go for the splits approach, but this time Marco, whenever he was on the back lines of the team, he was getting those knocks, and he was basically making sure that Yogi and Eco's damage doesn't go in vain. Even if Yogi and Eco go down, Marco will cover up for it. But does that make him the MVP? I don't think so. I still believe the MVP title. Oh wait, he is the MVP. All right then. I would have expected either Yogi or Eco to take it because they were leading the charge, but yep, Marco with that significant cover fire using the snipers from afar, he gets himself 4,508 damage. That is insane, and he becomes the MVP.
Now that's the damage we usually don't talk about, because that's the damage score we don't get to see. Look at the damage Marco has delivered, sure being the sniper for the team. We always talked about Yogi giving the cover fire, but the guy who was standing with the sniper on the same platform, on the same ground levels, was also delivering equal amount of damage and also making sure to eliminate the players anywhere and anyone spotted. 8 eliminations on his own name, grabbing the spotlight, the limelight, match MVP, qualifying, and it's time for celebration for them. I mean, even if we were qualified, imagine that we would have celebrated not only with the flight paths that they were showing. I believe if it was me, I would have already sprayed the confetti on the screen.
On the screen? That's a
Yeah.
good way to ruin your screen. I have plenty of money to replace that. But yes, this is indeed a cause for celebration for the side of Godlike Esports. Amazing performance by them. Let's take a look at what the damage numbers for the overall team was, and as you can see, Godlike are racking up those numbers. You have Yogi at 3,019 damage, and then Eco and Nancy both around the 2,700 mark. But 14 assists by Nancy, 13 assists by Marco. That tells you every single time one of these players steps away from the team, with the snipers, they do really well. Now, of course, whenever Nancy stepped away from the team, he was able to get those assists, but I often saw that Nancy, when he was the solo player away from the team wouldn't really win. Marco, on the other hand, would get the job done. IQ Reckoning also have some impressive numbers, but it was a rather lackluster game for Vota because he's still sitting at around a 1200 damage mark.
Vota has to make sure he brings in the best of games tomorrow. Today it's not their day. Tomorrow it's going to be a Battle Royale day. But talking of damages over here, two players are under 3000. One barely crossed the 3000 damage marker. My eyes are all stuck to Marco, who is nearing to 4500 and above damage. I mean, that's massive. That's huge. Those are the numbers we actually cannot even imagine. And 8 eliminations and 13 assists. Sure, Nancy is also giving that sort of assists for himself, but also what actually matters is also that sort of elimination points. Let's have a look at the match summary about how things turned. And it was a 6-3, I believe, the score line.
Yeah, the overall scoreline was 6-3 for Bermuda, 6-2 for Kalahari. Clean wins for Godlike Esports as they knock IQ Reckoning out of the tournament with a 2-0 win and book themselves a spot for the Clash Squad finale. Ladies and gentlemen, this was indeed a coming-of-age story for the side of Godlike Esports. When they fought Jaunty Gaming in Nextera, I would have expected it to be a close game because both Godlike and Jaunty Gaming are strong teams, but then Godlike Esports were decimated 0-6. That would have been a massive scar to not just their mental health, but also their ego. I mean, obviously because Godlike are such a well-reputed name and they are one of the heavy hitters of the tournament. Losing 0-6 to Jaunty Gaming, I thought that would have tattered their spirits, but it seems like they want revenge matchups once again. They booked that qualification spot, they managed to get into the finals, and they will face Jaunty Gaming or Total Gaming, one of these teams, in the finale as well. So let's see whether Godlike Esports are ready for their revenge story when the moment comes upon them.
They're not going to stop anytime soon. Obviously, it's going to be a long journey because with that, we are going to see best of 5s happening. So if you commit one mistake, that's fine. You get still a big amount of room to correct those mistakes, bring in a better side, and then again retaliate. So somehow, 4 teams qualified: Team Total Gaming, Team Jaunty Gaming, Team NG Pros, and this is Team Godlike right now, who just qualified with a score of 2-0. Sure, they were decimated, and they were poked where, I mean, see, the strongest of teams being poked by getting eliminated with score lines of 0-2 is something that none of the viewers would also like to watch. So somehow they made sure to do their homeworks right, and they submitted, which was exactly what was supposed to be done. IQ Reckoning gave it their best. There's no denial there. Car 98 Army on the losing end. Now that was extremely shocking to me, but I do believe qualifying on the Battle Royale mode is also a massive achievement, and we'll get to see them on LAN as well, sure, on the different side.
Yep, and while Car 98 Army will still be attending LAN, we might not see them in the Clash Squad mode. But then again, I always wanted to see Car 98 Army in the Battle Royale mode. They kinda are more entertaining over there. It's always so entertaining to see Car 98 Army fight it out in Battle Royale mode, and they're one of the few teams who can handle multiple team fights well simultaneously. So yeah, I think we would have been stifling their potential, limiting them to just one opponent in Clash Squad mode. They are the kind of team which are good at handling multiple opponents at the same time, so much rather see them in Battle Royale. That being said though, these are the 4 teams that will be going ahead in the finale, and let's see who they are gonna be facing. The brackets for the finale are ready. Let's take a look at that, because if I'm not wrong, the top seeded teams will be matched against the teams who qualified with a 2-1 scoreline. So yeah, it's gonna be a situation where Jaunty Gaming and Total Gaming have a bit of an advantage, considering that they managed to qualify 2-0, and then NG Pros and Godlike qualified with a scoreline of 2-1. So, that's interesting enough, because in the semis and grand finals, both NG Pros and Godlike will face each other first, even though they qualified 2-1. Jaunty Gaming and Total Gaming will actually face each other. The 2 teams with 2-0 scorelines will be facing each other. The 2 teams with 2-1 scorelines will also be facing each other. It's a single elimination bracket, ladies and gentlemen, so there's no second chances. If you lose one game, you are out.
And that is fight of equals. They both qualified with the scoreline of 2-1. That is why they are up against each other. And Team NG Pros and Godlike, that's going to be a super interesting match. Both of them gave whatever they had best within them after getting to have to fight with the 1-1 matchups. Right now, if you have a look at Team Total Gaming and Jaunty Gaming, they went in all blazing, got qualified 2-0, no losses no matter what, and one single loss from either of the team is equal to a bye from CS mode. So it's going to be a tough time for either of the teams who is going to get eliminated from the side of Total Gaming or Jaunty Gaming, because Godlike Esports and Non-Stop Gaming have faced it. They have been seeded towards lower brackets once. They have lost against Jaunty Gaming as well as Total Gaming. But somehow, talking about these matchups, it's sparking the interests even more.
It definitely will spark an interest even more. Total Gaming and Jaunty Gaming, they were undefeated throughout their run in the Swiss stage. It will be quite difficult to see one of these teams get their first loss in the semi-final when they head over towards the best of 5 stage. Same with Non-Stop Gaming and Godlike, they have been through hell and back. Non-Stop Gaming had to go through the ringer because when they started off in the Swiss stage, they were defeated by Godlike Esports 2-0, and then they were shunted into the lower bracket. From there, NG Pros managed to defeat 1+ God's Reign. They defeated Car98 Army to claw their way up back to the semi-finals, and now they will get a chance to fight against Godlike, the original team who started off their lower bracket run. So this will be a revenge matchup for Non-Stop Gaming.
Yeah, that's going to be one of the finest revenge, and revenge well taken. That only time will show us. But ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the grand semi-finals and grand finals, best of 5. You can afford few mistakes, but not so many that you can't retaliate, you can't show up, you can't bring in the comeback story. And we did see some maps today where the scorelines went too long and too different that there was no comeback story to be written. So we all are extremely excited for the two matches instead. The NG Pros and Godlike, 1 seed, 1 team qualifying towards the championship side. Jaunty Gaming and Total Gaming, 1 team will qualify with the best of 5 performance. Again, there will be a best of 5 between 2 teams who are going to seed towards grand finals bracket, and there will be only 1 champion, and Clash Squad prize pool is 20 lakhs INR, which is massive.
Exactly. Out of that 20 lakhs, 10 lakhs belong to the champions alone. They will be taking home a lion's share of that 20 lakh prize pool, and that is too much money to ignore. So these teams need to bring their A game. They need to put their best foot forward and not make any mistakes in that run up to the grand finals. Because even though it's a best of 5, you never know when you're going to lose that lead. A single small step in the wrong direction could turn into a slippery slope which leads to you getting eliminated. And mind you, now that these teams have gone through the ringer of the Swiss stage and everybody is familiar with each other's picks and ban preferences, you know for a fact that people are going to do their homework and counter-pick their opponents in the character selection phase itself.
And we did see Godlike doing it today, right now, because they knew exactly what they have to do or what they have to play to counter it and bring it themselves to qualify towards the semi-finals and towards the LAN phase. Same went for Team NG Pros. NG Pros is a team who relies more or less on the firepower. Sure, they do with the perfect skill set, character abilities, but it is more or less of close quarter duels with the shotguns. But ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes on the screen, because these are the teams who are qualified for Clash Squad mode grand finals. Team Total Gaming, Team Jaunty Gaming, Team NG Pros, Team Godlike Esports.
Yep, these are your grand finalists, ladies and gentlemen. Total Gaming, Esports and Jaunty Gaming basically went ahead uncontested, undefeated throughout their run. NG Pros and Godlike, on the other hand, they started off by facing each other, and the seeds of their rivalry were sown in the first match itself for them. then both of them had to go through the lower bracket and claw their way back up into the grand finals for CS mode. And I'm so glad that they will be facing each other in that revenge matchup. Stars will be made, champions will be crowned, and one of these 4 players will end up becoming the new superstar of the Indian Free Fire Max circuit. You've got Ginotra, the old guard, still willing to prove that he can stand up against the young guns like Propsy. And then on the other hand, you also got Marco, who's really looking to make his place amongst the old guard, amongst the top tier players over here. There's a lot at stake, and obviously with higher stakes, the risk of making those riskier plays is even higher. You know, you need to just verify every single step, and you need to be sure about all the moves you're making.
Well, I believe that they have got an entire week to work for the Clash Squad mode, but ladies and gentlemen, they have only one night to prepare for Battle Royale mode, because ladies and gentlemen, stay tight, because tomorrow it's going to be 2 more teams getting qualified for the grand finals for Battle Royale mode, TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2025, because it is going to be a big day for 2 teams immediately seeding up towards grand finals. Sure, things don't end there. We have Sunday waiting for you as well, where 6 teams will also create their space for the grand finals. But what do you have to say about tomorrow, Crips? Only 2 slots to qualify for tomorrow.
Yeah, only 2 slots, and that's gonna be a very, very difficult thing, because up until the last few weeks of Battle Royale, we have been promoting 2 teams each and every single day. So we've already got 4 teams who have qualified. 2 more will make it tomorrow, which will bring it to 6 teams. Half the lobby for the grand finals will be booked out tomorrow. The other half will be booked out on Sunday. Who is gonna make it to the top 12? Who is going to make it to Lucknow? We will find out by the end of this weekend, ladies and gentlemen. So you better subscribe to this channel and mark your calendars. Remember to watch TEZ FFMIC India Cup tomorrow at the same time, at the same place. We will bid you goodbye for now, but we will be back with more high-octane Free Fire Max action tomorrow. See you soon.
how to make real music anymore.
Flashback, what you got, man? Crack that. In and out, go low.